curvature of the Earth directly?
I don't know.
Okay,
I'm
we got a
skeptical of God.
radius. We got a radius, right? They give us a radius, and with the radius, we can work out where the horizon should be. And the thing about the horizon is it moves around. It's not always in the same spot. In fact, at different hours of the day, the horizon is in different locations due to the proximity of the sun perturbing the atmosphere. So I'm going to ask you again, can we measure the curvature of the Earth?
Well, how's a radius measured? How do they get that? You know?
Exactly. How
I
did
don't
they
know how
get
they.
that? So
Let me try to.
they went on top of a mountain and measured the height of the mountain, or they assumed the height of the mountain, and then measured the atmosphere. So how did we do that? That's Al Baruni, by the way. He's the one that allegedly gave us our radius.
I think I know what they do. I think they use presumptions and things like that. Just like I'm gonna look into it. It doesn't seem like that would be accurate. How you get that?
Well,
I
you
don't
give
know.
us the information. Where have they measured the Earth curve? Provide evidence for your Earth curve.
All right, let me. I'm not saying this is my position, but I'll do the research right now.
Hank, he's been here many times. Just for the record, he's done this a few times, and he plays coy at first. Yeah.
No, like I'm just saying I don't have a position. I'm not claiming it's flat or whatever. I'm just listening to what people got
He
to say.
does claim it's a
Right.
glow. He's lied. He does claim it's.
Dude, why are you being toxic right now? I literally just joined in.
Why
Just
are you
seeing what people
lying?
got to
I know, but
say.
I've met you before. You've been in here before. This isn't your first time.
Dude, I don't talk to me, dude. I literally just joined to hear what
That's
people
fine.
got to say.
You can continue to lie. That's fine.
Dude, I literally joined to hear what people got to say because I hear good arguments on both sides and I write down in my
This is not
notes
your
and I do
first
some
time. This
investigation.
is not your first time, is it?
Yeah, I keep chiming in here and there and I write down what people say. I investigate it,
Yeah.
That's
Sure.
what I do. So yeah,
Yes.
it's all,
And yes, this is not only one guy who telling that. You're not first time here, and right?
yeah, and then I'll come here again probably in like a few weeks. I'll listen, hear
Yeah,
what people
yeah,
got to
yeah.
say.
And you was also speaking here.
Well, not much. I don't really speak here much. I usually engage in
No,
other discussions.
yeah, but
Well,
we
can we get
here.
back to the
We,
subject, please? A triangle has straight lines, and the sum of its angles add up to 180 degrees. Do we want to kick off on that, Hank?
Yeah, you can. I'm not really
Go ahead,
worried
Keith.
about biting that one. You go ahead and have it if you want.
So the question still stands.
Yeah, it's just
I
an
don't wanna-
argument I heard from somebody, but it's
I
not
don't
really
wanna
realistic
go.
to actually.
I'm just trying to moderate, so I would I'd prefer somebody else to go, especially if he's a new guy. I might come down hard on him.
Well, I've been here a little bit. I just come in here and there and just listen to what people got to say,
So
and then I
it's not
bounce
your
out.
first time. So
No, he's not. He's not new. QE, go ahead.
Yeah, I just come
okay,
here.
Okay, I'll go ahead. The questions that you were asking to Hank are actually the questions we're asking to you. So
what
how
question?
did they come up with the radius of the Earth?
I don't know. I'm gonna look into that right now. I really don't know. I'm
It's
actually
Al Baruni.
investigating.
He told Al Baruni. Just look up Al Baruni. Birun.
What is that? Al Bruni? Let me spell it again, please. A L Brunni.
Just how it sounds. Biruni.
Biruni. Al Bruni.
Yep.
Al Bruni. Okay, what is this?
It's Bubby.
It's a scholar. Islamic Golden Age. That's a person. What do you do? I just took a screenshot of it. Was he famous for? Let me see.
Finding the radius of the Earth.
Among
other things, he was a mathematician. They call him a geodesist, if you can believe it.
Do you know how he supposedly measured the radius?
Yeah, I do.
Do you feel like explaining it?
Not really.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I'll just investigate later.
Maybe I could post a photo of it. Hold on, diagram of it. 1 second. Where'd you go?
Sure, anything you got, I'll just check it out.
Yeah, I'm trying to locate it. I don't know where. But here you go.
You put, okay, what did you post? Voice, live stream voice text? Let me see.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. It's 56 after the hour and live stream voice text.
Okay, you're the quantum eraser guy?
Yeah, I'm that guy.
Okay.
Oh, Drace is right on it. He's got a little prettier diagram. So that's how he came up with the radius of the Earth, right around 3959 miles, somewhere in that vicinity. I think his was exactly 3940 or something like that. It's real friggin' close.
Okay. I'll investigate this on my own and see if it's
Okay. That's fair.
authentic or not.
Yep.
I'll just meet
that's
myself
fair.
now.
Well, let's just go right to the jugular. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Well, I mean, there's been tests which show that gas can stay together, but the top was open, but the sides were encased.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
Like with what?
It was like some gas, but different gases has like different weights.
Sodium hexafluoride. Well, we don't want to get into weights because you won't be able to define it. Was that sodium hexafluoride? Can you tell me where sodium hexafluoride exists in nature?
I don't know what gas it was in this
Yeah,
video.
sodium hexafluoride. It's a man-made gas. It still undergoes entropy. It just takes a little bit longer. That's all right. But that's not a natural gas. Can you show gas pressure without a container?
Gas pressure without a container.
Yes, sir.
Immediately, I can't do that off of media observation.
Yeah, you're not the only one. That's a big problem because they're telling you, according to the narrative, that you're living in gas pressure without a container. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation at the minimum, right? It also violates a number of other laws. We don't need to get into that. That's a problem because it should equilibrate with the story narrative that says that outer space vacuum is 10 to the negative 17 torr. So the question is then, how are we still breathing?
What was it? What was that last bit again?
How are we still breathing?
Based on what? Like, what was the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. The narrative of fairy tale space or the vacuum of space is 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's really, really low pressure. And in fact, it's above extreme vacuum. So it's outer space vacuum. So that's impossible. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation to have gas pressure adjacent to that.
I'm not quite sure. I mean, I can see. I'll just think to it.
Yeah, because it's tantamount to like you're driving down the road in the car, you left your wallet at home, right? You don't have any cash, and boom, blowout, right? Right on the side of the road. But you got your roadside assistance, and they tell you to the big old tire. Do you have a big old tire where you live?
Yeah, I mean, not a big old tire, but I have like a car.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
All right. Well, when you get there and you finally realize, "Shit, I left my wallet at home and I ain't got any cash." So you bang on the window, you get the technician to come on over and you say, "Hey, listen, man, I don't have any cash on me, no credit cards, nothing. I left my wallet at home. I'm not going to be able to pay for the tire. Can you just put the air pressure around the rim and I'm good?" What's
No,
he
I
gonna
mean,
do?
obviously.
Yeah.
I mean,
what's he
obviously, you
gonna
need
do?
to put it inside. You need to put it inside the tire, obviously.
Yeah, he's gonna
Which
have to
contain.
put it in. Yeah, he's gonna have to put it inside the tire, but you don't have enough money for that. If you tell him that, what is he gonna do? After
Like,
after he stops laughing.
All right, he's gonna put it in the tire. Yeah.
No, he's not going to put it in the tire. You can't afford the tire. So after he stops laughing, he's going to signal the manager to go and call mental health Get some people
Well,
down here so they can put you in a straitjacket because that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Same scenario here. We have gas pressure here, right?
sure, yeah.
Yep. And according to the narrative, there's no barrier. That means we live in an open system with gas pressure. That's the second law of thermodynamics violation, at the very least. So, the
So
moral of
what
the
do you
story is, I'm sorry.
do you know what you need to be convinced? I'm
So
just
the
curious.
moral
Like,
hold on a second. I didn't get to the
okay,
moral of the story yet.
okay, my bad.
I'll be concise. I'll try to be as quick as possible. The moral of the story is that either somebody's lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false. That's it.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's necessarily a true dichotomy.
Oh, it is.
The second law is wrong.
Well, show us the third option if you don't think
Yeah,
it's a true
yeah,
dichotomy.
say that.
What's the third option? What are you going to do with that rim? Tell us.
Well, let's see. You say either that law is wrong, or somebody's lying.
Yep.
Or maybe just someone.
Natural law?
Tell us the third option. I mean,
Yeah,
for you
well,
to say that there has to be a false dichotomy, you must already have a third option in your head before you said it, right?
Right.
Yeah, well, I don't think, from my perspective, I think people are genuine on both sides. Just different interpretations, and there's also unknown
There's
unknowns
no
as well.
interpretation here. No, we're not talking about religion. This is a law of nature.
Suppose the third option could just be that they're all idiots.
Well, I don't think people are lying. I think people are genuinely sincere, and they're, you know.
All right. So let's get back to the point. How can you have gas pressure without a container without violating the second law of thermodynamics? How's that?
I mean, I'm not too sure. I need to look into that.
Okay.
I don't.
All right.
That's not my expertise.
Okay.
But I can understand off of initial. What this
You don't have to
other.
be an expert, right? This is really simple. High pressure moves to low pressure, like a propane tank. When you open the nozzle, it spews out and reaches equilibrium. Hot moves to cold. A charged battery will move to a dead battery if you hook them up. The next day, they'll be both halfway charged. This isn't expertise. We all experience this in our everyday life. You ever had a flat?
Yeah.
Then you know you're an expert on gas pressure. Because if you don't have a container without any holes that has to be completely enclosed, right? Then you don't have gas pressure. So the question is, how are you breathing right now if the earth is an open system?
Okay, I'll say like going off of just an initial observation, I can understand that it seems like it has to be contained. So that to me that would be rational. I mean, it doesn't mean that's true, but it does mean that's a rational position.
No,
Just
it's
when you observe.
rational, but it's not a rational position.
No, I'm saying like it is a rational position. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true, but it is a rational position.
Oh, it's necessarily true.
Well, not necessarily because
Yeah,
I've observed.
necessarily, according to the second law
Not
of thermodynamics.
So does
Yeah.
does gas have mass?
Oh, hold on a second. With gas and mass. Today, 5 minutes after the hour, this is from the entropysite.oxy.edu. Gas expansion into a vacuum. So that's the scenario we got going on here because we have gas pressure in an open system adjacent to a vacuum. So this is right on point. Gas expansion into a vacuum. The mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion and fusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. So, if that gas here on Earth is not attempting to fill that volume, then you're violating the entropy laws, i.e., second law of thermodynamics. Not you, but the concept.
You're under arrest, buddy.
Yeah, you're under arrest for violating the second law.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Have you asked your personal questions to people that deeply dive down that rabbit hole? I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question?
No, hold on a second.
Sure.
Yes, I've asked experts this question for the past 5.5 years, all the way to the top. And all I've got, mainly, it's a lot easier with experts because they just remain silent. See, the non-experts, they try to red herring fallacy around this. So it's more difficult for me personally to ask novices about this. Experts, it's easy. I just put it out, just stop. Right? Yeah, there's no one can explain this one.
So could I ask what is the official story? So
There
an
is
expert might say that gravity pulls the
Experts
mass
know
of the
better than that
molecules.
shit. If you got a propane tank and you open it on the surface of the Earth, what's going to happen? Is gravity going to keep the 250 psi in an open propane tank?
Yeah, the experts
Is
are
it?
going to say that.
Are you asking me directly?
Yeah, if I have a propane tank with 250 psi in it and I open it, is the gravity going to keep the mass? Because there's lots of mass in that container, and you guys love saying mass attracts mass. So is the gravity going to keep the gas in the propane container, or is it going to leak out until it reaches equilibrium?
Just
It would be
second
my.
before you
It would be
answer that.
my.
Just to give him more of an equal, like, what if the tank has 14 point? What do they say? 14.2, 14 point. What is
What if,
sea level?
what if it has 15 pounds?
Okay, I'm just saying, let's get it close to the air pressure that we have, right?
15. So let's, because it's 14.7 atmospheric pressure at sea level. Let's say the propane tank is at 15.
What's going to happen when you open it?
What's going to happen when you open that 15-pound propane tank?
So, you guys don't dispute that, like, if you filled a container with air at ambient pressure and then go to like the top of Mount Everest, if you were to open that, it would escape, right?
Yeah, you're talking about the gradient, right? But there's a necessary antecedent for a pressure gradient, which is the pressure. And the necessary antecedent for the pressure is the container. So we're going to ask again, if you got 15 psi in a container at sea level and you open it, what's going to happen?
It's not a trick question.
I think what it would do is everything would return to 1 atmosphere of pressure.
Inside the container, correct.
Yep.
It's going to reach equilibrium every time, no matter what. Hot moves to cold every time, no matter what. High charge moves to low charge every time, no matter what. 8 days a week, 365. And those of you who don't know about 8 days a week, it's called overtime.
So there's a guy in here with the name North Star. Is there what is sort of the explanation for not being able to see Polaris in the southern? What would be referred to as the southern hemisphere?
Hold up. No. We're not off this topic just yet. Just hold on.
Oh, okay.
Hold on to that one.
I mean, there's a gradient of density of the molecules the further you get away from the Earth's surface. The same thing is observed on other planets.
No,
like, for
it
example,
doesn't. Stop. Hank just explained this to you. See, we're asking about how do you have gas pressure? You are appealing to gas pressure gradients. What comes first, gas pressure or gas pressure gradients?
the stack of molecules.
No,
and
it's not a stack of molecules. Answer my question. Which comes first?
The stack
gas
of molecules
pressure?
creates more.
Now, listen to my question again.
Direct.
Which comes first? Gas pressure or what you're appealing to, gas pressure gradients?
I'm not even sure what you're asking, honestly.
All right, so you're out the discussion because that's like a second grade question.
Nerd.
All right, Juju. Anything else?
I mean, I didn't have anything. That's why I mute myself. I'm just listening. If I have a question, I'll ask it.
So this is a devastating point. The reason why is it's so comprehensive because what it does is it takes everything in outer space, what they call outer space, out to the woodshed and beats it about the head and shoulders with a nail spike 44-inch Louisville Slugger. That means every appeal made to anything in outer space, that means all the rocket launches into outer space. not the rocket launches itself. Everything that leaves the Earth, everything that exists out there in outer space cannot be appealed to. It's void. No pun intended.
Sure, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, that's the point of that little argument right there. It's usually quick and deadly. So that's all I had for. I'm not going to get into anything more complex with you. I just wanted to show you that one.
Sure, but I also acknowledge that something could be true even when all odds are stacked against it.
That's
Yeah,
not
you
an
can have
argument.
like, yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, do you know what will convince you? Or you just like, yeah, I just can't be convinced under current
Demonstration,
science.
You can't be
right?
convinced about a second law of thermodynamics violation. If you can't be convinced of that, then there's nothing going to convince you.
Okay, so I guess there's nothing.
Just
you
give us
can-
a demonstration. Show us gas pressure without a container.
Well,
Simple,
I'm just
right?
wondering if something could convince you without that, because pretty soon it might be true that Elon Musk might be sending rockets later on, and if that happens, like,
Yeah, he might be serving unicorn nipples to the Taliban, right? We don't know what the future holds, right?
What?
I mean, I
He
don't know
might
if
be doing
that's.
what?
He
That
said
doesn't
that
have
they
anything-
might be doing this, right?
that
He
doesn't-
might
I
be
know.
doing that. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Right, exactly.
okay,
Yeah, so that's it's over.
So the official story of gas pressure, not to say that I'm endorsing it, would be that the mass of the air particles are attracted to the surface of the Earth.
Oh, wait a second. You just violated about 5 natural laws and Brownian motion. So
Okay.
let's get to that point. You know that let me try to say it this way. Even if I gave you, because there's 2 versions of gravity, right? Even if I gave you all of Newtonian gravity, all the force you want times 1,000, then on top of that, I multiplied it by, I'll give you all of bendy spacetime, Einstein's general theory of relativity, everything that you want times another 1,000, and then multiply those by 10,000, it will not affect the entropy of gases 1 iota. Number 1. Number 2, according to you, it would never friggin' rain on the Earth.
Wow. Why is that?
Well, because of evaporation. Can you tell us what happens when water evaporates?
Well, when water reaches a certain temperature, it turns into a gas.
So it turns into a gas. Which vector, which direction does it go when that happens?
Which vector?
Yeah, direction. Where's it go?
So it's buoyant in the atmosphere.
So it goes up, right?
Well, it goes all over technically.
No, it goes up.
Ooh, that's not.
Up.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know if that's
goes-
universally true though.
It goes up.
Anywhere humidity exists,
It goes up.
Okay.
Yeah. So rain goes up, then condensation reactions occur. You know, that's what they call clouds, and then it falls as rain. See, as soon as I say goes up, the prosecution rests.
Wait. Why? I'm confused.
Why? Because
Yeah.
everything according to you, mass attracting mass, which you can't define, by the way, and it's a begging the question fallacy, would
Oh, you're talking
go
about
down.
gra-
It has only one. Don't.
Are you talking about
interrupt me.
gravity?
Do not interrupt me.
Okay.
I am very concise.
Okay.
Soon as I say it goes up, you're screwed because you said the Earth and its gravity has only one vector when you say mass attracts mass. Well, you're violating not only Brownian motion, but the second law of thermodynamics, Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law.
So to be clear, you're saying you're invoking a skepticism about gravity.
Skepticism, no, I'm saying gravity doesn't exist whatsoever. Even if it did, it would
Right.
not affect gases 1 iota.
And gravity wouldn't affect gases,
Nope.
and because why is that?
Well, because number 1, gravity doesn't exist. And let me say this again. Even if it did,
Right. Even if
I
it
guess
did.
you're not listening. It would help if you shut up. You'd probably be able to listen, especially since this is the second time I'm going to say it. Even if I'd given you all of Newtonian gravity, all of Einsteinian bendy spacetime gravity, multiplied that by 10 billion, it will not affect gases. The entropy of gas is 1 iota.
Can I ask you to elaborate?
Elaborate on what?
I'm confused.
Yeah,
Why?
water evaporation.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Well, hold on. There's two things being said here. One is gravity can't exist, and if
No,
let's
I
say
didn't it
hypothetically,
can't.
okay,
No,
okay.
no, I didn't. No, I didn't say it can't exist. I'm saying it doesn't exist. Gravity is a misnomer. What? Let's go to gravity then, because we're inevitably going to get there, right? What type of gravity are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about, I suppose not the Newtonian, but the Einsteinian. Would that be accurate? So, space-time, space-time curving by mass, etc.
Yeah, bendy space. So I'm going to ask you to scientifically validate it, right? Because it's supposedly a scientific theory, correct?
Well, that's not really the nature of my question, but I'm happy to play along.
No, it's the nature of your question, because you invoke gravity, and I said, let's go down this lane so we could kill this quick. So now you don't have to do the experiment. You just have to find it, right? So general theory of relativity was published in 1915, November 25th to be exact. So to be a scientific theory, you would have to have a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses that have been confirmed through repeated experimental tests, because that's what a scientific theory is. So you're going to have to go to his paper, Einstein's paper, and pull out the hypothesis. Make sure you identify both variables in the hypothesis that he used and the experiment. You're going to have to identify 3 variables in that experiment and show how it's validated. Can you do that?
I'm not prepared to do that now.
Even if you were prepared, you won't be able to do it because it is not located inside his paper, because it is not a scientific theory. So,
could I ask a question that hinged on, even if you're sort of granting the opposition? You said, even if I grant you Newtonian, Einsteinian, blah, blah, blah,
Yep.
Gravity wouldn't have any effect on atmospheric particles. Why would that be true?
Why would that be true? Because number one, it has no effect on gas molecules, because gas molecules follow certain laws. The biggest one I would say is the second law of thermodynamics, but the second most important principle is Brownian motion. Do you know what Brownian motion is?
No, I do not.
Gas molecules move in all directions very fast, depending on temperature, but let's just go with room temperature. It's pretty fast.
Sure.
The most important part is the vector. They have all conceivable vectors, whereas gravity, either one, only has one. So how can something have multiple vectors and have only one at the same time without violating the law of non-contradiction?
The law of non-contradiction.
Yes.
Well, the law of non-contradiction doesn't apply here.
Yes, it does.
Could.
Yes, it does.
The law you're talking about like A equals A, right?
No, I'm saying the law of non-contradiction. That means if gravity is saying that particles can have only one direction, and Brownian motion says that gases have all directions, so you can't have all directions while having particles move in only one direction. That's a paradox.
It's not a paradox. I think I could show
it is a paradox.
How those
it's
could
a second grade paradox.
I think I have an idea on how those could be reconciled.
No, you don't.
Okay.
So I got a friend. He's a married bachelor. Reconcile that. He's married, but he's also a bachelor. Can you reconcile those two things? Think about it. He's married, but he's a bachelor.
The definitional difference here doesn't apply either. But that's okay. I don't have to talk.
Show us. Show us what you're talking about.
Definitional difference doesn't apply here. What definitional difference?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're not invoking a definitional difference like you would be if you were saying. Well, come now.
Oh my God, dude. You got diarrhea of the mouth. You not only have ignorance, you've weaponized it.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't have to. I like
How
talking
can
about.
how can
Okay.
something have the ability to move in all directions and then move in only one direction without violating the law of non-contradiction?
It seems to me that air molecules bounce off of each other,
Yeah.
but trend downwards. So it's like a
No, they
big.
don't trend downwards. That violates Brownian motion. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to live stream at 22 minutes after the hour.
So
From MIT, that means you shut up. Thank you very much. So at 22 minutes after the hour, Brownian motion, real gas molecules move in all directions, not just the neighbors on a chessboard. You're done. Prosecution rests.
To be clear,
God.
like I don't want to abuse my or bore the room. I feel like I'm being.
First, I think we need a concession, right? You're wrong, right? They go in all directions.
So I am being interrupted, but I'm being threatened.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Get out of here, Sally. Next.
Someone help me. Oh, man.
Hold on,
Fucking
before you leave, Rob, or however you say that. Look, all of a sudden trying to appeal to your emotions and how you're being treated and shit like that, that's just an out. We all recognize that we deal with this every day. So get rid of that shit, man up, and come back to the conversation. Admit when you're wrong. Concede when you need to.
Yeah, just concede. You can't have a married bachelor.
Right?
It's one or the other.
I'll give him another chance. Go ahead.
So I don't want to take the conversation in a place that you guys don't want to take it. I don't want to end up muted. That's not my goal. I like talking about this stuff.
You're caught in a contradiction and a paradox. Reconcile it or do something else.
I can do that for you.
All right.
So it seems like this Brownian motion, the air molecules are bouncing off each other in chaotic ways.
Yeah.
However, the motion trends downward in.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on,
please.
before you interrupt.
Citation, please.
I need to finish.
Citation, please.
The molecules trend downward like we.
I'm not fucking. Shut the fuck up. You're done. They don't trend down. You just made that shit up. And you compromise. Gas molecules move in all directions. It doesn't say trend down. You're toast. Let's move on.
Yeah, citation to your claim or shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we're gonna find somebody else to talk to. If you find that citation you're looking for, please post it in the chat or directly to Quantum, who's asking for it.
Yep. Go ahead, Lou. You can take over.
I'm just doing moderation. You're the one killing it.
Yeah, see, the thing is that Quantum Eraser cited a source, right? And then he read from the source. Now, this guy's disagreeing with him. We don't want a just so story. We don't want the village idiot coming around and saying, hey, I think this is what's going on, y'all. Like, we need a source that goes against Quantum source. Then the conversation can continue because he's got some information, he's validated it with a source, and he's ready to back it up. But you can't just, you can't do that here. We need you to cite your source.
He's also violated the second law of thermodynamics by decreasing entropy. I didn't bring that one up. I didn't think I needed to. I could kill it quick with Brownian motion, so. We can move on. Like I said, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for taking over, Kiwi. I was busy. It's Friday night. You know how it is.
Yep, not a problem. But go ahead. I don't want to hog the mic. Go.
I guess looking around, I see Zold, who has no role. Zold, we'd like to talk to you, but you should get VC verified. If we're in a pinch, I suppose we could just risk it here. I'll take a look also more in the list, see who else we have. Here we go. Bodavin, I don't know how you say that exactly. You're VC verified. Would you like to speak?
And look, here's the deal. That's not going to happen to you if you're honest and you can admit when you've been proven wrong. All you have to say is, you know what? I may have been wrong about this. I may need to do further research. Just agree to disagree until you've come across the research that you're looking for, and then you can come back. But you can't just go, nuh-uh. The source that you cited is nuh-uh, right? Because what's the point of that? We can't progress the conversation any further.
Gotta back those claims, guys. Back them up.
Now, I know Geomancer's been around, but he's just a VC verified. I believe he's a flat earther, but I can't say for certain. Geomancer, would you like to talk about anything? We also got God's Gift. Anybody I call out, speak up.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Iram, no hard feelings. I hope you stick around and listen, and I hope you provide that citation. But for now, this conversation has come to a head without it. I think that's about it. I think I mentioned everybody that's new to it or VC verified.
Look, here's the thing. This ain't about winning. This isn't about your ego, right? This is science, right? There's no belief involved. The results are the results. Got to put your ego aside in order to talk about science, right? This is not a free speech zone, right? You're going to get your feelings hurt, but you got to man up and say, you know what? I was wrong. And then you got to say, okay, let's move on. And think about it like this, guys. Every time you get proven wrong, that's a good thing because you're not going to say the same wrong, stupid shit tomorrow, right? Because you got proven wrong, you're never going to make that mistake again. So do hot air balloons, do they trend towards down? Does helium balloons trend towards down? Right? When you drop an apple in a pool of water, does it trend towards down? No. There's buoyancy involved, right? So look up specific gravity and get back to me about how everything trends towards down.
Yeah, we value honesty here.
Hey, is this the Alcoholics Anonymous chat room?
No.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. How you guys doing?
We're all good.
Just waiting for your next trollish comment. That's all.
All right, it's Flatter-day Saints, baby. You know the deal.
He says things like that. He's a good boy.
Yeah, I'm not trying to troll.
Listen to his music. You should listen to his
I'm just not
music.
aware.
I heard him earlier today.
You know what I mean? My mom dropped me on my head a few times when I was a kid. I'm still repping
Yep,
Flat Earth out here, though, you know?
Man, he just can't help.
You guys want to hear a joke real quick?
Not really.
All right, my bad. Sorry.
No, we get enough of them. They're called Globers and atheists. Thanks.
You got enough what?
Jokes. Thanks.
Oh, I'm not a Glober, bro.
Yeah, no, the Globers who come in here tell them all day long, though. We're fucking laughed out.
Okay, all right. My bad.
If you have
I remember in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, the cartoons, if they laughed too much, they would actually die. So that's good advice.
Where do bad rainbows go to be punished?
Where?
To Prism. It's a light sentence.
That's a good one, bro. I like that one.
Oh, that was a good one. Yeah.
Nice.
I like that one.
So the Taliban open up an army surplus store. They call it Trader Joe's.
If you have some empirical joke, shoot.
I guess that means we should allow him to tell his joke. Then.
Hey, on the point, if I may, on the point that you guys were talking about earlier, for the most part, everyone that is on the Glober side or whatever, they're really just depending on the appeal to consensus. Everyone believes this. They're not going to say it directly, but this is what it's like that's where their armor is, right? It's like everybody believes this and you flat earthers don't fucking believe it, so I'm on the right side because most people believe it. That's an appeal to consensus, right? It's a
policy.
Hey Helio, I forget which Bible verse it is, but it's what's popular is not always right, and what's right is not always popular.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's out of the Bible.
So if you're going to come here with an appeal to consensus, it's like, well, they come in here with the attitude they can say whatever they want, even if they're ignorant. They're that's why they troll us or whatever, and they're just like, hey, they can almost say whatever they want because most people believe the globe, and so they can say whatever they want, not ever bringing any evidence for it. And so they feel comfortable in their corner of their consensus values, if there is any.
There is no scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe. It's all been disproven.
Right, but Albert Einstein did not write the Bible, though.
Right, but they just come in here and they just regurgitate the same old things that they learned in school.
So who did write the Bible?
God. Thanks.
Yeah.
No, come on. That's not honest.
Oh, yes, it is. The inspired word.
That wasn't.
There were
my
many
fault.
writers.
Exodus 20.
All right, let's avoid that God conversation.
Let's not do it anyway.
I'm talking about the Albert. Okay, real quick, the Albert Einstein quote. That's a quote from Albert Einstein, not the Bible. Just for the record. Thanks, Caps.
Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate it because I was wondering that's not in the Bible. But here's the thing. I wonder if the guy's going to come back and say, you know what? I don't have a source. Right? There is no scientific theory for Einstein's gravity. I just want to learn what you guys think, and you know what? I was wrong. How hard would that be? Because if he doesn't have a source and he doesn't have a working hypothesis, right, then maybe we know something he don't. I mean, is that possible? That you can learn from people that you disagree with? Is that possible?
Nope.
Not for Globers.
Not for them. No. Oh, yeah, not for them.
Well, I thought he was a normie, right? He seemed like a normie, but maybe he is one of the anti-flat earthers who can't learn anything new because he already knows everything. And if you know how much the sun weighs and how much the earth weighs and the mass of Jupiter and all this stuff,
so
how do you know that? How do you know?
Scale. You can put it on the virtual scale.
He just hasn't gotten his booster yet, bro. Give him some time.
Oh my goodness, man!
Yeah, he might need a booster seat. This is the big boys table where we put our emotions aside and we focus on the facts.
Well, his immediate response was those things tend
big girls too.
Yeah, I don't mean to leave you out, but whenever I say man, like mankind is automatically included.
I know, I'm just in your hard time.
It includes women. Yeah, I mean, she knows that.
You know, all animals know that the Earth is flat. All the animals know the Earth is flat.
Human dishwasher.
Whoa to man.
I don't do the human thing. I say man or mankind or woe man.
Hey,
she is the woe to man.
Has anyone had a job as a dishwasher, man or woman?
Yeah, I was a dishwasher for 2 years.
Yeah,
in
me
Susanville.
too. Yeah, it's actually a pretty cool job. You just freaking play.
I made about 37 cents an hour.
You know, my favorite job was when I would get put on. When I was in the military and I would get put on duty. You just sit and walk up and down the hallway for fucking 24 hours, and that's it.
Yeah.
And then
Storm guard.
Dishwasher's a pretty good job, man. It's freaking. There's no. The only thing they expect is you to wash the dishes and make them clean, and then they serve everybody else. And
they say
that is unless you're in jail.
No,
because you get paid 25 cents a day.
Security is the best.
That's not true. When I was washing dishes at Susanville, I was making 37 cents an hour. So you make more than 25 cents a day. When you're at fire,
we're not talking about prison, but at the same time,
that's a prison, though.
You can get a dishwashing job right now, and then make a fair living. I guess not as. I mean, there's nothing fair in the structure we're under now, but at least you have a job. So whatever.
San Bernardino jail system, sheriff's department only pays you 25 cents a day for working.
So why are we talking about prison dishwashers?
Yeah,
most jails don't pay you.
They put it on your books so that when because you're already sentenced to state or not state prison but county prison.
Yeah.
So you just get turned into the blues, and you basically be the cops' bitches.
Somebody was telling me from San Bernardino County Jail, you can actually go straight to Arnold unit at fire camp and you could pass through Wasco
only
and
if
all the
you've
other
been.
crap.
No, that's only if you've been sentenced and you have over a year to do.
Okay, because when I went
And
to fire camp,
nonviolent.
I had to go through everything: Wasco, Susanville, and then Arnold unit.
For the record, I didn't bring up jail or prison.
Yeah, can we
Oh,
get
it's cool.
back to earlier? Juju said that it was a false dichotomy. We asked Juju, hey, show us the third option, right? And he bailed or didn't come through with that. And then the other guy who QE just talked to also said this is a false dichotomy, right? It's not a true dichotomy. You can go down in multiple directions at the same time. So, is there any Globers in here that cannot like speak out of both sides of their mouth, please?
Hey,
Come inside, talk to us.
if everything's intrinsically electrostatic because all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, and electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale, which is 39 zeros, how could you ever isolate gravity?
That sounds like Witsit.
That's what that. Yeah, what he
That
said.
is Witsit.
Hell yeah.
What the hell are you talking about? Yeah,
You can't, right? So you can't isolate it.
Easily.
You can't remove it and test it. So it's non-testable. That's the thing. Gravity is not falsifiable. It's not true science.
Oh, snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
What's it doing jujitsu, dismantling all of them?
Fat nasty.
Did you say jujitsu? I'm just
No,
Yeah,
it's
Witset's
Aryan
doing
jitsu,
jujitsu.
bro.
He
We
does
stole that
jujitsu.
shit
I've
fair
seen
and
him.
square.
religious play.
Straight up.
Anyway.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
I've seen grown men cry because Witsit says a couple words to them. They don't know what to do. I wouldn't even know what to do. You know what I mean?
Hey, yeah,
Witsit could talk to me
Dad,
about the rules of Scrabble and break it down. It's
look
hilarious.
at that meme that Dehay just posted. You remember that movie? Was it called True Lie?
Liar,
What
liar.
the- liar. Yeah, and he's just like he couldn't lie. He was just like trying to lie, but he couldn't.
Yeah,
the
he
whole
was a
fucking
lawyer,
movie.
too.
That's a good movie, man.
He's holding the pin. He's like, this pin is royal blue.
He's like,
Damn it.
early blue.
I love that movie. Good movie.
All right, so guys, with this,
I wish people
Erom
couldn't
guy,
lie
I think-
when they came in here.
with
Sometimes.
this
Go ahead, Lou.
Erom guy, I think we had a good conversation going with him, and at this point, he's not really sure what he was even supposed to prove. Like it was kind of lost. I'm going to open his mic again one more time. It was about gas. He was talking about mass attracting mass and gas being attracted to the center of mass, and we were talking about how it moves omnidirectionally. Now we were requiring a citation from him or a concession, and I'm going to open the mic to him to at least move past that, but I'm still going to want the concession. Yeah.
It's a good idea.
Hey,
Good
how's it
idea,
going? First, you want to hear the one about the Polish terrorist?
Sure.
Hold on. Hey, let's let this happen. Lou and Homeboy.
That was
the,
homeboy.
The Polish
I know.
terrorist, he tried to blow up a bus, but he burnt his lips on the exhaust pipe.
Okay.
You get
See,
it?
that's ambiguity, right?
You get it?
That could be
it's
offensive to Polish people.
I think we
Hey,
can turn
that's
that into an. I think
my
we can turn that
uncle's a
into an
bus, bro. That's kind of offensive. My uncle happens to be a bus. That's kind of offensive to me.
Lou respond to his obvious dream.
Yeah, we could turn that into an entropy joke. I
You
think.
guys never let me say my joke. I have one joke, and you never let me say it. That's messed
Shut
up.
up, Latter-day Saints.
We might have to have a Joker's night,
No, I'm just gonna say this one joke. I gotta say it.
I'm just messing with you. Go ahead, do yours, and then we're on to Eero.
Let him,
Okay.
please.
Okay, check it out. What does buoyancy and density have to do with a little kid locked in McToon's basement?
Uh-oh.
In whose basement?
I don't know
In
what.
McToon's basement. The little boy. What does buoyancy and density have to do with a kid in McToon's basement?
Who the hell's McToon?
Yeah, who is that?
He's
You guys don't know
a globe
McToon?
MC2,
Yeah, McToon. Yeah.
Yeah, fight the flat Earth, isn't he? or
No.
something.
Yeah,
He's
never heard of him. He must not be important.
a friend of
sound
his.
exactly the same.
Why
That's
can't
what's
you guys just say I don't know? Why?
Yeah, I don't know
Okay.
why. It's a non sequitur.
Okay, so here's the answer. He's got to go in his den to see the camera to check on the boy and see if he's still breathing.
we shouldn't have allowed your joke.
I love it. Okay, ask the Glober if he can concede yet.
Yeah.
Can I
let's
try?
go to that.
Can I try with one? It's short.
Wait, what?
One joke short.
Oh, a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you fancy yourself a comedian,
Helio, very short.
don't
Level,
make it.
level is curved.
Hey, Glober.
That's a short joke.
Glober, I think Lou asked you a question. Either you're supposed to be bringing a citation explaining how somehow gas isn't omnidirectional, or you're supposed to be conceding.
Yes, Iram, this was you. So, do you have the citation about gas being attracted to center of mass?
So I went to Wikipedia.
Oh my god!
But I have a feeling you're not going to accept a Wikipedia.
Hold on. Make your statement. Say what source. Cite your source, and then we can discuss it. Don't presume what we might accept or what we might not accept. Go ahead and cite your source, and then we can analyze it, and then we'll go over it.
In the wiki article for Brownian motion, which I was not familiar with that term, so I learned something new today. Thank you for that. There's a diagram about how the equilibrium of distribution of particles and how they move to a lower concentration when affected by gravity. So there's a gradient of higher concentration towards the source of the attraction, and there's a gradient of less density as it goes
that's
up.
incorrect. And Wikipedia is not a viable source. So
all right. Okay.
Yeah, you should exercise discernment, man.
And that actually doesn't even say what you apparently claim, which is that it's attracted to the center of mass, which is mass attracting mass, and you're like 100 years behind.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, there are some articles that, I mean, if anyone wants to share, I mean,
no, I think
how gravity how gravity affects gases if gravity exists in the first place, which obviously it doesn't.
We
but
already established it doesn't.
So what? I mean, when he said
him
gravity,
appealing to gravity is non sequitur.
Yeah, of course.
From a wiki article that if you scroll up in the text, Joshua Matthew, thank you. Wikipedia is not a reliable source. Do you know why?
No, I don't.
Yeah, because anyone and their sister, from numpty dipshits to baby Huey, could post in there.
Right, so it could be a village idiot, right, who just wrote that article. Right, you don't know he's a village idiot because you don't live in his village. Right, do you see the problem?
What is a good resource that you guys use?
Well, resources.
Sure.
I don't know. You'd have to post one. It's not wiki.
Yeah,
.edu
sites are good. .gov sites, .org sites. Just anything that comes from somebody who's actually got documented studies that we can check out for ourselves.
Dude, if his source was from Stanford, it still doesn't support what he claimed. So it doesn't matter.
It would still be. Exactly. He can't find a Stanford or an Oxford or anybody who can support what he said. And that was the whole catch-22 that he was left with.
Well, any scientist who did experiment with that, what he said, and that's it.
But yeah, you guys understand the problem, right?
Could
When you read that off Wikipedia, it's saying that gases are affected by gravity, which is laughable in numerous ways, but that's not even specifically what he's claiming if he claims it's attracted to the center of mass, which is outdated, right? It would be that there's a gravity well relative to the displacement of mass, which is relative to the center of the mass, right? But that it is in no way an attraction to the center of mass. So even his own wiki source was inadmissible and laughable, still doesn't support what he's saying. So you're still left with the option of conceding that you were wrong.
I know it's tough, man, but you really should. Look, we can show you Quantum. You've got the citations ready to go. Show them if you don't mind. go ahead and do your whole spiel about like from so and so and from so and so. You know, where it talks
From
about
Professor Shankar.
omnidirectional direction of gas, the behavior of gas. In fact, anywhere you look, you're going to find that. So if you're trying to tell us otherwise, you're going to have a real hard problem citing that.
Because gas particles bump into each other and then they shoot off in another direction. If there's containment, they bump into the wall of the container. And then they bump into each other again, and they bump in the wall of the container. If it's not contained, they bump into each other, go off in another direction until they don't bump into each other anymore. And this is why gas always expands to fill the available volume until it reaches equilibrium. We all know this. We've all had a flat tire. We've all grilled on a propane grill. Like,
Hey,
this
Lou.
isn't new.
Lou, that was Quantum Erasure 2.
Yeah. Or you're different. You're a different one now.
No, I get. Hank, as soon as you said, "Hey, Quantum Erasure, go ahead and do this," Hank started speaking. I guess he thinks he's Quantum Erasure.
Oh, I get you. I get you. All right, he's ready to go, guys.
Forgive me.
Yeah. So, oh, you still want me to do that?
Love it. Yeah, I think Iram really requires it. He needs it.
Okay.
Wait, what's that?
There you go, Quantum Racer.
Please pay attention in live stream.
48 minutes after the hour.
This stuff is going to be written there for you to read along.
All right. Here we go. So at 48 minutes after the hour, from the damn, everyone keeps posting it. Fucking went right up. Education.vic.gov. In gases, the particles move rapidly in all directions, frequently colliding with each other in the side of the container. From the chemistry department at Purdue University, particles in a gas vibrate and move freely at high speeds. From NASA, the molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other in the walls of the container. From sciencelearn.org, the atoms and molecules in gases are much more spread out than in solids or liquids. They vibrate and move freely at high speeds. From
Sorry. So these are 4 different citations that Quantum just provided for you. We were asking for one from you that would refute this. Just
So
one.
I'm very interested. You're using NASA as a source?
Sure.
Is this the guy that said?
Come on, Helio.
All right, cool.
Yes, we're using NASA as a source. That's a hostile witness. Are you familiar with the concept?
I'm quite familiar with that. Go ahead.
Are you asking me? Hostile
Yes, because you raised your hand. Are you using NASA as a source? Yeah, they're a hostile witness. They're the best.
Okay.
Yeah, I am. I always use NASA as sources.
Do you know what that means?
Do I know what means? That he's using NASA as a source? That he trusts NASA?
Hostile witness.
Oh.
You don't know what a hostile witness means. No, he just said,
I assume it means that we have a disagreement.
The fact that he used one citation from NASA now means that he believes everything NASA says?
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, I would have guessed, I could be wrong, that you guys are very skeptical of a lot of NASA's claims.
Hostile witness. This is where you just say you don't know what it means so someone can tell you. You see how we're having a real
Here's the
difficult...
definition of hostile witness. A witness who is antagonistic to the party calling them and, being unwilling to tell the truth, may have to be cross-examined by the party.
Oh.
True. So you're on the team against me, but I used someone on your team and what they said to formulate my argument against you.
Yeah.
The problem with his
now?
logic board. He's missing and or gates.
You see, we're gonna have a real problem talking to you if you can't in any way ever be honest and just concede things here and there, or acknowledge when maybe you don't know about something. Right? That's intellectual honesty. It's a pretty fundamental requirement of a productive exchange. Right?
Give him a litmus test. What's it?
If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Flat.
Oh, nice. If the
Damn,
Earth
that was without
isn't-
hesitation.
if the Earth isn't moving, what is it?
Stationary.
You're doing great, bro.
Okay.
If the requirement for gas pressure is containment, and we have gas pressure on the Earth, what's the gas pressure being? What's being done to the gas pressure?
It's contained.
You're crushing, man.
Dude, why are you even arguing with us?
Well, those are hypotheticals that you illustrated. So to be against hypothetical modeling is it's really frustrating.
I have one question. Is this
So
the
just
guy
because-
that said?
So hold
is
on.
this the
Just
guy?
because just because
you
I
said-
agree
I was
to
going to
those
say. Hold on.
hypotheticals
Did you?
doesn't mean
Are
that
you the guy that said that gas molecules bounce off of each other? Is this the same guy?
Yes.
Or was
I don't
that
know, but
somebody else?
did this guy just say that arguing against hypothetical modeling is really frustrating? Did he actually just say that?
No,
Yes, he
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said
Yeah, you
people
did.
who no. I said people who can't accept hypothetical modeling are very.
It's not hypothetical models.
No. Because he said if the Earth has no curves, what is it? And
right.
It's an if-then statement.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that I'm of that opinion, but that's just means that would be true.
Yeah,
If
you
the
crush
conditional
in those
statement-
situations.
He said it's a conditional statement, right? If the Earth is flat, it's not a hypothetical. If the Earth is flat, it's not hypothetical.
Yes, I understand that that's your position. The way it was posed to me was, if the Earth had no curves, what would it be? And
Right.
That's just a definitional. That's your a bachelor is an unmarried man. That's where that comes in.
No, it's not.
Sure, because you're just defining. We're just defining hypotheticals.
Defining hypotheticals. What's the hypothetical?
Listen, I understand that you have an opinion, but I'm saying the way that it was posed to me just now was if keyword if the Earth has no curves, what would it be? And the answer is
Flat.
flat.
Okay.
So it
So
has
let's
no
take
curves.
so let's take it out of hypothetical. Now show
Yeah.
us the curve.
Yeah, how about this? Because
Hold
the
on.
Earth has no curve, it's flat.
Hold on.
Well, that's
Hold on.
different.
Hold on. Let's take it out of the hypothetical realm, and I'll leave it for Witsit. Show us curvature.
Okay. Sure. So you can't see Polaris from the southern hemisphere.
That's untrue.
Wrong.
So sky have to do with the ground.
Wait,
What's
so he
that?
asked you to show us curvature, and you immediately pointed to the sky. So the curve of the Earth in the sky?
The curve of the Earth is evident in the sky, our perception of the sky.
Wait, where's the curve of the Earth, though?
Well, you can see it in photos, but arguing from photos gets very dicey because you have to talk about lenses.
Okay, well, just show it to us. Show us where you can see it.
How about the principle of the idea? I mean, so you're going to prove that the Earth is a globe because you looked at stars and the sun and moon. Is this what your claim
Talk
is?
about hypothetical models.
Yeah.
Wait, calm down. So we can see the curve in a photo. So we can see the horizon being curved. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you can, yeah.
Okay, so we see the curvature of the Earth in the form of a horizon.
Sure, but could we stick to my example?
No, because you pointed to the sky.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the reason Polaris is visible from the northern hemisphere and not the southern is because
That's incorrect, by the way.
Okay, so this is
Going to
interesting.
the stars and the sky is a non sequitur argument. We're looking for physical curvature.
And you can't see
So
the Polaris beneath the equator. Dun dun dun.
can you? Okay, so that's interesting. How do you know that?
Well, what
because you can look, but that's all right. I'll get that. What's it? Please go on past that though.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So we're going to get to the point here. Where's the curvature of the Earth? You said the picture. You can see a curvature of the Earth in the picture of a horizon. So then you're saying that the horizon is a physical curvature of the Earth.
Well, it depends on your vantage, but yeah.
Okay, so the curvature of the Earth is a physical location.
Well, no.
What? What?
It's not a physical location. I mean, the curvature of the Earth is a continuum.
Okay, so when we see the curve of the Earth, is it physically there?
Yeah, it's physically there.
Okay, so it's a physical location. So you agree that it has to be in a certain location based on the size of the supposed oblate spheroid?
No, I actually don't think that's true.
Well, if a sphere is a certain size, it curves at a certain rate, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So they say the Earth's a sphere that's a certain size, right?
Uh-huh.
Thus, by logical deduction, it is necessitated that it curves at a certain rate.
Yes.
So then based on the size, we can figure out where that curve should be. And you say that curve is a horizon.
I say that curve is that's where I think I'm getting a little muddy because I say that curve is a horizon. I mean, the horizon to any given observer depends on a number of conditions because the horizon is perceived, but the perception or the misperception of a horizon is separate from the rate of curve.
So wait, when do you know that you're seeing the actual horizon or the curvature and then you're not seeing it?
Well, it's actually not, you don't see curved over the horizon. When I've seen like the curvature of the Earth, it's been from the side of my vision. So
let me ask you something.
It's not something you see over, it's something you see an expanse of.
Let me ask you, do you think that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
This is why I'm getting confused. I'm not sure.
All right, so okay, cool. So yeah, I'm confused too because it doesn't look.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Okay, I asked him that. He said yes. Okay, I've never seen a guy more set up for the Black Swan ever. Hey, my man, we're gonna destroy your religion. Calm down.
That's not what I said, though. That's not what I said, though.
Okay, you did because you said that we could see a picture of the curvature of the Earth. I said, okay, so when we look out this picture, it's going to be the horizon that's curving, and that's the curvature of the Earth, right? And you said yes.
I believe what I said, and I'm sorry, I'm getting messages. I think I'm getting pinged all over the place.
Don't pay attention to them. Pay attention to this talk.
Okay, so I think what I said was any individual's perception of the horizon isn't necessarily a perception of the Earth's curvature because the perception of the horizon depends on all kinds of different things. It's a matter of perspective.
Oh wow! Thank you for being so concise and clear there. So how about this? We'll do it like this. They say the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. Based on geometry, we should see the curvature of the Earth in the form of a geometric horizon, a physical location that you conceded was supposedly there, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This comes from the radius value.
No, I'm not actually. So when you say it's quote there, what do you mean? Like,
what do I mean when I say it's there?
Have curvature.
Do what? Sorry,
I'm asking you a question. If you have a sphere in your hand, does it have curvature? Does it exhibit curvature? Can you detect curvature? Okay,
yes,
so when
absolutely.
you say "is it there," what are you talking about?
I'm just confused with his parlance, and maybe it's just me being too dense. But he's saying if there's a horizon, he's like trying to put a location on a horizon. When I'm trying to say The horizon is just an individual's perception.
Okay, so now you're saying the horizon isn't physical; it's apparent.
Do you know what apparent means?
Sure.
Hey, who was the first person to put a physical distance to the horizon? Are you aware of
Hey,
any?
guys, can you let Witsit and this gentleman go for it without interrupting, even though you have good points?
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Witsit.
Okay, so is the horizon a physical place where the Earth curves and blocks our view, or is it just apparent?
So yeah, this is what's confusing. It's the horizon is just a perception of an observer. It's not, you can't go to a place and say, here I am at the horizon. That's not what the word means.
So it's just apparent.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, the globe Earth claims that there is a geometric horizon that is physical that blocks your view.
I mean, things can be behind, like stars. For instance, I was going to stars. Stars.
We're not going to talk about stars, bro.
Okay.
Let's use your favorite one. Boats disappear over the curve of the Earth. Do you agree with that?
I never invoked boats, but
hence why I said, do you agree with that?
I've actually never seen it personally, but I think that it's probably true.
So you think things disappear behind the curve of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. So that
I was going to talk about
physical-
stars, though.
No, we're not talking about stars, dude. We're talking about the Earth. So that would mean that there's a physical obstruction of curvature blocking something, right?
Sure, and I've also seen photos of what is it? Is it Toronto, where you can see that the buildings below a certain elevation disappear?
Okay, so you think they're disappearing because of the curvature of the Earth?
It would stand to reason.
Okay, so that means the Earth has a physical curvature that's blocking. It's not apparent; it's physical. It's actual.
Well, the appearance would be caused by the physics of like the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so do we ever see the actual curvature?
Well, sure, yeah.
Okay, so it's not just apparent. We do see the actual curvature. So how do we know when we're seeing the actual curvature or just an apparent location? How do we know the difference?
The actual curvature, or what was the other half of that?
An apparent location.
An apparent location? An apparent location. Sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult, but what is it? When you say location, what does that mean?
Okay, here's the deal, bro. The horizon is just an apparent location. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, the sky and the ground don't literally converge physically. It's just optical.
Okay.
It's an apparent location. Yeah, where the sky appears to meet the ground. On a globe Earth, there is a physical, actual, tangible location that curves and blocks your view so you can't see behind it, like a mound of dirt or a pregnant lady's stomach. Okay, these are two fundamentally different things. Okay, so on a globe Earth, there must be a physical obstruction. And not only that, it must be at a certain location because of a presupposed curvature rate.
I see. Yes, I'm on board now.
Okay, and that rate would require us to see the curvature, the physical location, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's from the radius value of 3,959 miles. Okay, you can Google it. But so then, if we are 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, we should see the curvature of the Earth at a certain distance. So what's the square root of 1?
The square root of 1?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's 1. It's 1, man. So what is 1 times 1.225?
1.225.
Okay.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh, okay. So that means if the curvature of the Earth should be visible at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and our observer's height is 1 foot, so the square root of 1 is 1 times 1.225 is 1.225. If we're 1 foot off the surface of a sphere that we think we live on, we have to see the curvature of the Earth at 1.2 miles away.
So so you're rattling off all these figures. Do you have, okay.
See, someone jumps in and says, "Oh, come on, man! Why do I rattle off the figures and go through it?" Because of that follow-up right there, where the Glober then asks that. So whoever's interrupting.
No, actually, that was a flat earther saying, "Oh, come on, man," because the guy didn't know simple mathematics. Like,
Yeah, like who has to
No,
calculate
I don't know
times
what.
something?
Hold on. You rattle off a bunch of figures like that. I'm not following what you're demonstrating. That's probably my own deficiency.
Yeah, it is, of course. I already explained it to you. The square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.2 is 1.2. Okay. Based on geometry, with the radius value, you know where you should see the curve of a sphere. Okay. Now, based on the sphere Earth they said we live on, we should see the curvature of the Earth, right? Curve up and block our view physically 1.2 miles away if we're 1 foot off the ground. Okay, if we're 5 feet off the ground, we should see it at 2.73 miles because we're a little bit higher above the ball, right? So we see the curvature a little further away. We have an observation. Here's the kicker, bro. We have an observation 1 foot off the surface of the Earth in California, and the horizon is over 10 miles away. That's 10 times too far. That would require the radius be 264,000 miles.
Okay.
Okay, globe Earth debunked. What that proves objectively is that the horizon is not a physical location of Earth curvature. It moves throughout the day, hour to hour, day to day, based on atmospheric conditions. Even though atmosphere is a stupid term and gases have no inherent.
Yeah. Okay. So this is why I wanted to take it to the stars, because I can show you that stars pass behind the horizon, and you don't have to worry about
There's a problem with that.
Okay. There, you don't have to worry about atmospheric distortion. Or
oh, you absolutely do. You absolutely do. All of the stars, all of the lights in the sky, all, according to you guys, would be subject to refraction. They would all be in an apparent location and not an actual location when you observe them.
For example, when you see it below the
definitely,
equator,
that's
when
true.
you see this, when you see Polaris below the equator, the official explanation from NASA is refraction.
Yeah, and
Okay,
I have
that's interesting. So I haven't heard about this.
Just a second. I have a citation here from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University. Major atmospheric refraction is guesstimated and added to give accurate predictions to the model, basically.
So can I ask about the viewing Polaris from the southern hemisphere, because that's very interesting.
Yeah, you can see Polaris.
You already brought it up a couple times, and a couple of times you said that you cannot see it from the southern hemisphere. I just want to lay it on the line right here. You are absolutely wrong. It's been witnessed from as far south as far as I know, 20 degrees south latitude. I think it might be more.
Right here. I got it.
So
are we? I got it. Are we off it for right now? We can go to this.
Yeah.
Good
for sure.
Because I think you made your point. So, Iram, I addressed it to you from the NatLib at Government New Zealand. Polaris and the Southern Cross both seen between latitude 2553, longitude 3546, and between 12th and 13th degrees south latitude.
So where is that?
12th to 13th degrees south latitude.
Get wrecked.
Right here. That 9 minutes after the hour. There you go.
Loading Google Earth, because I don't know where that is.
But listen this, if Witsit presented to you all these things about horizon and there is no curvature, and then you're saying on south hemisphere it's happening something.
Yeah.
Wait, was this is the source is actually dated from
Did you hear me what I said? Did you hear me what I said? Did you hear me what I said? Witsit presented to you. There is no curvature, that we have proof for that. And then you move to the southern hemisphere. That means it's curving.
So
you will
how
pass the graveyard.
how we can observe for something what is not curving?
Well, yes, Sasha, but you're focusing on semantics in this. I don't know if you're right,
but it's not
really
semantics, because Witsit spoke about half an hour to get the point.
Okay,
and then we move to the southern hemisphere.
Sasha's right. You're right, Sasha. You're exactly right. Everyone witnessed him whistle past the graveyard. From
no, I'm actually interested in it. So I've never seen this before. So it says, "Is the Earth a globe?" to the editor of the Observer.
That's right.
So is this someone writing in to say that he saw? Let's see, what is this? Proof theory. So this was published in 1889.
Yep.
I'm just curious, in the flat Earth community, I'm sure there are people in the southern hemisphere, or what is commonly called the southern hemisphere, even though we all know it's not a sphere. Are they able to see? Are they able to see
It
Polaris?
just made that readily apparent.
That was his first concession of the night.
It's the Hemis flat and the
Hemis flat, yeah, in the southern Hemis flat, yeah. So, does anyone in this room reside in the southern Hemis flat?
Why would they? We got Captain Edward Gillett.
Okay. So
I don't like that name though. I would go with Hemis Plane.
Hemis Plane?
No, I don't know. I don't like that either.
I like saying Atmos flat.
You know where is equator, and you will know where is south and north now. Everything lines.
So it is sometimes very convenient to have a nom de plume. For then, if the one who uses it makes any mistakes, it seems to me that this position is taken up by Tamatia. What is Tamatia?
I have no idea.
He come out to the charge with a big flourish with his total loss of the polar star. And then
but listen, what we will do with this example that we don't have curvature in nature. What we will do with that? What Vincent spoke about half an hour. Shall we eat that, swallow, throw it in the garbage, or consider that like a problem?
No, that's not thrown in the garbage. He's just
nom de plume. He said nom de plume. That's a pen name.
Well, this guy is also an expert in his field. As a sailor, he would be using the stars to navigate.
Oh, nom de plume is French for pen name. That's fun.
I know. Does he use
As a quick summary here, QE just decapitated your red herring attempt as you whistled past the graveyard and changed the subject to the stars, and he beheaded it, right? It's been decapitated, proven that you do see it below the equator, falsifying your claim, which I'm sure you won't concede. And then you did this in an attempt to run away from the fact that we do not actually see physical curvature on the Earth, and of course, the necessitation of the Earth being a sphere is that it curves. So whenever you then try to talk about the stars, presupposing it's hidden by a curve that you couldn't defend, you are by definition whistling past the graveyard. So your diversion attempt has been decapitated, my friend. Would you like to concede on both ends?
No, I'd like to read
He's
this.
perfectly content, never conceding a single point.
I would not.
He's perfect. Dude, this is the thing. Like, we're giving you a certain amount of leeway here because we don't have a better opponent right now. But look, if you're gonna have a life in this server, you're going to have to. When backed into a corner and with nowhere to run, you're going to have to concede to some points, or your time is limited.
Okay.
Well, sure. On that point. Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead. So I'm unironically very interested in. I'm unsure what this is exactly. The observance of the North Star in the southern hemisphere.
Oh man, listen, this you can show curvature, whatever curvature you can show now, and then we will look into the stars. Every one of us, right? And if we have curvature there, the stars will show us. The stars will shine better than ever.
Yeah,
we're just making up stories.
On that point, let me make point really quick. Who told you that you can determine the shape of Earth by observing the stars?
Who told me?
Yeah, who told you that?
It would just be plainly deducible.
No, what if Superman's just coming in and pulling a giant curtain across the street, across the sky every night? That's how. That's what you're doing. You're just making up.
We can throw a 2015 argument at him. Like, if I have a pool table and the pool table has a bunch of spheres on it, and I look up at the light on the billiard table, and the light is a sphere, does that determine the shape of the table?
What?
What?
If I walk into a room and I point at a light bulb, can I then say, "Look, the floor must be a light bulb also"?
Now, okay, we measured the table flat. Do does the light bulb being curved change that?
You know, on that point, hold on before anyone responds. Yes, has anyone measured the Earth as a globe physically? Like with yes, you of course you can measure a pool table, and it's flat. Has anyone done that on Earth?
No. Hold on. Okay, let's say you are Tiny and you don't know you're on a pool table, right? you don't know that it's flat. If I look at the light above the table, can I determine if the table is flat or a sphere?
Good point.
And do you look at the ceiling to measure the floor?
Another good point.
The floor is made out of floor.
Can I describe Cassiopeia by looking at the ground?
If you're a pseudoscientist, you can do everything
See,
what you
I
want.
flipped it on you.
Hello. I have a question. I'm wondering.
Hold on a second. He needs to answer these questions because
Yeah,
they're
he
very
does.
poignant.
That's true.
You're talking to me again? I'm trying to read this
Yeah,
source.
we're trying to
The
get you
whole
to
time.
admit that looking up is not a good way to measure the ground. Right? Can you admit that?
I disagree with that, though.
Well,
Okay,
you can't
so
disagree
explain
with
to
that
us.
because hold on, Hank. You can't disagree with that because agree and disagree is subjective. We're into objective here. So you're in a category there. If you want subjective, then you're going to have to return to your whose favorite color is the best or cake decorating forums.
But that's not the disagreement, though. We have a
Yeah,
disagreement
I'm
about
disagreeing
what
against your opinions. Yeah.
we have.
I like
we have a disagreement about what is.
Subjective.
We have a
Disagree. Yes, it is.
we have a disagreement about the objective fact of the matter.
No, you can't have an object. That's fucking bullshit.
Okay.
It's contradictory. You just violated the law of non-contradiction again.
He is disagreed
That's not
that
the law
water
of.
is
That's
Yeah,
not the
it
law
is.
of non-contradiction.
no, water is boiling because of bird is flying over the water. You know.
All right, let's go over an objective fact. Is the sky sometimes blue? That's objectively true. Yeah,
Sure.
sometimes. Okay, so can anyone disagree and say no, the sky is never blue?
Of course
they can't. What do you mean? Of course they can.
So
appearance is blue, but it's not actually blue.
Right, someone who does not see blue chroma.
Oh
would-
my god.
Yeah.
It's yellow.
We're talking about. Sorry, are we talking about the nature of appearances?
Yeah, we
You
were
just
about,
said
we were
the
about to
sky
go
is
deeper
blue.
and into better arguments, but we have to actually revert backwards to some really simple, idiotic shit that apparently is going to expose him.
I have a question.
Yeah,
What
don't use color. It's too philosophical.
Can I just real quick? Is the sky blue?
No, don't worry about it.
That's
Yeah,
too
fuck.
philosophical, dude. Too philosophical.
Sky is yellow.
No, we can't use that,
It's
dude. It's too
objective.
philosophical.
Sometimes
We
the
can say-
sky is blue. It's objective.
We can't use that one. We gotta use something else. Like there's a cube have angles. Yeah, we can use that.
Can
No,
we use
it's
this?
not subjective.
Can we use this? Something what is spherical should have curvature.
Well, Juju, let's ask you. Do you think you can measure the ground by looking up?
Measure the room by looking up. I'm not sure. I mean, there are cases. No, looking at the room by looking upwards.
No, measure the floor or the ground beneath your feet by looking up at the sky.
Yeah, does the shape of my ceiling determine the floor?
No, I don't. I don't think you can with that. But he's talking about the star situation. How if people look on one side and another side are seeing the same side, given that you can make an argument. It still doesn't mean, but you can make an argument.
When I go to get my shoes measured, my foot measured to buy a pair of shoes, do they measure the circumference of my cranium or do they measure my foot directly?
When you what? When you go to get your.
Do they measure my head or do they measure my foot at the shoe store?
Your foot. for your
Why do they
shoes.
measure my foot? Why do they measure my foot? Because it's a direct measurement and you can't correlate, well, this guy's got a big stupid head, so I bet he wears a size 13. That doesn't make any sense. Polaris can't be seen below the southern hemisphere, false claim. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Do you get it? Correlation isn't causation.
Don't worry, the questions will get easier.
Look, let's say you're in a an old church with a domed ceiling or a cathedral, right? It's got a domed ceiling. What? And you look up. You never look at the floor. You look up at that ceiling and you're like, based off of that ceiling, I'm going to assume that I'm on a concave floor. Is that logical? Does that follow?
No, not like that.
Is it logical because you've never seen a concave floor, or is it logical because one of these things is not like the other? Come on, think back to Sesame Street, guys.
Nah, Sesame Street is kind of creepy.
Things is not like the others.
Yeah.
We can move on.
What did one dude say? He said something about like hemisphere. I think he said like creator. I was like, what? What are you talking about, boy? You gotta calm down. You gotta calm down with all that creator word. That's what
Can you relax a little bit?
Yeah, I heard you say something.
That word.
No, I heard you say something about that. And I was like, that's where he gets into some weird.
Yeah, it triggers.
Are you
triggers
afraid
the
of
evolution.
creator?
Yeah.
Hello. I'm
Are you
wondering.
afraid of creator?
Did anyone check out the picture I posted?
I'm not.
Or the screenshot, rather?
Yeah, to answer your question, no, I'm not. I already accept that there is, and etc. Everything's ultimately contingent upon something.
Yes, let's go ahead, buddy. What are you trying to ask?
No, I was just answering his question.
Well, he left without being banned, but when he comes back, he'll be muted again.
I'm just saying it's pretty. He was just trying to have a reasonable debate with you. There was no reason to mute him for that. But that's not my place to talk. So you can do what you want.
Yeah, concern trolling will get you banned.
Great start.
Wait a minute. Sweat.
People who get muted also typically get unmuted. So like it's a temporary issue.
He did for his obtuseness. That's why he got muted.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
What's
say.
that like?
He was trying to say that you can measure the ground by looking up. So why don't we ask you the same question?
Who?
You. Your name is Sweats.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
So the
Who?
reason
Who
why
you
the
talking
guy
to?
is on mute, I'm talking to Sweats here. The reason why the other guy went on mute is because he started saying things like, yeah, you can measure the ground by looking up at the sky. So what do you think about that? Sweats.
Come
This is
on,
when
man.
you answer. You were
Come
all
on, man.
concerned.
Dude, that sigh actually said it all. He knows he knows that you're right, but he has to defend it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is tradition. We
Thanks
used
for
to
the
believe it. All of us used to believe it. So
Thanks for the tell. All in.
Who's that freaking yellow?
You call the bluff.
Yeah, I don't think you can. But given other things, you can make
Do
a
not
case.
touch the lion when the lion is sleeping.
all right, so you said you don't think you can. Is there a way to determine shape or flat's not a shape, and we use the term flat Earth to describe, oceans. I guess. I mean, oceans obviously are. They call it sea level for a reason. We're not looking at the stars, sun, moon, stars to determine the shape of Earth. We're just observing Earth as it presents itself. So why would you look at sky? Go ahead.
Since you see the Earth as flat, the Earth must be flat. Is that what you're saying?
Might as well be, right? I mean, can you give me a reason?
No,
to
we were asking.
determine
No,
otherwise?
don't sidestep. No, the point was you can't measure the Earth by looking at the sky. Did you want to give an answer for that?
Right now, no, because I haven't prepared an argument.
Still nothing. Yeah.
But anyways,
let him talk back, so holy shit.
So basically, you're saying since you see the Earth as flat, it must be flat. For example, all right. So I'm gonna ask you this question: is a basketball flat?
I don't know how
It
much
can
pressure
be.
does it have.
Well, I'm pretty sure the name
Basketball
it's a ball. It's a ball.
All right, let me.
No,
A basketball. Basketball isn't flat, but let's say,
Back to
for
2015.
example, if you zoom in,
Or if I
if
pop
you
it.
know, all right, can I finish what I was saying, please? If you zoom in enough on a basketball, eventually it'll look flat through the zoomed camera.
No.
Yeah,
So check this.
no,
Hold
no,
on.
he's
that
right.
I've got one. I got one.
He's
So,
right.
One at a
I-
time.
One at a time.
yeah, he's right. He's right. If you zoom in far enough on a ball, it will look like
It'll
flat.
look flat. Are you saying?
Okay, cool. So check this out. When you go stand on the seashore and you see the horizon, it looks flat, doesn't it? When you see a ship move away from you and then it disappears, and you take a high zoom camera and zoom back in on it, did it go over the curvature of Earth?
It's an excellent
can't
point
answer
again,
that.
Helio, but it's unrelated to his question. So, all right, look, when people start talking about basketballs and zooming in and finding a point where you could be minuscule enough to see a flat horizon on a basketball. Now, in order to make that comparison, you have to know the given size of the sphere Earth, okay? Which I guarantee you, if I ask you, you won't be able to tell me. How big is your Earth? Give me a radius or a circumference or a diameter.
Yeah, what you got?
Wait, all right. Can you repeat that?
How
what's the radius?
big is your ball?
The real one.
The actual Earth.
Yeah.
So the Earth's circumference.
Because
Thank you
of
so much,
basketball has
Creation Bear.
radius. That was awesome.
See, he don't know. He's gonna have to Google it. He's gonna have to Google it.
So we want to know what your radius is for the Earth.
Then we will zoom it.
Bust out that music now.
Then we will zoom it with the photo.
And go. All right, next.
Radius, circumference, diameter. You can give us either of those three numbers. Give it to us. Hurry up! Google it.
Give you the
No, don't. The thing is, the point isn't making sure that he knows it. The point the point isn't making sure he gets it right, I should say. The point is that he does not know it. All he knows is that if it's big enough, you wouldn't see it. So, how big is it, and is it big enough where you wouldn't see it?
Amen. So, how big is this ball Earth?
He doesn't even know. Because we know how big it is. We want you.
But why we know?
Come on, Swears, man. Tell us how big this Earth is.
Yeah.
Sweats. I said Swears.
Yeah. We want to know if you know.
How big is this globe?
Yeah.
Because we want to put that little ant on the globe and to measure.
On the basketball.
Right.
Not the
So
globe.
instead of waiting for him to look it up, I'm just going to cut to the chase. They tell you that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, that's look anywhere you want to try to confirm it, or like what I am telling you is what you will find. 3,959. That's a radius. A sphere is a geometric shape. A geometric shape with a given radius will have certain dimensions that you can predict as far as like what you should and should not be able to see. Okay. And according to your own science about the size of your ball, we should not be able to see many of the things that we do see. We see way too far. We see, in the case of the black swan, between 10 and 30 times more than what you're supposed to see from 1 foot off the ground. So when you're saying if it like your argument is basically, but the Earth is so big. Well, so big is not very scientific, is it?
Yeah, how big
How
is
big
it?
is it?
There you go. Yeah, exactly. And Sweats, if you really want to know what they say how big it is, old dude posted an image for you there. It's got all the information that you need to know about it. So if you're standing everywhere you're on a ball, you're standing on top of the ball. So this is the calculation.
What? It's okay
What?
if you're googling it, Sweats. We want to know if you can see or if you know it.
That's some ball-tard bullshit right there. Everywhere you stand, you're on top of the ball. Let's say we have two people. Are they both standing on top of the ball?
I know where this is going.
The prosecution rests.
Read that, Aristotle.
Dum dum dum.
Isn't that why they named it King of the Hill?
Might as well be.
What are we talking
Guys
about?
in here, danger.
We're just waiting for Sweats to come back and talk to us. I think we killed him.
He might be taking a look. He might be honestly taking a look at this stuff. So Sweats. All good.
You're
Google how to disprove
All right,
flat
I made the mistake of not prepping an actual reasonable argument before coming in here. That's why.
Yeah, you got to prep to come in here, brother. You're gonna get your ass handed to you quick.
This is a hard room. It's a hard room.
Yeah, here's the thing. You could get your ass handed to you and be all butthurt about it, or you could be like, you know what, I learned something new today, or I'm going to go disprove those guys, and I'll be back, in a day or two, a week or two, and I'm going to find the facts, and I'm going to come back and disprove those guys. So this is a learning experience.
Please do that.
Yeah,
Please
it's a good
do that.
idea.
Walks,
Yeah.
money and bullshit talks.
Yeah,
other way around.
We encourage anything that you can present to us that will refute us. We encourage it. We want it presented to us because it'll make us stronger. It'll make you stronger. Everything we're doing is going to make you stronger. And if you can come back with a good argument, it'll make us stronger. And together, we will find the solution. We'll find the answer.
Yeah, most of us started trying to debunk it, so it's understandable.
I have a question. Why? All right, so what started you to believe that the Earth was flat? Like, what made you?
Well, look what just happened. I mean, you came in here and we don't even have a claim, so why wouldn't we?
So basically, let's say I'm arguing. So I admit I did come out in here without enough prep. I will admit that. I admit that's where you got me.
And I'll tell you what, a lot of us started out that way. All of us
just made a concession.
Yeah, we all used to think the Earth was a globe. So it's not like you're in a unique position. So anyway, go ahead.
I 110% believe that the Earth is a globe. I don't.
Why are you giving it extra percentage, man?
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, it's like there's no such thing as 110%. Anyway, go ahead, Sweats.
Do you have any proof that it's a globe, Sweats, or are you just going based off of faith?
All right, hold on. He admitted it's a belief. Just let him finish.
Yep.
No, I should say I believe. I know the Earth is round.
How do you know that?
Basic things. We have NASA. We have.
Oh, so you saw it on TV?
Amen. Yeah.
Just give them all the rope you need. Go ahead and just lay it out for us. What about NASA?
So you're saying that you have to see something or to believe it. That's what you're saying?
No, we never said that.
Yeah, why are you strawmanning us, man? Nobody made
You said you know
Here's
the
the
Earth is a
deal.
globe.
I just want to get it clear. He came in here as his globe Earth evidence that we have NASA. Are you kidding me? That's your proof? Yes.
I mean, yeah, Sweats, man. Can you give us something? Like I said, we all used to think the Earth was a globe. Then we came across this information and studied it. And now you're questioning why flat earthers that were former globe earthers are curious about this topic and why we've considered that It cannot possibly be a globe. Can you ask a question related to that? I know this is a brand new thing to you, but can you ask us, like, just personal questions instead of like, we're not in a debate here. We're actually just having a conversation.
I mean, it can be both.
It can be if he had any evidence, then it could be a debate, but he doesn't.
NASA.
So.
You know what? All right. I'll come back in an hour. We'll have our debate then.
All right, so you're going to go research for an hour and then come back and show us the Earth is a globe and you flat earthers are wrong. Okay.
You know how many
Good
years?
luck with that.
Hey, Sweats, does
this help?
No.
How many years has the server been open? You don't think anybody's done that?
Almost. It's close to 4 years, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, you need an hour. You maybe need a little longer.
Okay. First off, my this is really my only request. One person talk at a time, please. I'm not. I don't want to get a point off.
We all
hold on.
get it. We all get
that
it.
That being the case, Sweat, since you requested that, who do you want to talk to?
Thank you.
Basically, I'll talk to the person who I'm currently addressing the point towards. I would like to only speak to that one person, and then I'll direct it towards another
Hey,
person.
I mean, you talked to several people. Who do you want? I mean, you talked to
Right.
Lunatic.
No.
You talked to
Listen,
Quantum
Helio.
Racer.
What he's saying is
Sunny.
he's willing to talk with all of us, but please make it one at a time. Don't fucking pile on top of them.
Sure. All right. I recommend either Lunatic or Quantum Racer.
All right.
So, because I'm not the best one to actually talk about this, because I get really sarcastic. So
No.
Anyway. So what? All right. What points do you want to bring up?
He's got an hour, dude.
Oh, he's coming back.
No, he already left. He's about to go do some quick fucking studying. He's gonna
watch some Professor Dave videos.
Watch him. He's gonna.
What if he don't
run
laugh then? What if he comes back and
Why
No,
can
dude,
we see
we
too
shouldn't
far?
laugh. We shouldn't laugh.
what if he comes back and converts us all back? What if he does that?
No way.
It's laughable. It's laughable that he thinks he can do it in an hour, but this is what we never get. Like somebody who says, "Hold on, let me leave, do some research, and come back." It never. It's very rare.
Yeah, it's like oftentimes we post videos and they're like, how long is that video? They always ask the question, how long is that video? How many hours I'm going to spend away from my video games to watch this flat earth video? Oh my god.
Now,
I don't think I can do it.
All that YouTube debunked flat earth videos,
I
You
mean,
will
he's
watch
gonna
that.
try, what he's gonna try to do is try to look for the Earth's curve. Is what he's gonna try to do.
Are you
And then he's
crazy?
gonna try, and then
Go
he's gonna
out
come across
and realize
the.
that
Let's
I
not
got,
take
I
the
got,
piss
I
out
got
of him
10
because
bucks,
that's
Enoch, that he comes back with another star argument.
No,
No
I got
stars.
50 bucks.
that's the only thing they
Hold
have.
on. Whoa, nice shooting, Tex. Okay, he's gonna come back with he's gonna come back with soundly photos of Lake Pontchartrain, guaranteed.
Oh, that would be fucking hilarious.
Those would be great.
He's gonna YouTube Flat Earth Debunk, and he's gonna find one of these YouTube channels. He's gonna learn a few arguments from YouTube and come back and use
And
that.
to be honest, if he's really honest with himself and everyone here, if he comes back with everybody tells me to shut up every time I talk. All right, fine.
Yeah, you just want to talk every single time, Helio.
Well, have I talked at all today except for right now? All right, well,
Yes.
fuck you. Anyway. I've only been talking for the last fucking hour. You guys been talking all goddamn day.
Every time we brought it in, we're changing the fucking subject.
Helio, that's good enough for one day. 1 hour for you, that's good enough. Thank you.
Yeah, it's pretty intense, isn't it? It's fucking intense.
It gets intense. It does get intense.
Do you know, people, what that mean? In 1 hour, you are closing server.
In an hour. In an hour.
Call Indio.
Hey, guys, we're gonna shut it down in an hour.
I wonder if the distance between two telephone poles is different from the base to the top of where the wires are strung.
Good question.
Huh?
Should be.
The measurement, like say you take a measurement of I don't know, a cable or something, and stretch it across the top of the telephone pole, get the measurement, and then do it again at the base. I'm
Yeah, the
pretty
whole
sure it'll
tilt
be the
thing.
same measurement.
That's not
It
a
won't
good
be tilting.
argument because it's like 1 degree of tilt per like 69 miles or something like that.
Random much?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not the best argument, in my opinion. When it gets used, I'm like, come on, guys, we got better arguments than that. Just stick to QE's arguments. His arguments are the best.
Dude, I love QE's arguments, but I don't think we all have to only fucking repeat him. Like, that's...
Well, that's what they
Yeah,
think
but
we
his
do anyway.
his arguments are good, though. Right? You're talking
You mean
about like 1 degree of tilt.
Learning from QE and XO's arguments.
You mean his scientific method?
And with it as well.
Yeah, I was just trying to get the needle going.
And don't forget the time that QE like stuck his hand up Professor Shankar's ass and puppeted him to make him say all that stuff about gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his fault.
And QE invented scientific method. He was
That's
the first
exactly right. Don't forget it.
Ass hand.
Oh, look, Robert's back.
You can read that in all Nobel Prize books. It's written John, I don't know the second name.
Robert is an interesting guy, right? He appears to be, a normal truck driver, but he's a descendant of one of the NASA paperclip guys.
Oh, bro, Robert's back. I listened to him for a couple hours the other day.
And monkeys too.
All right,
You
welcome
and me?
back, Robert.
Hello, guys. I'm back. I'm back for some more abuse.
You on the road?
What?
He said he's
Join,
back
join,
for
join.
some more abuse.
I'm back for some more abuse.
Are you on the road right now?
It's a
All right, so you took a look at some videos. What did you find? Help us out.
Well, were you guys on last night when I was bringing up?
Oh, Robert. Yeah.
Been thinking about this. You remember I brought up the amateur weather.
Oh,
you're breaking up a little. Robert, can you get closer to your mic?
Yeah, is this any better?
Yeah, that's way better. Go ahead.
I'm like near Odessa, Texas. I probably don't have a very good signal. Okay, so yeah, I was bringing up all those amateur weather balloon photos, videos, and the Bumgardner thing, and all of that. And I was wondering, all of them all looked pretty much the same. The thing is you don't ever see nighttime on the you see the sun lighting up the face of the earth, but you don't see where the sun doesn't light up the earth, the nighttime, because
Robert, on that point, hold on, guys. Robert, you're gonna have you don't see nighttime. That's kind of, you're gonna have to give some clarification on what you mean by that, because everyone sees nighttime. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about in those videos or the photos from the amateur balloon, like the
high altitude balloon
video
footage, right? Oh,
there you go. Yeah, when you look, you see the whole face of the earth illuminated by the sun.
Yeah, well,
whereas the half of the earth that's not.
Here's the thing. No, you're expecting to see the entire Earth. The Earth is huge. You can only see so far. When you launch a balloon, you start early in the morning because it takes hours for it to get up in the air, and then you have to retrieve it later. Like, so you start the shit in the morning.
Okay.
I get what you're saying. It would be kind of cool to see like a Terminator line. Like,
yeah, wouldn't that be nice if somebody had a video of that, Lou?
Well,
somebody hold on. Robert spent some time here talking to us, similar to what the guy we just
Nobody cares.
that just left. No, I do care because Robert was here. What, you don't care what Robert's opinion is about after he, examines some of these videos?
No.
All right, well, fuck it.
Nobody
All right.
cares.
How about you?
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares what
Nobody
you have
cares.
to say, Robert. Apparently,
I know.
No, we want to answer Robert's
It's okay.
questions, right? But the thing is, the balloons don't go up at night.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah,
And
can
I
we get
understand
clarity of the question?
Hey,
Yeah,
you
we
know
need
what
to
happens with the night? The freaks come out at night. Freaks come out at night. Anyway,
You know, you can fly.
Hold
a
on,
drone
Robert.
at
Try to
night.
ask your. Hey, Robert. Try to ask your question again.
Yeah, somebody asked me what would it take for me to see some incontrovertible evidence that that the Earth is flat, and I started thinking about it, and I was like, yeah, what would? I mean, it would take something kind of like measurements and math. I'm not good enough with all that stuff. That you know what I mean. But if I could
Nobody
see
is.
something that I
math is pretty easy, man. You know,
if I could see something that if I could see something that I couldn't explain away, you know what I mean? Like if I were like in one of those, I just imagine, because I was looking at all those high altitude balloon flights, and I was like, well, if I actually saw, because according to flat Earth, only half of the Earth is in sun and the other half is in darkness. So I look, if I was able to see that, if I was able to see that from space, but
What are you talking about, Billy?
You're already off. Yeah, you're
From
already talking about a
space?
fictional place. Yeah, you're already talking about going to a fictional place. You're still living.
okay,
in a fairy
I'm
tale.
sorry. I'm sorry I used the word space.
Yeah,
I know
well,
that's
he's
fucking
talking about
no-no.
balloons, so we all know damn well he's not talking about space. Okay.
So there's
Right.
no
high
claim here.
altitude.
Yeah.
High altitude. High altitude.
So right, so you're saying more than so looking at the flat Earth isn't enough. You have to see something else.
Well, no, yeah, exactly. Okay,
Yeah,
listen.
I mean that's the thing, right? What's the problem here? You're seeing
In those
you need to see
videos,
what?
look, in those videos, you can see the Earth, you can see the sun. Okay, I got that. Okay. Now, on flat Earth, only half of the Earth can be lit up; the other half has to be in
Why
darkness.
will you say
If I were,
No, that's not true. That's
I got something for you, bro.
that's not true.
No, Helio, we're trying to walk down a path here. He's
I
just
know.
making stuff up. No, he's just making stuff up. That's not true. And no, who told you that the Earth would be half and half lit up on the flat Earth?
I got this right here.
What he's doing is he's projecting
called a
from
straw
his
man.
globe. What
Yes,
he means
correct.
is on the globe it would be 50-50.
Correct. Yep.
So it's not 50-50 on a flat Earth.
No, what you're
You
saying
made a claim. Wait. You made the claim. So where did you make the claim from? Obviously, you just made it up. That's the point.
I'm just saying. It's
Okay,
that's just a
listen,
well-known
Robert,
fact.
Hold on. You said according to flat earthers, and now you don't even know where you're getting your information from, bro. You just made stuff up.
Are you saying that the Earth is not half in daylight and half in darkness?
You're just making stuff up. This is your claim. You're hiding
Robert,
from your own claim now, just like all atheists.
Robert, where you have 12 hours daylight and 12 hours night.
Sasha, he addressed me though, but he's hiding from his claim now. That's the point. So are we going to
let XO talk to him, guys, please, so that we can solidify this point.
Right.
At least.
Right. So you made a claim about flat earthers saying that the Earth is half lit up and half not. Who made the claim?
Well, that's not just flat earthers. I mean, that's reality.
That's what Lou. Yeah, that's what Lou said. Lou said you were making a claim about the ball Earth. That's the point. You said we made the claim, so it's just insanity, bro. You're still just.
I didn't say you made the claim. No, that's just reality.
Yeah, wait. What is? So you're saying we see the flat Earth, but because it's not lit up correctly, it's not really flat. That's your claim.
That's not my claim. I just asked.
You don't have a claim.
Question.
Right. That's the point. Asking what? You don't have a claim. This doesn't even challenge anybody here.
I'm not
right.
Exactly. I didn't make a claim. I asked a question.
That's the point, right? We already see the flat Earth. Right.
Yeah, and the point is, according, I just want to point out. I heard him for hours. I heard him for hours last night, not making claims and just obfuscating for hours. And so he's never. His point is to never make a claim that he can back up. So anyway, so that's what we're here for, is to make a claim so that we can debate the topic. I mean, goddamn, this is fucking so easy. What the hell is
right?
wrong?
You're right. So in conclusion, Helio, he's telling me to convince him of something he's already experiencing. I don't know what to do with that.
But he claims something what we are not claiming. Listen, you, Robert, claim something what we are not claiming. You claim
Yeah, there's no
something.
point. Oh, watch this. Watch this.
cannot
Okay,
prove.
Robert. Well, hold on, Sasha. Okay, Robert, you finish speaking, and I know you're not going to have a claim, but go ahead.
He's gonna
Okay,
make claims for the flat Earth.
So what
That's
I
probably
if
true.
what I'm understanding is correct, what you guys are telling me, that there is not 12 hours of light and 12 hours of darkness. That's what you're saying.
We can't make that claim, right? Because we can't be all over the plane of existence at once.
Which
We're just
actually,
saying, right? Hold on, Halo. We're just saying that everybody already depends on a flat Earth. What the sun does is irrelevant anyway. That's the point.
we actually know that's not true. For the most, for what we experience here on Earth, yeah, of course, there's not 12 hours darkness and 12 hours light. Of course, we know that's not true. We all experience this, seasons and everything. No, there is no flat Earth model that we claim.
Don't say that word.
Model.
Let me give you an actual experience on Nathan Oakley's channel. You'll have to do some searching or ask him for the link. But in 2016, he had a bunch of people all over the plane of existence film the sun. It was called Tracking the Sun. I took part in that exercise. I filmed the sun over southern Arizona while somebody else was watching it over Australia. So thanks for playing.
Ridiculous, man. Pardon my French.
Wait, you're saying the sun was up in America at the same time it was in Australia?
Yeah, people at my dusk, people were getting dawn in Australia at my dusk at the exact same. Yeah, it's been recorded on Nathan Oakley's channel. Go check it out.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
that's old news.
All right. I'll grant you it's not 12 and 12, whatever. I'm just saying, wouldn't you expect to see some kind of darkness in those
Yeah,
videos?
I see darkness every night. Yep, every night. Yep.
I mean, in the videos that I was talking about.
Yeah, that's how the world works. As light goes away, darkness approaches. Yeah.
No.
But you don't see any darkness.
Not in my world.
Yeah, you
a
see a
chicken
line.
crows and it gets dark. A
Darkness,
chicken crows
dark-
and
yeah.
it gets dark.
Yep, that's it.
So
that's
it's the
reason.
chicken that's causing it.
Yeah, the rooster causes the light, the sun to rise. The rooster.
Yeah,
When
your video. Okay, so let's go back. Hold on, Hank. Hold on, real quick. Does somebody have little seizure there? That's fine. You have a claim here about this video. That's the point. The video shows light and darkness meeting with no curve in between. So what's the claim? That's what every video in history. That's the point. Where's the video of curvature in between light and darkness? There's no such thing.
Where's this fucking globe Earth? Pardon my French again.
No such thing. There's no
the
claim.
sun go
Why do
down
we
the
attribute,
horizon
the
in
fuck
dark.
word to the French? But I'd still
No
don't
idea.
apologize
Good
to
question.
the French.
Excellent question.
Yeah, way to keep us on topic, Helio.
Hey,
I love your moderation
let's expand
skills,
on
by the
that.
way. Let's
Let's
fucking give
expand.
that a 2 thumbs up.
Yeah, let's expand on that.
If we,
Hey,
no, okay, so okay, I'm gonna pretend back on track. So real quick, so if we have an airplane flight, we're at 37,000 feet, and we're right in the middle of the Terminator line, and we notice to the left it's dark, and to the right it's light. I guess that would end this debate right now, and everybody would know the Earth's flat, huh?
It doesn't prove anything. Look, we got to get back to direct measurement
No, you
of
haven't
the
seen it yet.
surface. Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm
No.
saying, Hank, if I'm in a Terminator line, if I'm flying over the plane of existence, you want me to stop? I'll stop. I'm just trying to give an example.
XO, hold on. I just wanted to be a little bit of a devil's advocate here. I think that there would be an ambient glow for a certain period on the globe or the flat Earth. So I don't know if it would just be a lights on, lights off situation.
Exactly. So if somebody filmed the Terminator line at 37,000 feet and looks literally left and looks right, and left side is dark, right side is light, clearly there's no curvature in between my left and my right. So I guess that proves the Earth is flat. Do you understand?
No, but you know what would prove it? What would prove it to me?
So do you understand? No, do you understand what I'm saying?
Hold on,
wait,
XO. Let him finish his statement.
No, I'm talking about what I'm talking about. You understand what I'm talking about?
You
first.
asked him a question. Let him finish his statement.
Yes, he's going to talk about something else.
I already know what he's going to say, but let him finish it, please.
So we're going to hide from it. That's
I understand exactly what you were saying. The Terminator line, if you sell it from the left, yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is, if I was to be convinced that there is just a plane and there is the sun is illuminating a portion of the plane at one time, if a like a rocket or a
Why don't you answer his question directly instead of actually making up shit about
Now we're
rockets?
talking about rockets already.
Yeah, it's crazy. Answer his question.
He can't. He doesn't even know what I'm talking about.
Would looking out from a plane prove? No, it wouldn't.
No, you don't even understand what I'm talking about. You're just hiding, as usual, like all atheists. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
Every time I try to talk, I'm told no, I can't say
Yes,
that.
you don't even know what I'm talking about. Instead of asking me to clarify, you want to talk about trips in Narnia and rockets.
All right, all right, go ahead and clarify, please.
Yes, if at 37,000 feet we are in the Terminator line and we look down, there's a vertical line of darkness on the left and light on the right. That's a vertical line separating darkness and light right on the plane when we're looking. Obviously, that's not curvature blocking the light. Do you understand?
Right. Yes.
Right. So that would be absolutely a death blow to your globe because the light stops without any curvature. It comes to an literal point of attenuation and then darkness starts.
There's a good chance that this gentleman has been on a plane before at the same altitude.
Yes, but 90% of flights,
he may or may not have been looking out the window and comparing light, from the right side or left.
No, yes. Has anybody in here ever Has anybody in here ever flown through the Terminator line and seen this? Most flat earthers don't know that. It's okay.
I've been in airplanes.
Okay,
I'm
gonna post a video of this, and this is absolutely gonna annihilate the globe if you understand reality. If you don't understand reality, then it doesn't matter anyway.
Okay,
in your videos,
that's fine.
Good stuff.
What I was saying, just real quick, if a balloon with a camera was launched up, and you could actually see out the plane of the Earth, and you see the sun at a far distance, okay, and that part is lit up, and there's darkness right there where the balloon is, that would also prove to me a flat Earth.
I got that too. Piece of cake.
Okay. Yeah. That's all I was trying to say, is that every time I see those videos, it's always right where the sun is and everything's all illuminated. But if I could actually see darkness
does the camera
lightness just where the sun is. What?
Does the camera turn around to show you where the sun is not?
Those cameras usually don't spin around. They're usually just straightforward.
All right, cool. And another thing, do you think those balloons that they sent up that high could go any further to show where the sun actually is? People have spent thousands of dollars to actually make this happen so that you could watch those videos. Where's the sun? I mean, you can just believe NASA and believe the Earth is the third rock from the sun. These people have spent time and money over years and years to put these balloons up and find out where the sun is. Now they never make any claims about where the sun is, but they put these balloons up, and you benefit from looking at it. Now, so when we watch those videos, we can actually look at what the sun looks like from 120,000 feet, and we have this sweeping view that's hundreds and hundreds of miles wide, and we can see the sun with a hot spot right on top of these clouds. Is that 93 million miles away? Hell no, it's not.
No way.
Well, sure. I mean, am I wrong? Is what I'm saying like so far out that I'm just
yes, you are wrong
here? Okay, I just thought if you could show a Terminator line from 128,000 feet, that would be something. I've just never seen it.
That's actually
irrelevant from the
that's actually
conversation anyway.
probably more of a flat Earth proof than a globe Earth proof. Actually,
No, that is exactly. That's what I'm saying. If
But
I
you
were
don't
to
even
see
have-
that, I would be convinced. I would
Right,
be
you
convinced.
haven't
You see
even
what I'm
seen
saying?
but yeah, you haven't seen otherwise. You haven't seen a globe. You haven't seen curvature. You haven't seen anything
Exactly.
otherwise.
I'm not exactly. I'm not even talking about that.
Right,
I'm
but you
talking
believe
about,
in that. That's the point, is that you don't have a claim. You're looking for something
Right.
to hide from what we can already prove. It's already proven flat. It's already measured flat.
No,
Radar.
I'm actually asking for this to prove to me that the
It
Earth
doesn't
is
matter
flat.
what light. It doesn't matter what light does anyway. It doesn't change the shape of the Earth, no matter what the sun.
when he brought it up, it's like I said. I mean, he's right. I don't know if I've seen. I haven't like. I mean, I've watched a couple of high altitude balloon footage videos, but I don't make it my thing because, well, one, it doesn't really prove anything. But they're painful to watch. They're hours long, and when you're just trying to when you're looking at the whipping around of a camera in the wind, and it shows a concave and a flat and a sphere all at the same time, it's to me it means nothing. But I don't think I've seen a Terminator line, and I think you're right. I think it would be neat to see that. I don't know what it would prove though.
To me, it would be like an extra, an extra straw. It would just be one a spoke in a wheel. Okay,
All right,
I would
check
not be able to deny that. I would
At
have
the-
to accept that as reality.
All
You
right.
see what I'm
At
saying?
the end of the day, guess who's making a claim? Not the flat earthers, the globe earthers. They're the ones making a claim. We've sent high altitude balloon footage up to see what Earth looks like from high altitude. Now, if you want to accept NASA's footage, I mean that's on you. It's obviously CGI, but no one's making a claim here that the Earth is flat. We're actually confirming what we experience. It's not that we're just like making up flat Earth and we believe the Earth is flat. We're just confirming our experience, and we think NASA's full of shit.
I understand, and I kind of equate flat Earth to atheism, in the fact that you reject the claim of globe Earth until you are shown sufficient evidence to believe
Wrong.
otherwise. Just
No,
like
it's already been
atheists,
disproven. No, it's already been disproven.
You're wrong.
Okay.
We all believed the globe until we tried to disprove the flat Earth, and guess what? The globe does not check out, buddy.
Right.
Yeah,
I
we reject
understand.
Do you understand that?
I understand.
We tested the globe hypothesis, and guess what? It doesn't work out. Just like magnets don't float on water.
Right, there you go. Okay, so 5 minutes ago, about at the hour, so 9 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, there's a short video right there that from 37,000 feet you can see a vertical line where light and darkness meet. Not curvature blocking the light, but obviously the attenuation ends, and that's when darkness starts. It's also known as the twilight zone, and it clearly shows that that's only possible on a flat Earth. Now, that's the nice thing about this is I get to show my students this is what reality is, and I get to make that claim. If you're a glober, you can't even make a claim.
I got that. Yeah, 37,000 feet, you could definitely see a Terminator line. I would like to see one at 128. But I mean, I never
That doesn't change it. If I see it at 5,000 feet, it destroys the globe, and I can see it at 37 with left on. Again, it's darkness on my left side. That proves that the Earth curvature doesn't exist. So it's over.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's evidence for you. I mean that's what convinces you.
No, it's
To
evidence
me,
for people that
I need
understand
more.
reality. No.
Yeah.
Because you're not qualified. It's okay.
Well, I do understand reality. I'm just saying that's not enough.
No, you don't. No, you believe in evolution. We understand that.
That's cool. So the funnest thing is we just have to sit back and let someone make a claim. We don't have any claims. This is it's the funnest part about it.
That's what I'm saying. It's like atheism.
They're claiming we're claiming the Earth is flat. No, we're not claiming Earth is flat. There's no such thing as flat Earth. It's just our realm that we live in. We don't have to make any claims. You're the one coming in here making claims, but they all think that we're making a claim that the Earth is flat. They're all believers in the globe, so that they're the one making claims. Get your ass in here.
Hey, Robert.
Prove your claim.
Robert, how long have you been looking into this, bro?
I've been active. Well, not actively, but passively looking into it. Plus 3 years. 3 years, I would
Wait,
say.
hold on, wait. You've known about flat Earth for 3 years.
Yes.
And you've watched like 200 proofs and all those. I sent you those videos, by the way.
Yes.
But you've
I've
watched
watched
200
those.
proofs?
I've watched the debates. Yeah, I've watched all the debates and everything. Yeah.
Oh, you've watched all of Nathan Oakley's debates?
Like on Modern Day Debate, I watch all of those all the time.
No, what about Nathan Oakley?
I've seen Nathan Oakley once, I think.
Okay. But you've watched 200 proofs. Like, did you really watch 200 proofs, or did you just like?
No, I really did. I really did watch them. Yeah.
So you'd be able to debunk like 5 of them right off the top for us, right?
I don't remember the 200 proofs off the top of my head.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is that, I mean, that's not the definitive one to watch necessarily, but what I like to say to a lot of people is that when the 200 proofs came out, there should have been like a 200 proofs the Earth is a spinning ball, like the day after, if it was a spinning ball.
Yeah. Well, a lot of globe furthers don't feel the need to defend it. I mean, you know what I mean.
Hold on. Are you under the with this Terminator line thing where you want to see it from a balloon? Are you under the conception that that if the Earth was flat, the sun's rays would shine forever? Where would you expect the light to stop and the darkness to begin?
Well, from what if I'm thinking about a flat Earth, a flat plane, and I'm thinking of a small, close sun illuminating a portion of the Earth at one time, and then the rest of the time it's in darkness. I would imagine that if we had a balloon that went up, that you would be able to see the sun maybe off in the distance, illuminating a part of the Earth, and then around you would be dark. If I could see that, boom, convinced.
Well, okay.
No more debate.
There is something that you might be interested in.
Okay.
What was the rocket? The Go Fast rocket? Was that a lot of people claim bounced off the dome and went plunk? I'm not going to make that claim, but
I heard about it.
In that video, and it's very hard to discern because the thing spins so damn fast. But there's another light in the distance that is people are saying it's the moon. And if you look at the time and date of where that rocket was and where the moon was at that given moment, it was like over Tokyo or some shit like that. It was on the other side of the Earth.
Australia, I believe.
It was supposed to be where it should not be visible, but yet if that is the moon, it's visible.
Okay. Oh, I'll definitely take a look at that. Yeah.
So, did you see the video in a voice chat at 9:03 or 3 minutes after the hour? It's at 130,000 feet, a balloon with a Terminator line.
There, you have 100. I'm sorry. Say that again.
131,000 foot balloon. You need to see it if that's what you were asking for. I think somebody posted it for you.
I'll take a look at it.
9:03.
I'm driving right now, but I will as soon as I get to a place where I can pull over. I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, it's exactly what you asked for.
Because he's a professional driver, instead of leaving his stuff in the voice text, it might be worthwhile to put it in his DMs so that when he does get to a truck stop or whatever else, he can take a look at it.
Yeah, I was going to ask him if he could accept my friend request. Can you accept my friend request so I can send you DMs? Thank you.
You can't send me DMs?
No, it says we're not in the same server, and that's usually because of my setting to where no DMs are possible unless we're friends.
Oh, okay.
I sent you a friend request. It's Joshua Matthews is my handle.
Okay, is that this? I see.
Yeah, because I have a couple of things I'd like to send to you. It's not
Sure.
just
Yeah.
like I've sent it to you a couple of times, but I know you're not paying attention because you're driving.
Well, yeah, I can't. Yeah, exactly. I can't really look around. I'll crash.
Okay. So you wanted to see the sun while being in darkness of the night. Is that correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, from
or the moon while in the light, right? Either. Well, I mean, I guess that doesn't quite work because it depends on where the moon's supposed to be. But
yeah, I can see the moon during the sun. Yeah, at the same
I can
time.
tell you the conditions you need to be able to see something like that, and those are rare conditions and generally only happen in a desert where there's low humidity. The more humidity, I posted a table for this down here, the more humidity that's in the air, the less far you see in the air. So by limiting how far you can see, of course, you're not going to see the sun because of lensing. Lensing cuts off the bottom of the image that you're looking at. So when you're in low humidity conditions and you can see extra far, the sun does not maintain its size and then disappear bottom up into the horizon. Rather, it fades away above the horizon into a tiny little dot while you're in darkness.
The sun fades away to a tiny dot. I've never seen that.
Yeah, how many times have you been in the middle of a desert?
I live in Tucson, Arizona.
It's kind of a rare condition, but it does happen. There are observations of it.
Oh, okay. Well,
In Arizona, how much?
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying I've never seen the sun disappear into a tiny dot. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a rare conditions and generally relates to the humidity levels and how clear the sky is. So
and I've lived in the desert.
When you're
I've lived in
long range observations, because sometimes you can see much farther because the air is clear. So that really destroys the globe because they need the opposite.
I've lived in the desert for 25 years, and you know, and you're asking me if I've lived in the desert. Yeah, for 25 years.
I'm not sure. I've never lived in the desert, but I think you may have to gain some altitude too to do it.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of mountaintops around here. I could definitely go up to like top Mount Lemon or whatever and take a look. But yeah, I definitely would love to see that because that was also one of my things of flat Earth is that according to what I would think what would happen on flat Earth is the sun is traveling away from you when it goes to the other to light up the other part of the Earth. The sun should shrink down to the point where you can't see it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting though is that when the sun or the moon are low on the horizon, they tend to appear larger, and that's something that we call atmospheric lensing.
Oh, I know. I know the moon. When the moon comes up, it's like huge, and then it gets smaller as it goes up. Yeah,
but that doesn't fit with the globe either, right? Like, so that's clearly an atmospheric effect.
That's an atmospheric effect.
Right. Besides, there's always refraction excuses, you know, when we're actually measuring or we have the known distances of objects, you know, at distance. But when it comes to the sun, moon, and stars, refraction for some reason goes right out the window.
Yeah, I mean, if I was definitely to see the sun fade away into a small, tiny dot, I would have no option but to believe in flat Earth. You see what I'm saying?
What if you went to a large body of water and like made some observations and couldn't detect any curvature? Like, why don't we just nip in the bud, bro?
I have done that, and I have talked about that where I was out in San Diego and looking out at ships, and then looking with the naked eye, they disappear. Bringing out a telescope, I bring them back into focus. I have done that, yes.
But just to make sure if you say you the sun going and getting smaller, the distance would make you believe in flat Earth.
Well,
like flat earthers never say we believe in flat Earth ever.
No. Yeah, I know. I got to be careful.
No, because some type of evidence like that is only substantiating. It does not prove anything. What really does is actual physical measurements, and what we have done is that. And every time we've tested it, we've found flat with physical measurements. So
plus, I like to argue that when you lose the belief that you're on a spinning ball, you're left with your default reality, and that's not a belief. We all experience.
We see
we all
too far,
experience the
man.
level
We
plane.
see
So
too far for it to
it's
be a
like
ball.
it's not a belief that your reality is as it seems in every possible way. And
Hey, Robert.
everything you experience, all of your senses tell you it's a certain way. So that's not the belief. That's just what
Hang
you
on.
would have thought if you weren't told a lie.
Yeah, and it's not about being careful with your words. It's a spell that you're under. Just like today, a lot of people call children kids. It's a spell. Just like people equate the Earth as a planet, and clearly the definition is a wandering star, and Earth means dry land.
Okay.
It's not your fault. It's just the way we were all raised. We were all lied to, man.
People like to compare ourselves to the other planets. Well, how are we alike the other planets? Do the other planets have oceans and forests? Do the other planets have weather? Do they have life? Do they have they're nothing like us. They're nothing at all like us. So why would you make the connection that they are exactly the same?
So are you admitting there are planets?
TV.
Do you think that people?
Yes, there's wandering stars.
It's called the wandering stars.
He didn't listen to anything you said.
I know.
No, I heard.
I know.
No, I heard everything he said. I heard everything.
Mercury,
he said. How are
Venus,
we
Mars, Jupiter, Saturn,
planets.
Neptune. Those are all planets.
Hold on.
Yes, we don't live on any of those.
3 years, and you're asking if we think there are planets. Like that's not something you already know. Nobody here would say that planets don't
on
exist.
a wandering star. Is the
Yeah,
point.
listen, the point is that we don't live on a planet. The definition of a planet is real. A planet is a name that we've given to a light in the sky. And that's about all we really know about it.
Yeah, and that light in the sky.
To say that light in the sky is exactly like us is ridiculous, or the opposite. To say we are exactly like that light in the sky is ridiculous.
And the reason why we call these lights special different things other than the other stars that we see at nighttime is the other stars at nighttime follow follow an orbit, a circuit in the sky. These planets are wandering stars. They do not follow the same behavior as the rest of the heavenly bodies. In fact, they are pretty much like the sun and the moon, which travel on the ecliptic plane, just like the zodiac constellations. So when the sun rises and it happens to be in Aquarius, well, it must mean that Aquarius is rising, right?
Also, we could be the plain net, like a cigarette, as opposed to a cigar. The plain net.
I don't know what the fuck
One
that
small
means.
part,
One
one small portion of the bigger plane, right?
I mean, the only reason that I asked for clarification.
Now we're a cigarette.
Saying plain net.
A joint.
Like a small planet.
Yeah, just say a doobie.
No, like a.
Look, I keep trying to bring it back to the surface of the Earth.
Yes. Again, we are not a wandering star. We are not wandering.
Yeah.
That's the point. Thanks.
Yeah.
I keep trying to bring it back to the Earth. Sorry, go ahead.
The term could have been
You
applied
can't
to
do it. No,
us.
Hank's right.
And then
Listen, new perspective. That's the point. Is that if somebody says, "Oh yeah, Hank, if you show me the sun doing this, then I know the Earth is flat." That shows the person has mental problems. That does not prove the Earth is flat. That's a way to get out of the discussion. Thanks.
It didn't say it proved anything. I said to me, it would be another.
You
it would
keep
be another
changing
thing
your
that I
mind, yes.
couldn't be explained away. No, I didn't
One
change my
excuse
mind.
to hide from the shape of the Earth.
No,
That's
I didn't
one more
change my
excuse
mind.
to hide from the shape
I
of
was
the Earth.
very
That's another
specific.
excuse
I was
to hide
very
from the shape of the
specific
Earth. I know.
that to
It's
me
irrelevant.
it would
You're
help
just
me
hiding.
understand.
No,
It was very,
but
I
no,
was
it
very
doesn't.
specific.
Robert,
It does not.
Robert,
No.
the
Stop
two-
telling me what I think and stop telling me what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you what you think, but I'm going to tell you where you're wrong. You shouldn't be comparing here to there. You shouldn't be comparing this to that. If I order a latte and EXO orders a latte, what did you order?
Cares.
And how do you know that?
Pears at a coffee shop?
I don't even understand why we are in a coffee shop right now.
No, the point is that you're looking at the sky and trying to make a connection. Like, if I see this there, that means that that's what's happening here.
Right.
Okay. And it's one doesn't follow the other. They're completely disconnected.
I don't see how they're disconnected. If I saw that, that would help me understand more. Okay,
No.
I am not saying it's
It's
proof.
only
I've
because
never
you
said that.
convinced yourself, brother. It's only because you've convinced yourself that you need this one piece of evidence from the sky when it is very easy to figure out the size of a table by measuring it and looking at it where you're at. Same with the land, measuring it like surveyors do. They don't look at the sky to survey the land. You're using that as an excuse to escape the fact that you don't want to look right at the thing that's at your feet that you can test and look at and observe and be logical about it and forget about the sky until, and because we can't even explain the sky. We're not going to admit to that.
You guys are right.
If you can't land the plane, if you can't land the plane, then it doesn't matter anyway. If the plane can't land, you said that would be definitive that you cannot land the plane on a spinning ball. It's over. Did you look into it yet?
Robert, I'll admit before I even say it that this is speculation. I can't know for a fact, but a cosmological view for flat earthers, basically, imagine that instead of being everything based around spheres in an open space, imagine that everything that exists, we are the bottom floor of it. Like, everything that exists above your head is literally just above your head. So all stars, the sun, the moon, the planets, any planes and helicopters, butterflies, they're above your head, okay? So they're literally just above you. As far down as you can go is the earth. Okay, so you have to kind of look at it that way. Like, I don't know.
Also,
it's gonna be a hard adjustment to make, but that's really what it is. Things go up and they go down. When they hit something solid, they stop, and we are the solid floor.
Yeah, what I'm getting from him is that he just wants to try to understand the world so that he can reconcile this, and he's hanging himself on this as some kind of, like, if I knew this, then I can accept it. But we're trying to tell him that even though we can show that I've been posting GIFs that the sun does do this under certain conditions, and there is something called Rayleigh scattering, which is claimed to be the cause of, like, the colors of the sunrise and sunset, which is light scattering down and out of visible range. So how do you think you can see the sun when the sun has left visible range? The light is no longer visible. How are you seeing it?
I just want to point out that, so many people come in here and it's like we hire them to install a pool table, right? But we know we have foundation problems, but we want the pool table to be perfectly level, right? And we call the guy back and we say, hey, we agreed that I have foundation problems with the house, but you said you could still make this level. Well, it's not level. Look, I got the leveler on the pool table. And people come in here and they say, but the light, the fixture, right? But the walls, the ceiling, right? Right? But the clock. No, we're talking about the pool table. We're talking about the pool table. But the fixtures and the lamp and the breaker box. No, the pool table.
For $300, I'll hook you up, Hank. I can stick some coasters underneath a leg.
Right.
You
get what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. He really, really wants to understand how the clock and the light bulb works, but we're talking about the pool table.
So go to Corpus Christi, go to North Beach. Don't spend all your money and stay in that stupid ship. Get a cheap motel right next to North Beach. That way you can walk over to North Beach, and you'll notice that you can see the buildings 10 miles away on the other side of the water. You'll notice it, and then you can go to Google Earth, or you can go there yourself, and you'll notice that they're not 6-story buildings, which they would have to be in order for you to see them, because they're 66 feet of curvature at 0 foot. I was making this observation at 1 foot. My head was above the water, about a foot. Okay, so what, maybe a foot from my nipples to my eyes, right? I saw the houses. You can all do this. There's nothing to argue here. Everybody can do this.
Could I ask a specific question? I hate to play into the stereotype, but I will be asking about the light.
Go ahead.
So, this is something specifically like I'm not, about the flat Earth model, and it's a phenomenon that
We
I
don't
think,
have a model. There is no flat Earth model. Continue.
Okay. It's something about the way flat earthers understand or think about the sun, as opposed to the way globers think about the sun. So, I've met people from Argentina and Chile, and this is something that possibly you have an answer to, but I've been out of the community for a while, so I don't know. So in Chile, in like southern, South America, they have really long days. Like, people that live closer to the people that like I lived in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and we had really, there were times when the days were shorter than they ever get in the southern United States, and the same thing happens in Argentina, and there are times when the sun is going around, or, where they have long days there, but if the sun works the way it worked on a flat Earth model, then they shouldn't have long days. They should be able to see the sun as long as they do.
Okay, you said flat Earth model again. There is no flat Earth model.
Okay.
Right? So if you're debunking a straw man, cool story, bro. We don't have a model.
Right.
So the thing is, we're talking about the surface of the Earth or the surface of the water. Do you understand the physics of water? What happens when you put water in a cup? Is it level on the surface of the water?
Well, I guess I don't know. I'm not interested in, like, I had just a specific objection, and I was wondering if there was like an argument about this.
Okay, you want me to defend a straw man model, which we don't claim. We don't claim a model. Do you know why we don't claim a model?
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody who has a model, they have to make ad hoc explanations to explain the phenomenon that don't make sense on their model.
Right.
So I'm not claiming anything about the Earth other than it's measuring flat.
Right.
That's my claim.
I
And
want
then
to
it
try
seems
to
to
figure out
be
a way to talk
stationary.
about. So
correct.
So the
It's also your question hinges on the assumption that the north and the south are identical, which they're not. So you're just basing it in faulty beliefs.
So if maybe you don't have a model, right? But you have a map of the Earth, right?
No.
All maps are flat and are dependent on being flat. Yep.
So okay, but the map of the Earth, like the way I understand it, is it looks like the UN map, right? That's the way that the flat
That's
Earth
a
map
globe
looks like.
projected
No, that's an
onto a flat
AE.
surface.
Yeah, that's an AE map. That's
So if you got a problem with the globe map, please do tell us, because if you have a problem with the globe map, then you're debunking your own model.
Well, I'm okay. So, but is there a map? Maybe it's projected
all
wrong.
sorts of things practically.
Is there a map that roughly, maybe if it was projected not from a globe, that you would look at and you'd say that I can say that kind of looks like what the Earth, what the plane looks
we don't
like.
have a model. We don't have a reification fallacy for you to attack. How hard is that to understand?
Okay.
We don't have an idol for our existence.
Correct.
Is that
It's an
better
idol.
put?
Yep.
An idol for your existence. I guess
the
expand
problem
on
is that the model is the problem in the first place. The model is why you don't understand reality. We're trying to show people
Okay.
reality. That's the point.
Okay.
So you understand that what you see on TV may not necessarily be true, right? You turn on the TV and they tell you all this stuff about a slam pimic, right? And you don't see like funeral after funeral after funeral after funeral after you don't see that, right? So reality is not. Hold on.
Okay,
reality is not necessarily what you see on TV. Reality is what you see outside, right? And I get it that you've probably had like 20 or 30 years of images on your TV that makes you think you live on that thing that they show you on TV. But that's the simplest version of brainwashing. Is to show somebody something over and over and over again until they believe it's true. But I challenge you. Okay, go outside, meditate in your backyard, and listen to what your senses are telling you about the earth. Your senses will feed you information to your brain, and this information is the same for every single creature on the planet. The earth is flat and stationary. Every time, no matter what, it's empirical.
Yeah.
Everybody experiences the same thing.
Let me try
Well,
to
hold
build
on,
up
hold on, hold
my
on, hold on,
definition
hold
of
on.
a map.
Hold on, bro.
Let him finish.
Forget about the map.
Okay.
Forget about the map, right?
Yeah.
So I said it's empirical, right? We all experience the same thing. What secondary information has convinced you to ignore your primary knowledge, right? I can exchange that word with lowercase science, right? Knowledge, science.
Right.
You know the earth is flat and stationary. What secondary knowledge has convinced you otherwise?
So I'll try to build up from this like empirical standpoint. So I was a Boy Scout when I was little. I was not molested, I promise. And maybe that was
glad to hear it.
I'm sorry.
No, glad to hear it.
Fair enough. We learned map and compass and stuff. I've forgotten it all now. I wish I knew it. That's an important skill. I wish I still remembered it, but we had maps of like, we went camping and backpacking and I could look at the map that someone made somewhere and I could say, hey, there's a lake right here. And if I, use my compass, I could use the map and the compass to get to that lake, right?
Exactly.
So what I've found, there's maps of the size of a mountain range or something, but there's bigger maps, and you can get all the maps that humans have made of their world and put them all together into one big one. And that's kind of like a model,
That's
right?
the problem.
Hold on, Roger. No, hold on, Roger. Watch this. I have an atlas of the entire plane of existence, and it's all flat. Notice the map you were using was flat, and you depended on it being flat. Thanks.
Right. So
right. And, if it was a sphere, it would be in triangles, not in grids, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, but
And
perfect.
the
I'm
thing is,
not.
all the information
Let me
in
finish,
the
let me
map
finish,
that
let me
you're
finish.
reading, all that
So-
information was gathered through experience,
Yes.
and none of that information ever implied a globe. That was all afterwards, added in the oceans.
Perfect.
And
I
that's
agree.
why when you look at shipping lanes and stuff like this, there's errors, there's problems, especially in the south.
Okay, so this distance between like we have all these small scale maps that people have made. Like I see the old dude in there. There's small scale maps that work, right? That we can make predictions on what's going to be where and then go there and the map works. And then
Yes,
we
because
put those
they're
maps
flat.
together and there's people who, there's people who use these maps and they work. And I agree. If you
Sorry,
could
they
put all
only
these
work
maps together
within
and
the
get a
confines
flat
that they are
plane.
designed to work within, and
Can I finish?
you fly within the confines of the design. And that's why all the flights travel up to the north and then back down again.
Right. So, okay, let me just finish with the map thing. So, if we put all these maps together, in the way that you would, maybe you don't think that it would be possible, but if you could put all those maps together, they'd form this flat plane
that
kind of looks
fallacy.
looked like the UN map.
Yes, but it wouldn't prove
Wouldn't you?
anything. Yes, that's technically correct, but it would not prove anything. And if anybody thinks it proves something, it shows they have a mental problem.
Yeah, you're mapping known land and then filling in all of the blank spots, which are the majority of it.
Yeah.
So,
for instance, Antonio Superats has designed his own map, trying to correct for all of the errors, using all of the problems in the globe where there's discrepancies with the time it should take for you to sail between these places. So, and magnetic declination and things like that, which is accounted for in this map. But this map is not our map. This is not.
Right.
It's not a. It's a model that, and if we try to say that the model is reality, then that is a reification fallacy.
Do you know what that is?
I think so, but So
Okay.
we have.
I need you to understand what he just said.
That's off of it. Yeah.
I need you to understand what he said. If you don't know what a reification fallacy, it's fine, bro. We can explain it to you.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go, explain it.
Okay, so if I have this idea of bending and warping of space-time, it's non-material. It's a concept. But if I say that it's reality, I've added concreteness to this mathematical concept.
The map is not the
exactly.
territory.
You get it. Go ahead.
So the map isn't the territory, but what is the relation? There is some kind of relation between the map and the territory, right? That there's some kind of relation that makes maps useful.
Yes, the relations of the flat Earth. Go ahead, Lou.
So
on small scales, you can use maps, and they work for you for the job that they're designed. Like when you draw a map, it's designed to get you from one place to another, and it's going to ignore everything that doesn't matter, right?
Right. It's going to ignore the construction that just started last week. It's going to ignore the road that was closed down and deemed unusable. Right. So it's not actually perfect. Or what about the road that the map maker forgot to include?
And I don't know enough about map making and cartography and but I do know also, like, and this is not denied, like, there has never been an accurate map made. Would you agree?
Right. Sure. I guess go for it.
So, and there's a thing called like a cartographer's paradox that tells you that it's impossible to ever make an accurate map.
I think when I'm talking about like what and I know, like, it's not a model, but when I look at the UN map, right? From where people have taken boats around the world, taken boats between continents, I would say that even if we can't get a perfectly accurate map of the world, that the arrangement of the continents, at least from people traveling between them, we'd be able to get to something like the UN map if the Earth was flat, right?
That's why. Well, that's why we have all these
generally
maps that
agree
are flat,
with you. Yeah.
Right. So I guess that's kind of what I would replace with my idea of model.
Okay,
So, like,
well, that is, by far is essentially true. But for humans in this modern era to navigate Earth, they have to travel from airplanes or ships, port to port. This has really nothing. I mean, it has everything to do with longitudinal lines, right? Because there's 23, and then it starts over at 24 longitudinal lines, and it's based on the path of the sun. Am I wrong about this or right about it?
I think I lost you. What? Can you say it again?
Right. So when you travel across Earth, you're going to be traveling in different time zones. I mean, I guess I can basically say time zones, but they're not the time zones as prescribed for the different countries don't actually follow the longitudinal lines. It depends on whether or not the whatever county or country or whatever the states or whatever want to be involved in the actual time zone. But these time zones are based on the path of the sun. They equate it, because the sun comes towards you and moves away from you over 24 hours, right? I mean, I know this
Bro, how
should
did
be
you
this
do it
should be
again?
simple.
He's talking about maps, and all of a
My
sudden
bad.
you took it to the sun and the stars in the sky.
No. The reason that I'm bringing up the sun is because we have 24 hours because of the path of the sun, right?
Well, I do want to bring up the path of the sun again, because I do want to bring this back to the whole.
Of course you do. It was just handed to you on a fucking plate.
No.
Yep.
I'm talking about the 24 longitudinal lines. Now, latitude, that's a different story. I mean, you know what? If you guys don't want me to talk about it, then fuck you. Anyway.
So I do want to bring up the path of the sun again, because this whole thing was coming around again. Like, I wanted to establish some amount of agreement about at least the way the continents are organized on the flat Earth, right? That even if we don't have an exact
Yeah, and all the maps that are built are based on the path of the sun. They're not built by explorers going over there just mapping everything. They all base everything on the longitude and longitudinal lines on the path of the sun. And I'm not going to the sky. This is what we know about the known lands here on Earth. And so you can freaking deny that shit if you want to, but go ahead. Freaking somebody has something else better to offer. I just thought
Fine,
I'd
if
jump
we're gonna
in.
go into the sky, we'll do it with stars.
All right, well, fucking
let me-
then do it.
Let me finish my. Okay, so I think so. If we have some amount of agreement about the arrangement of the continents on the Earth, and we have empirical evidence that, like, I've known people. I had a math teacher who he lived in really northern Canada for a while, and there are times when the sun is barely dips under the horizon, and that would make sense on in the flat Earth view, because the sun during the summer months, the sun would be making a very small circle near the North Pole. It would be making a really small circle around the North Pole, and it would make sense that the sun would be in the sky all day. But in what for us, for North Americans, during our winter months, or during our winter months,
makes a wide path.
It would be making a wide path, right?
Yeah.
Right. It'd be making a wide path. That would be the biggest path, right? The biggest circle.
Yeah, but according to
but listen,
he
there
just
are
wouldn't
people
even consider that
living
to be
in-
a
Hold on,
thing
Helio,
about
he's
in cartographers.
I'm bringing this together.
Go ahead.
There are people that I've met. I've talked to people who live in Chile, who live in Argentina. They have really long days in our winter months. But how can the sun bring light to Argentina
That's
when
easier
it's in a
explained.
for
That's the
long
point.
amounts
You
of
just said
time?
yes, that's
when
the
it's
point. It
doing
only works
really
on a-
big
yep.
circles.
Yes, it only works on a flat plane. Yes, it got closer to
Yep.
Argentina. It gets farther away sometimes. Sure.
Yeah, it only there's a big difference between the south and the north. Do you know what that is?
Because he's saying that the sun would have to be moving over the top of that land faster.
He doesn't know the height of the sun, so he can't assume that. So that's invalid.
Yeah, he didn't say that, Lou. So fuck off. He didn't say that.
If you go so let's go back to my math teacher in the north.
He kind of did.
My math teacher in the north, right? He's close to the North Pole.
You
where
answer
the
my
s-
question and you tell me: do you know what the difference is between how the sunlight comes and goes away during the summer or the winter months when they have these extended durations? Is it the same or is it different?
Sorry, can you say that again? Sorry.
Is the way that the light recedes in the north and the south the same or is it different?
The way the light recedes.
Yeah, I mean, considering.
What do you mean?
I think what he means is that if the Earth was a globe and the tilt of the Earth, third rock from the sun, we're revolving. Please don't interrupt me. Nobody interrupt me, please, so I can explain this.
You're telling him what I mean, so I can't interrupt you?
No, you can interrupt me. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. The thing is,
I thought somebody else was.
in the north, we have twilight and a lot of it where the sun isn't visible, but we still have daylight. In the south, there is a much more abrupt darkness. And that is way different. And that doesn't function on your globe. It only works in a flat earth where the sun is changing altitude or something to that effect. We don't have a model on how or where the sun is or what it is.
Hold on, let me say this really quick.
Why can't Roger finish? But why can't Roger finish?
Make your globe true when it has no curvature. First, you need to find curvature, then you need to find spin, and then you need to prove that gas does not fuck off.
Okay, I want to focus on flat Earth. The flat Earth position. So, I've been to South America, and the sun, the way that light recedes and comes during the day, and it looks the same it appears to me the same way it does when I'm, and I lived in the northern United States. It appears the same way.
Okay, you traveled over land. Have you measured any water?
Hank, let's see if he has a point. I just want
Go
to know if
ahead.
he has
I'm
a
sorry.
point.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
I want to try to hit on this issue. So in my math teacher, he's living close to the North Pole. He can see the sun for almost the whole day. When it's nighttime, the sun like barely dips below, but it's just like an extended sunset, and then it pops right back up. That makes sense because and I'm just talking fully on the flat Earth model.
We get it.
And I know it's not a model, but okay.
Only works on a flat Earth.
Now, if you go to the south, and there are people who have, I've never met them, so I guess my empiricism breaks down here. But there are people who have gone really far south, close to like Antarctica, and the same thing happens there. How could the sun be in the sky?
It doesn't.
It doesn't though. Now you're just lying to everyone.
Yep, it's been debunked. Yep, been debunked. Sorry.
My
Yeah, sorry, because I was about to solidify that shit like before he even got into this shit, and somebody told me to shut the fuck up. You know, I should at it.
So
sorry,
I have met
Julio.
people. Maybe
Please
I
go
can't
ahead.
confirm. I can't confirm that people have gone that far south, but
People
I
like
can
to tell
confirm
stories. I know. Well, that's the point.
that
And
people
like to tell stories.
living in Peru, and people living in like southern Chile or whatever, they can have really, really long days, which when if the sun is making this extremely
we get
long
it.
path around,
We get it, bro. We get it. Here's- we get it.
They're longer. But it's long days here too. I mean, anyway, but it's just different in the south than it is in the north.
But how would the light skip over? If the sun was making this huge path, it'd be so much farther away from Peru.
I already explained this to you. We don't know what the sun is doing, what the sun is. Therefore, you cannot use it.
I disagree with that. We actually do know what the sun is doing.
I think that's
all
a
the
fine.
time.
No, you
that's a
can
fine
see
thing.
it. That's
what we
apparent.
see
You don't know its
doing, but we
location.
don't know what it's actually doing. We don't
So we
know the
can't make
height of
any
it.
predictions
we don't know
about
median
what the
of it,
sun
we
is
don't
looking
know-
about the
Gonna
path of the
be.
sun.
We know where it's going to be. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
we've
but
entertained this gentleman. Let me ask him some questions. Robert Simmons created the blue marble image. He said that
No,
it's
I
Photoshop.
was just here.
Hold on.
I was just here to,
Hold
to
on,
ask.
bro. I know we entertained your questions. Now I want you to listen to a couple of mine. You don't even have to answer. You just got to listen. Okay. He said that the blue marble is something that he created with Photoshop. He said, quote, it's Photoshop. It has to be. So question number one, why do we have to Photoshop an image of the Earth if we got 3,000 satellites floating around up there? Question number two, why is it that every glober that comes in here with evidence for curvature is always talking about the shadow of a pillar or what the stars are doing, or they're always talking about the sun and the moon? They're never actually talking about the curvature rate of the surface of the Earth or the surface of the water. Why is that? Why do we, day after day after day after day, people come in here for evidence of curvature, and they talk about everything but the actual curvature itself?
Hank, I know. Hank, I got it. Because they're scared to death of the fact there's no curvature. What do I win?
I can't speak to the second question because this is the first time that I've spoken in the server. Someone did post that I joined a long time ago, but I joined when I first downloaded Discord, and I just joined a bunch of servers.
I ain't gonna lie though.
The first question I can try to answer.
How long did it take you to come to the realization that Santa Claus was making?
Well, this is the secondary to that. I think that the path of the sun is an important question for a lot of people. Especially when it comes to how we experience it in the north versus the south. I think it's a very important question, and a lot of people have some ideas. Just like this guy was like, well, I know somebody that does experience it. It's like, no, you don't. Quit lying.
I did.
No, okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. So somebody that's a friend. Well, we have plenty of people in the South that come here and say, yeah, it doesn't act the same way as it does in the North. I mean, we have people from freaking Australia, South Africa, freaking
New Zealand,
New Zealand.
India.
Yeah, I mean, so it's not. We have people that come in here talk all the time and said, no, the sun doesn't do that. The way that it does in the north. So it's not like we're like, oh, you flat earthers are making shit up. No,
I mean, when
we're
you
not
talk
making
to them,
shit up.
are there do they have longer days in our winter? In the south?
Even in the globe, you're
Yeah,
gonna have
because the sun
days.
goes
Oh my
from the
God.
Tropic of Capricorn to Cancer and back to Capricorn. And that's what a year is. On the equinox,
Right.
it's over
All
the equator. So proximity to the sun causes the length of your day to change.
But
because of
Also,
perspective.
Alaska has 23 hours of sunlight, daylight during the summer.
Okay, real
for
quick.
about 3 months.
Antmok, do you think if a plane is traveling west from Phoenix to LA, does it go in a straight line to go west?
I assume that's the most fuel efficient.
Yes,
Okay,
I see
do you
them over
think-
my
do you
house
think-
all the time.
Do you think there's straight lines on a globe?
Not perfectly straight, no.
Right. So I guess you just answered the question. Since they're going in
But-
a straight line, I guess that removes the globe. What's
If
next?
if there was a globe, then you could not take a straight line because the Earth was in the way. The closest
hold on.
to a straight line
good.
would be
Hold
a
on.
curved line.
Okay, so
between.
if I'm heading west from Phoenix to LA and I have to make corrections to stay heading west, do I make right-handed corrections or left-handed?
What do you mean? What do you mean, right-handed or left-handed
Well,
corrections?
right-handed to correct going right and left-handed to correct going left. In order to stay going west, what do I do?
I don't think you'd have to make left or right-handed corrections. I think you could just
take a circle.
You could
You're
draw
just gonna
a
go in a
line.
straight line?
Right.
Hold on. No. Okay, so incorrect. Want to try again?
Sure. So on 2 points on a sphere, there's not a straight line in between them, but
Right, but if I
there's
wanna
a
go
straight line
west-
with respect to the center of the. There's
Right,
a
but hold on,
line.
So if I just want to go west for a very
Yeah.
long time, okay, so let's say I'm going to
Yeah.
go past LA, I'm going to fly over to the Pacific Ocean,
Right.
maybe even past Hawaii.
You
Do I have
take
to
an
make
arc.
Right,
There's
do
an
I have to
arc
make
on the
right-
circle that you take.
Okay, do I have to make right-handed corrections or left-handed?
You would not. You wouldn't have to make right hand.
Incorrect.
If you're
Incorrect.
taking the path of an
Incorrect.
arc on a sphere,
No, you
then
have right.
you wouldn't
that's
have
the
to
thing, I
turn
can't-
left or right.
I'm not going in a straight line to go west or east on a sphere. Do you understand that?
Oh, I see. Okay. The curve of the line is vertical, not horizontal. The curve of your
No,
path
it's
is
not.
vertical.
No. If I'm above the equator. I'm in Phoenix, heading to LA. Passing LA, I'm making a circle. I'm not in a straight line.
I guess it depends on if we're talking about the flat Earth view or the globe Earth view.
That's the point. Is that they're both right-handed corrections on both ideas. Thank you. Continue, guys.
Did you know that autopilots work on a flat, continuous, non-rotating Earth?
Did you know that there are actually I just learned this the other day. What are they called?
Now, how is an autopilot able to make that corrective arc of a turn if it's a sphere?
We can use
When
models,
they
we can
plot a
use-
straight course.
we can use different models to get to the same result. So, like, what was I?
There we go with the models
what are
again.
I know models are great, bro. You got to get on this
No,
model
models
shit.
are not. Okay, do you know what it takes for a model to exist? It has
Sure,
to be
yeah.
to
Let's
scale.
do-
So what is
I'm-
the scale of the model you're using? Or are you using a hypothetical model?
Let's talk about models. What do we think models are?
They're
Well,
idols.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're getting too far off into the weeds here. What does the military use for models? That's the thing. What are being
Define your
used to
terms.
train
Define your
pilots?
terms.
Yeah, what's being used? What's being used to simulate Earth when it comes to maybe Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Trident Flight Research Center, and NASA? What do they use? Do they use a flat Earth model or a globe Earth model?
I don't know. I've never worked for them before.
What is
Okay,
what
well,
is
they
a
use-
model?
everybody knows
What
they
is
use
a
a flat Earth
model? It was a good question. What is a model?
Yeah, I'm curious. I love philosophy of science, and I'm sure you guys are interested in that too.
A scientific model or a model airplane?
No, that's not the philosophy of science. What is a model? Are you appealing to a scientific model?
I guess like so you don't like the term
Scientific
model?
model. It's very easy. Are you appealing to a scientific model? Yes.
I'm just suggesting a topic of conversation. Like, what do we think a model
Are
is?
you appealing to a scientific model or no?
Let me just explain again. I'm just suggesting a
runway
new topic
model,
of conversation.
a computer model, an airplane model, or a scientific model. Which
Oh,
one?
okay, I see. I'm sorry. I was talking like specific, like scientific model. Like,
All right,
how do we
define
define a sign?
No, you fucking define.
Me define? Okay. Let's see. Let me try to bribe. I was just reading about it. Let me. Okay. A model it's like a set of mathematical or conceptual rules.
Incorrect.
That
Science, incorrect. Science isn't abstract or mathematical. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 56 minutes after the hour from Indiana State University Chemistry Department. An important point that Becker introduced is that the explanation of a natural phenomena model must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment.
I agree.
All right.
I guess I was trying to explain, like, what is a model?
Fair enough. So we finally figured out what a model is. Now, you have a model. We're going to need the observed natural phenomena, please.
Please.
Are you asking me a question? I didn't.
Yeah.
What? Sorry. What was your question?
Observed natural phenomena for your model. The next question after that is going to be, please provide the hypothesis. And then we're going to need 2 variables for that. And then the next question right butted up against that is going to be, give us the experiment with all 3 variables.
I guess that's not what I was trying to. I was trying to just start a discussion on, like, what are models to begin with, because I think it's an interesting question.
Then you're not talking about a science.
I don't know. Hold on. I think you're trying to argue. I'm not. I was just suggesting a topic.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up! Why are you? It's always the dumbest motherfuckers that have diarrhea of the mouth. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Well, they're intelligent. They're intelligent enough to weasel their way around this type of shit.
He's not weaseling out. So you challenged everyone in the room. What do you think a model is? Well, you fucking invoked it. You give us the information to validate your model that you don't have, by the way. So go ahead. We're waiting.
Okay. I don't know where to go from here.
See, the thing is, you think that you have a model. But if you just Google the term cosmological constant problem, you'll see that there's a problem with your model. And it's not a little one. It's one with 120 zeros behind it. Then you can Google physics outside of the standard model, and then you'll see that there's a whole bunch of problems with your model. And at this point, you're beginning to realize, I hope, that you don't actually have a model.
Okay. I guess I like the map
and
idea.
one more thing. Your model, it's in crisis right now. Your model is in full-blown crisis mode because with all the technology that we have in 2021, there are thousands and tens of thousands of unknown people all across the world who know that the Earth is flat. They don't believe it's flat. They know it's flat. If your model's not in crisis, I don't know what to tell you. Your model is it's in crisis, bro.
Yeah. I mean, what I really like this model question, but I don't know how to talk about it better.
Yeah, you don't, because you think you have one, but you know now with the definition of what a scientific model is that you couldn't possibly.
This conversation started kind of on the topic of whether or not flat earthers had a model, and you guys said you don't.
No. You're trying to straw man a flat Earth model and compare it to a heliocentric model that does not exist. Please present us with the heliocentric model.
Well, I guess I'm curious, like, why do you...
Antmog, wait, no. Listen, Antmog, I need you to listen to me, okay?
Okay.
Lunatic, that is the moderator, so he has requested something from you.
Okay, sorry.
Literally put your life on this model when you claimed it when you came in. Nobody forced you to do that, so now you have to show it to us. You have to show us your model now.
Show the model. I mean, I guess The model
Right.
that I have.
Nope. Listen, relax. But don't explain it away. Don't explain it away. Let's not click our heels and wish it away. Isn't that crazy that you claimed that you had a model and now you can't even show it to us?
And I would like to direct your attention to
Don't let him get away
Zero.
with that, Lou.
Oh, go ahead, bro. Sorry.
I'm just don't let him get away. We need to see this. First, Quantum asked for it. Now, Lou. I mean, you got to show it.
Right. No, I don't need to see the model because I know it doesn't exist. I need a concession that it doesn't exist.
Fair enough. I'll take it.
I mean,
Fair enough.
My model for what the Earth
No.
looks
You got to
like,
show it, or you got to show it, or you got to
show it
concede.
like a picture or a.
You don't even have a claim. That's the point. You don't even have a claim.
You're going to show us a picture
doing.
of what I just defined as a sign. Show us a picture of the observed natural phenomena, the hypothesis with both variables, and the experiment with all three variables. That's the picture you're going to show us.
Let's see.
I just defined it for you.
Hold on. I'm losing track of the conversation.
So
if someone else has a question, okay. So
it's only going to be one. It's only going to be me.
My understanding of what a model is. Let me just explain what my understanding of what a model is.
No, it's not your understanding. I just defined it.
Can you repeat the explanation again? Maybe I can start from there.
I didn't have an explanation.
It's not an explanation. It's a definition.
Sure.
Could you
repeat it? Repeat it.
Yeah, I can. So, from Indiana State University Chemistry Department. The important point that Becker introduced is that the explanation of a natural phenomena, that's what I was asking you before for the first step, i.e. model, they categorize this theory too in parentheses, but that's nonsense, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, which you don't have, it can only be considered a scientific model, which I asked you, you said, yeah, scientific model, if it can be objectively tested by experiment.
Okay, I understand. So I think the explanation you gave that you give right there is or definition is how a model can be tested, like how we decide if a model is real.
Makes the nope, incorrect. It says once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena.
But what do you think a model is?
Shut the fuck up. Don't twist my words, Crayon Muncher. I don't need any Elmer Fudd sophistry. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. So listen to this closely. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. So that means you have to give me, this is going to be shocking, the observed natural phenomena, the hypothesis, both variables, and the experiment with all three variables. Thank you very much. Give it to us now.
I think I got.
Or concede you were wrong. That's your other way out. That's the easy way out.
Shit, man, I don't know where to go from here.
Concession.
Ask your professor.
You got me.
Ask your professor for the hypothesis test. The hypothesis.
Yeah.
Go ahead, keep beating the dead horse.
I need to go back to college.
Hypothesis test for what? We haven't even got to the what yet.
It's not even about college, brother.
Don't be sarcastic. It's okay to concede after you've been destroyed. That's fine.
Let me. So in the definition you give, you describe how a model can be related to reality, how we can test a model. But what is a model?
No. What makes up a scientific? Am I going to have to read this fucker again?
Does someone else understand what I'm trying to get at?
In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation, you're trying to propose a model for what? I have no fucking idea. It can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. So, for the fifth fucking time.
Okay, let me. I think I figured out a way to explain
phenomena. Okay.
Okay, so we can have. There's incorrect models. Incorrect models can exist.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
All right, so look, are you gonna try to sandbox this thing in a fucking simulation on a computer program or what? Like, you have to come up with a complete model that fits with observation and that we can test those observations.
Right. Okay, so there are models. So there's like, let's talk about models in like biology or medicine. There are old models of the way that like blood flow worked. There's old models about the way that that the heart worked, right? We now know those models are incorrect. You know, there's models of like, so like you could say there was a model of the brain as a series of like, you know, pressure valves and stuff. That was a model of how the brain worked.
Experiment. That's
But
not a
now
scientific model.
but yes, using the
Again,
experiment, we
wasn't
compared.
scientific.
So using the experiments, we did what you
That's
said,
not
and
a
we
scientific
confirmed whether or not that, you know, pressure-based model of the brain worked, and it didn't work.
It worked or it didn't work. You're still skirting the issue.
So
back to the heliocentric scientific model. Observe natural phenomena, please.
Right. But when you ask me what my model of the Earth is, then whether or not it's correct or not.
We didn't ask you. You claimed it.
Oh, brother.
Remember, you came in and you said that we had a model, and I immediately corrected you before you finished your sentence that we don't have a model. Why can't you do the same? Why can't you just be honest and say that you don't have a model?
I think I do have a model.
Well,
Then
then
show
you
us the
should be able to
science.
present it. You should be able to present it.
So like the people who thought that the brain was a
Here
pressure
we
valve
go.
system.
No brain. Heliocentric model.
Hey, I just want to know, what's the price of rice in China? So, I mean, since we're just going to change the subject like real hard like that, like what's the price of rice?
Oh, it's gone up like 300%, man.
Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about. Models. I forgot. Where's the science?
So these people who had an incorrect model of the way the brain worked, this pressure valve thing.
Where's the science?
It wasn't
model?
a scientific model.
It's not science.
He's done unless Lou can convince him to get off.
Look, I'm trying to help him. I don't know really where to lead him. I told him his only real out is to concede he's wrong, and these guys never do that. So I don't know how to help him after that. Yeah, he's pretty much done.
Yep. We're not asking you for your brain model, dude. We're asking you for the heliocentric model now. Last chance.
The heliocentric model is that the Earth is a roughly sphere-shaped object.
That's not a model. That's not a model.
But it's a wrong model to you. You can concede that it's a model, just a wrong one.
It's just a fucking claim out of nowhere.
Look,
it's a model that can be compared to reality.
It's not a scientific model. Okay, you could maybe squeak your way out of it by saying it's not a scientific one, but we have this like general colloquial idea of how it might work that cannot be backed up by science. You could maybe squeak out of it that way.
I
Ent
give
Monk.
one more chance, Lou. I mean, you want
Ent
me to
Monk,
give him
real
another
quick.
chance?
Can I say one thing to him real quick? Ent Monk, you seem like a nice guy. I just wanted to help save you if I can a little bit here.
Sure.
They have a specific definition of what it requires to be called a model.
Right.
And so if you keep insisting that you have a model and it's just a vague idea with a lot of different extrapolations of different types of models and all that, it's not going to be good enough, and they're going to like mute you or put you out. Just accept that you don't have what they want.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. You have to look at what they want. You have to look back at what you think the model is and see if you have a complete model that's in working form that you could present in a reasonable fashion, and then claim you have a model after that. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. I think I understand. So I think the way I'm using the word model is different than the way you guys are using the word model.
Words have meaning. You can't do that. That's the point. That's the point. They confused you on what it meant.
What do you call something? What do you call like?
It's a postulation.
Right. So like something. I guess like what would be the word you use? The word
story.
You use for a story. Okay. So like a story is like a story you tell about the world. Right, a story you tell about the world, and a model is what happens when you compare it to the world and you find that it works.
No, again,
wrong. You still have yet to figure out. Do you know what actual natural science is? Let's start there.
No, give it to me.
That's what I'm talking about. If you don't know what natural science is or the scientific method, then you're lost.
Dude, replace model with worldview. There you go.
That's a worldview. We're not into that. We're not into beliefs here. This is empirical. We're looking for science. He said scientific model. Obviously, he didn't know what one is. I got it. That's fine. Just say, hey, I was fucking wrong. I don't have a model. That's all Luke's asking for, and then we can move on.
Yeah, they think they can win this argument by being wordsmiths, and
I don't
that's
think
not
he's
what
really,
this is about.
But in his defense, I don't think he's trying to win the argument so much as trying to understand what's being asked of him right now.
All right, well, let me help him out, okay? I posted something at 0 after the hour, so right at midnight, right? And it says the first step is 0, pre-science. This is a pre-stage where the field discipline has no workable paradigm to successfully guide its work. That's where you're at. With the heliocentric so-called model, you don't have any science, bro. That's why I said your model is messed up. And then I posted this hoping that you would see it. And go ahead and read it real quick. It's a quick read, right? And it explains how models go through cycles, the Kuhn cycle. Well, your model isn't even you're not even at step 1 right now. You don't got any science.
I'm trying to find it. Sorry, I can't keep track of the
Sites
chat.
like Stellarium that get these guys thinking that it's all figured out.
Okay, I see. So, this I love the Kuhn cycle. I think Kuhn is right about a lot of things. His description of this like model drift, model crisis thing. I think that what I'm trying to get at in terms of my question of like what is a model. A model isn't always right. You know, a model doesn't have to be aligned with reality.
Model. What model? Which one? But you can't even.
So
show
there
us
are
a
correct
model.
models and incorrect models.
No, there's not. You haven't. There's not. You don't even know what a model is. How can it be an incorrect model and be validated by experiment? That makes no.
Then it's an incorrect model. That's if it isn't validated by experiment.
Well,
then
it's not a model.
An incorrect model.
Yeah, it's not an incorrect model. It was never a model to begin with.
Then
that's what I'm trying to explain.
It was a guess.
It's a postulation.
A hypothesis at best.
Ideas.
A hypothesis at best. That was.
Do you think that you might be able to show it to us if it existed? Do you think that, I mean, how much farther do I have to go? You can't even show it to me.
Show what to you?
I guess I forgot what we were talking about. Yeah, I guess everybody forgot.
I'm sorry. I can sometimes have this effect on
models. We're talking about models.
Forgot. I don't know. I forgot.
You know that Google Earth is just like a computer program, right? It's not an actual model, right? And you that you zoom in.
I think it is
and
a model.
Show you no. It's not a model. It's a computer program.
You would say it's an incorrect model. It's that model is not validated by experiment.
No, it's a flat Earth model. Why do we start from the wrong spot?
I tried to help you because I was saying just stop calling it a model because
I know. All right, I'm sorry. I fell back into it. You were right. I fell back into it saying it the wrong way.
It's not going to help you.
In like the 3rd grade, they teach you that a hypothesis is an educated guess. So that's like 3rd grade understanding of hypothesis.
Right.
That's pretty much what you have.
So. What's the word that we can use?
And it's not even educated though, because it's not backed up by anything like factual. It's just a guess. It's not even. It doesn't even fit 3rd grade hypothesis.
Right.
You can start with a natural phenomenon. Go out, observe some curvature, right, and then do a series of tests.
Yeah.
Try to figure out what caused the curvature. Right.
He's head there.
Why do you guys not? And let me just like restart the conversation. Why don't you say that the flat earthers have a model?
Because we don't.
Oh my good dear Lord.
We don't have a model because we're honest.
Please don't go backwards.
We would have to know
None of
what
us
the
have
whole
a
thing
model.
actually is. The thing is, we don't pretend to know what the whole thing is.
You don't wait. Why are we doing that? You don't have one either.
Right.
Not scientific either.
Lord.
Right. But you have a story about the way the world works.
It's a category error.
No, we have experience in reality.
Science only deals with cause and effect, how-why questions. Whether the Earth is flat or a sphere is a what is question. It's a complete category error. As soon as you said model, you were dead.
So what is the difference between globers and flat earthers?
We're trying to teach reality.
Coherency.
Okay.
Dude,
coherency in what? In your story about reality?
Literally, we're just trying to teach you the stuff that like they taught you 20 years ago. 20 years ago, they taught you that you had to follow the scientific method to adhere to science. Today, it's not necessary. Okay, so I don't know like how they warped your brain and all that shit, but we're just sticking with what they taught us in fucking public school.
Right.
And
what
also,
what is the difference?
One
So
of
like
the things
when
I sent you a list of links, by the way, and in that little message, in the message, it explains that the big difference is that once we realized we're not on a spinning ball, we're left with our default reality, which is a stationary plane, and that's all we know at first, right? So it's not a belief.
And I
It's
get
philosophy.
the
Go ahead
thrust
with
of the
machine
radical
gun questions.
empiricism.
Yeah, that's okay. Ask your next question.
I get this thrust of the radical empiricism behind flat Earth, and I frankly respect it. I respect that.
Radical? Radical?
It's
just empiricism. It's not radical. It's just empiricism, purely.
That was meant to be a compliment. Maybe it didn't come across that way.
Just think about this for a second. If you grow up in a cult, and the cult tells you that the things that they're telling you is the truth, but then you find out in reality that that's not true, what do you do?
What am I? I'm sorry. I know you guys don't like this style
You
of
grow
questioning.
up in a cult. Your whole
Yes,
life,
yes.
you've grown up in a cult, and everything you've been shown by your cultist friends appears to confirm to the cult's beliefs.
Right? The
But then
confirmation bias stuff.
you go outside of the cult, and you look in reality.
There's
what do
some
you do?
story or map of reality that the cult has, and there's some story and when you compare that story or map of reality, like the map of the mountains, if I use a map and I follow the directions of the map and it doesn't work, then I'll throw the map away.
The map is a very poor descriptor because you know that the maps are not accurate. We've already gone over this. We're talking about the fundamental aspects of what you believe are not true, and you were lied to. You know this for true. Know this for sure now. What do? Do you go back to the cult just to conform, or
If I
do
was
you tell
being
the truth?
intellectually honest, then I would
just
throw
another
the
piece
map
of
away.
advice. Just another piece of advice, real quick, before you go on, Edmund. Another piece of advice: just don't see it as you need. Don't see your first goal as needing to replace all the things you think the globe answers with some other model or some other demonstration that makes perfect sense.
I see.
Now,
I see.
just don't go there first. Figure out if you actually live on a spinning ball, and there's hundreds of ways to know that you're not on a spinning ball.
Right.
Then we got to start from scratch, and then you can come back and talk about, well, could it be? Because we're not sure exactly what it is yet either.
So think about this. What if I told you that I could guess your weight even though I've never seen you, never met you? You'd say I was a crazy person, right? Now Google what's the mass of Mercury? Or what's the weight of Jupiter? Right? And they'll give you an answer like they fucking know, right? But
I mean,
how do they
I
know?
would say that they have reasons to say that they can make a good guess.
Okay, a guess, huh? Do you think I have a reason why I could make a good guess about your weight?
A good guess. I mean, if you could do something, you could listen to the way I speak, and you could make a better guess than random.
What if you're like Lieutenant Dan and you ain't got no legs? You think I can still guess good?
Then you would not be able to make a good guess, no.
Right, because I haven't seen you in person.
But the probability that I don't have legs is probably low. So even if that would be an edge case.
Well, the probability that there's a gas giant in a vacuum without the gas spewing out into the open vacuum, that's probably pretty low. But isn't that what they tell you about Jupiter, Neptune, Uranus?
Well, but they have a different, that's not the question that they're trying to answer, because they have these people who make, these guesses about the weight of Jupiter or whatever. They have a different explanation for how Jupiter holds together, in space.
Well, there used to be a theory that it was a gas giant. Then there was a theory that it had a rocky center. Which one's right? Does it have a rocky core, or is it a gas giant?
I don't know.
Well, if you don't know the contents, right, you know that muscle weighs more than fat. If you don't know the contents, you just know the supposed volume, right, which I don't even think they know that. They don't know the distance. They don't know the size.
I mean, they could probably.
That's a lot of assumption. How?
You can
Did they measure it?
if you looked at Jupiter in a telescope, you could measure like the radial, size of Jupiter. And then if you use like, and you guys aren't
the only
like
thing
this,
you
but
can
Tell
measure
me my weight.
is the
Tell me my weight for my voice.
The only thing you can measure is the brightness that it shows, and you can measure how long it takes to make a
But you could
full
measure
year.
the size. You could measure like
No, you can't.
You could measure the length. Well, like if I'm looking at a cow, I could, if I know how
with
far
a
away
tape
the cow
measure.
is, if I know how far away
No,
the cow is,
no, you
then
have to
I
have
can look at the
you have to
size of
have
the
a
cow
6-foot
in the
post
telescope.
next to it. You have to have a 2-liter Coke bottle next to it.
Not if I know the distance from it.
Why
If
do
I
you
know
think
how
every
far
time you
away
go
it
in a
is.
convenience store, there's like a 6-foot marker, a 5-foot marker? Why do you think that's there?
If I know how far away someone is,
No,
even
answer
if
the
I don't have
question.
a
Why does
ruler next
every
to them,
convenient, even right now, I'm looking at one. Why does every convenience store have a 6-foot marker, a 5-foot marker?
That's so they can catch the criminal when they run away.
Right, so they know how tall he is, right? They're not just looking at him standing in a store, right? They're looking at him when he comes through the door, so they know how tall he is.
That's one way
What
to
is
see
the
how
object
tall
that you're
someone is.
what's the object that you're comparing Jupiter to?
So if I didn't know how far Jupiter was from the Earth, then I wouldn't be able to know. But
What is the
if I
object
have
that you're comparing Jupiter to?
if you okay, so let me try to explain like how you could know how tall someone is without having a ruler next to them or something. Could I try to explain that?
No. Wait. You said how far? How far is Jupiter?
I don't know. But in the solar system model, we would be able to you can figure out how far Jupiter is
model?
away.
You just said model again. You just
I
said
know.
model.
I'm sorry. I brought the models up again.
How? How would you tell?
So, I'm going to keep using the word model.
Go ahead. For this conversation, go ahead. Use the model.
Okay. So, if we have an accurate model of the solar system, in the sense that
okay,
we right, in the sense that like we can, if we had an accurate model where we could look at basically a map of the solar system.
How?
Point to. So, we could go back to like Ptolemy, Ptolemy. He had a model of the solar system, which was the Earth was at the center, and then the planets, revolved around, and he tracked the planets. And he, or maybe I'm getting these mixed up, but there's
the question is, what's your point of reference to knowing the distance of your Earth compared to whatever other thing?
How about this? Think of it this way. So if there's a car driving in a desert, I know the road, right?
Yeah.
I know the road.
You know nothing about how far the space is, the stuff. The thing,
right? But
space.
if we did have a accurate model of the solar system, then we would kind of have like the path of the road that the planets take.
Hold on, this is the thing. You cannot have an accurate thing if you don't know the distance of any of them, the size of any of them, or you have any point of reference. You have nothing.
Well, we have the laws of the laws of gravity that Newton put forward. Which I know you also don't like.
Are you sure you want to do that?
I'll throw it out there. So I think Newton put forward a very
real quick, Edmund. Before you go on with that, we're gonna go down a road. I'm gonna help you again. We're gonna go down a road, but it's gonna be difficult.
Be my guide.
Be my guide. Deal with the basic. I'm trying. A bunch of links that deal with the basic information. I know you said you were here before. You're in the community, and then you left, and then you're back. Is that right? Or you were
just like not in this specific community, but like I used to watch flat Earth videos maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, okay. You kind of wrote it off because it was ridiculous seeming at first, right?
No. I thought it was. I think like at the height of the interest in flat Earth, maybe I think it was maybe 4 years ago. I can't remember when I was watching. That was like one of the peaks of interest in flat Earth. I thought it was really exciting.
Before we get into some of these paths, just because I can tell where it's going to go, and you should maybe brush up on some of these things. Like there's been a debate for the last 5 years going on where all these details have been argued out over and over again.
Right.
And one of the things is that Newtonian gravity is no longer valid, and even on your side, and they're now into something called Einsteinian gravity, which is the bending and warping of space-time, which isn't possible because it's a bending of a concept, and we're going to go down that road with you. So maybe not
Einsteinian,
just try
reality
to claim
beat
things
out
you think
Newton
you already
reality.
know, because we've exhausted ourselves trying to prove what you think you
And
know.
I respect that. I if I'm laughing and
We didn't
stuff,
want to
it's
be
because I'm
flattered.
truly enjoying the
Nobody
conversation.
wants
I'm
to
not
be
like laughing at you
Okay,
guys.
good. I appreciate it. I just don't want to see you get kicked out or frustrated or whatever, you know?
No,
You seem
I'm
like a-
having fun. I swear, I'm having
Alright.
fun, and I'm not. It's not like I'm not trying to get you guys or something. I was
All right,
excited to
so-
come in here and argue.
So going back to the
You're
point,
not getting us.
You don't have
All right.
you don't have a point of reference. So you don't have any distance to anything. Not to the sun, not to the moon, not to Saturn, Jupiter, any of those things, because you don't have a point of reference. You understand this? Can you
Let's
concede
see.
this?
So, by point of reference, do you mean like something? What do you mean by point of reference?
So how Hank was telling you, there was a measurement on the side of the door when the person comes in.
Right.
That is a point of reference.
I
Or
see.
if you have a 6-foot pole and somebody goes in front of him, or a cow, like we were trying to measure the cow, you know that pole is 6 foot tall.
Right.
So just
Right,
imagine
so it's a reference
if it's
frame.
true. Yeah, if it's true, like that month, if it's true that we actually don't live on a spinning ball, then obviously somebody created the deception. It wasn't just like their best guess and maybe they're wrong. It actually was reverse engineered mathematically to make these things that you think are models make sense to people enough to
I
have them
understand.
think that it's all true, right? So
Right.
it's like if you start going along with some of those ideas,
It's like a post hoc model.
Yeah. So you're gonna if it's reverse engineered, you just kind of have to accept that and figure out if it is first before you start like claiming that those things are true still.
Let's maybe I'll try to explain how we could possibly have a model of the solar system where you could predict the paths of the planets and thus
Well, wait a
predict
minute.
the distance from the planets.
Excuse me, real quick. Can I get
Yeah, go ahead,
someone?
Josh.
Can I get someone to help me verify 4 people?
Thank
I
you,
can't
Josh.
do the actual verification part.
I appreciate that,
Real
Josh.
quick, before we go
Let
down the
me
road
just
of you trying to say how solar system could work, first of all, they have to guess at those positions, right? Or not guess, but they have to come up with a number that fits the reverse engineered idea, right? So that would be the only way to make a model, because otherwise you have to try on a globe.
Okay.
If you have to
I think I can work with that.
Triangulate using a sextant to know where the positions
So it's like a
are
guess,
of the
a totally
stars.
random guess.
Recently, the big debate or the big issue in the community is that sextants do not work on a globe, and that's a big problem for you guys. Sextants.
What's that?
It's where you triangulate the position of the star using the Earth with the horizontal perpendicular line, and it's
Do you know why?
I don't know about that, but
Do you know why they don't work?
build up.
Hold on. Do you know why they don't work on a globe?
I don't know that. No.
Well, you said it
globe is
before. You
spherical.
said there's no straight lines on the globe. You said it.
Right.
Well, you have straight lines on the bottom of a triangle, right?
Yeah.
So does a straight line wrap around a curved globe?
It would not, but you in a small enough space, a triangle drawn on a globe would be very close to a triangle drawn on a flat plane.
All right, so the more acute the triangle is, the less accurate it is, because the distance staying the same is going to create an even bigger problem.
So I
right?
don't
Because
think it'd be
triangulation, hold on. Triangulation works pretty accurately over the length of like a football field.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Especially if you have like a known object, like a football, like, a standard size football in the photograph, right? You could triangulate very accurately how far the pitcher was, how tall the guy is, that sort of thing, right? But if you're talking about million miles from here to Mars, that's a very acute triangle.
And at Monk, also, you know that the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry, right?
Yeah.
Right. So Euclidean geometry is going to be straight lines. And so if you go and you look at any bird's eye view of a city, you see the grid. It's all straight lines for miles and miles and miles.
I mean, Euclidean geometry can have curved lines in it. That's not the definition of Euclidean geometry.
Then don't even worry about it. Talk about straight lines versus curved lines. You see any curved lines, no matter how high you go up.
Well, hold on. We're getting distracted.
It doesn't matter. If it was a globe, you would have to see curved lines on a city grid.
I'll concede this conversation. I want to talk about the solar system more. Are we okay with that?
Well, that's the problem. There's no such thing as that. You see, we don't live in a cartoon. That's the problem, is that when this topic affects people's emotions at Mach, they want to ignore the measurements of the flat earth and they want to talk about everything else. And that's the point.
Yeah.
This religion destroys your mind. It's just like Scientology. You've been brought up
Right,
to defend.
Right. Let's see. I don't know where to go from here. Where somebody else?
Let me help you out. Let me help you out, bro. Do you know about do you know that L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons and Walt Disney, Jack Parsons being the founder of JPL, Jet Proportional Laboratory in California? Did you know that they were? Yeah. So Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley, L. Ron Hubbard, Walt Disney, like all these people, like knew each other and were connected.
Huh.
So what is what and what's his name? The Nazi.
Oh,
Werner
who
von
is that
Braun.
guy?
Werner von Braun.
Yes, yes.
Right. So what is a Nazi and an occultist, a science fiction writer, and movie magic guy? What do they all have in common?
Maybe D&D.
Yeah, they did the most like elaborate hoax the Earth has ever
They
seen.
made the whole world their D&D game. How about that?
Yeah.
Hell
You've
yeah.
been fooled, bro. You've been fooled. Look up the connection between Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley, aka 666, aka the wickedest man in the world, aka the goat fucker.
Yeah, yeah. He was the one that wrote the like Satanist Bible or whatever.
And also the one that gave you the depiction of the alien, the little gray, right, with the big head.
Oh,
That
he
his
came up
name
with
was his name was Lam. Lam. Look into that.
I didn't realize that
Yeah, good
that
thing
the
you
same
brought it
guy
up.
came
That's
up with that.
all of these are the occultists, for the past 25 years, 2,500 years, 2,500 years of these occultists, Satan worshipers. You mentioned it first, who have made this magical space religion that you believe.
Yeah, and Aleister Crowley is also quoted as saying, before we called them angels and demons, tomorrow you will call them something else, or something along those lines. And that was before
what does he mean by that?
any alien stuff started popping up. So
Oh, so like aliens are like a mask for what's really demons.
Close.
I don't know about that. I'm not that religious, but that's what he believed.
Yeah, there's no space alien. Sorry.
The thing is that
So like aliens are
Jack
like a cover
Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard are connected. You should want to know how and why they're connected.
Jack Parsons is which guy again? I haven't heard of it.
The founder of JPL, Jet Proportional Laboratory.
Yeah.
Right?
Damn it, I was going to put my money on Alan Parsons' project. Fuck.
So when you look into
the idea that this is us believing in a conspiracy theory, because it sounds a little bit like we're not. I know you're not, but we're not trying to prove that it's flat or any of that because of this association. It's just a piece of the puzzle.
Well, I'm a little conspiratorial minded myself, so I don't mind this discussion at all.
All right, so here's the thing, right? There's a famous quote. It goes, "It's easier to fool someone than convince them that they've been fooled." It's a quote by Mark Twain. Would you agree to that? You can trick people pretty easily. I don't know if you've ever tried
People
to use
assume truth. People assume honesty before they assume the lie.
Especially good people, right?
Yeah.
Do you think we went to the moon?
I do.
Okay, so think about this. In the 1930s, the Mars attacks thing happened, and people believed it because they heard it on the radio. Now add visual hallucination to the radio, and you got audio and visual, and people believe we landed on the moon because they have a dual hallucination. Right? Imagine me and you going back 500 years with a game in PC, right? And we could show the natives here in this land visual and audio hallucinations, anything we wanted them to believe.
Right.
Yeah,
Do you think humanity has changed that much?
We could tell them anything.
Yeah, they'd believe anything you showed them.
Any game that you play, they would believe it's real. Like,
right.
Yeah. Dude, I've seen Darren Brown hypnotize a person to think he fell into a video game, like a box. What was it called? Arcade game, like super bad graphics, but he thought it was a zombie game, and he transported him into something that looked like the zombie game with the same
that
kind of rooms.
special.
And,
I fucking
the
love
guy
that
thought
special.
it was real.
It's so good.
All right, I used to
I
hypnotize people in my garage. Check this out. This is a true story. I used to hypnotize people in my garage with their permission. I was a child. They were also children, right? And I told this guy, I was like, look, I'm going to pierce your arm, like right around his wrist area, right? And I pierced it, and I stuck a needle all the way through, in one side, out the other. And then I told him to bleed out of one side and not the other. And he fucking did it. Like, I'm not joking.
Yeah.
So when you like have this authority over people, because a lot of people will just bend down to your will,
Right.
especially if you're a big scary dude.
And if you've got a lab coat on.
Right, you get it now. Yeah, you've seen the experiment, or
No,
not the
totally
experiment,
understand.
but you've seen the observation where the guy,
Yep, the electrical shock thing.
yeah, and he just kept on doing it, even though the guy wasn't even responding anymore.
Yeah.
That's pretty scary.
It
that
is.
That some people are like that. Because I would be like, no, fuck you, dude. Let me in there. I'm giving the guy CPR. I'm not continuing with this test anymore. Right? But the guy was just like, oh, yeah? Again? Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, man. You're going to have to do some research. And don't research the stars, right? Because there's no science in cosmology. There's no science in theoretical astrophysics. You might think Neil deGrasse Tyson is a scientist. He's not.
Right.
I'm about to post something. I'm about to post something for you.
Okay.
And I want you to listen to it very carefully.
Hi, I'm new here. I was just hoping to say my
Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the server. We're glad that you're here. But I'm about to post Michio Kaku, and I want you to listen carefully to what he says, right? Because it's very telling. All right,
Where is that being posted?
Live stream voice text.
Okay, thank you.
Can you see that? The room right above this room?
Yeah, thank you.
It might take a few seconds to upload because I'm on my cellular.
Oh, there it is. It just popped up.
All right, I want everybody in here to click on that.
And also, Edmund, real quick, if you're still here, is he here? Edmund. Edmunk. Entmunk? Is that what you said?
Yep. Yeah.
Entmunk?
Yeah.
Interesting name. Is that like a real name, or is that something that came from a...
It was, I played some, like, whack-ass bootleg D&D when I was in high school, and I played a tree person monk.
I gotcha. Okay, cool. I was going to say, since you're into models, here's something you could try to work out after you get off here or whatever you want as far as a model goes. There's a question I keep posing to everybody, or as far as the...
Y'all just talking about dicks?
Yeah, okay, this guy needs...
Great interruption. No, we're not talking about...
No, we're talking about you now, so kind of, yeah.
All right, so did...
Oh, wait.
I watched it.
Go ahead and
Is
finish,
that fucking Devil Eyes?
Real quick, Edmund.
Is that Devil Eyes?
Dude, Devil Eyes? What is Devil Eyes doing here?
Is that Devil Eyes from the old Flatters server?
It doesn't matter. Anyway, so Edmund, can you model this, or don't try to come up with an answer now unless you, because we've heard the answer. You're probably going to.
Did you put something in chat or?
No. I was just going to give you a scenario.
Okay.
I sent you links, but so if
I don't give a fuck anymore.
Here's the gotcha question for you, okay?
Okay.
If a plane can fly against the spin of the Earth, right? It can either fly east or west or north or south or any of that. But it can fly against the spin of the Earth, right?
Sure.
Right. So then, how does it land on a moving runway?
Okay. Well, I think the air is moving along with the plane. So
you don't understand the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, that's just
We're gonna go down the path. I'm suggesting you try to work this out. Yeah, work this out on your own, maybe, because you're going to come up with some of these answers that we're going to go back and forth with, and we've had this conversation the last couple of days already.
Yeah.
But basically, conservation of momentum lasting forever is very questionable, and even if that's true, if you're going 600 miles per hour backwards from a third-party perspective because you're going 200 miles forward against an 800 miles per hour spin, you still got a difference between the plane and the surface it's about to land on, right? And if it's north to south,
precisely,
if it's a north to south perpendicular to the spin runway, then it would have to literally fly sideways to land on it. It would have to accelerate sideways.
That's total bullshit.
And if it was landing on a runway that was in motion, you would match the speed of the runway, but that's not what happens. What the pilot actually does is he slows down as slow as he can without falling out of the sky to match the speed of a stationary runway.
Yeah, I think.
All right, so I was kind of interrupted. I was almost done with my point. Did everybody watch the Michio Kaku video that I
Yes,
posted?
I watched it. Yep.
All right, so the part where he said that nobody he knows actually uses the scientific method. So I got a definition here. It's called pseudoscience, a collection of belief or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. So according to this particle physicist, right, all of cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, it's pseudoscience. It doesn't actually
The
go
point
through the
is always to
scientific
be
method.
able to speak freely.
In other words, it's not science. Pseudo means fake. Pseudo means
he's a
not real.
theoretical physicist,
Pseudo
though,
means
isn't
not
he?
real. So it's not real science.
So think about like a pseudo court is a kangaroo court, right? It's not a real
Yeah.
court.
He said, Michio Kaku said, which things are pseudoscience?
When it comes
It's
to
not-
cosmology,
Mm-hmm.
that when it, observation, and I'm just doing this off the top of my head, so I could go and read it, but I might as well.
Yeah.
So he said this in a television show that you can go watch. Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something is wrong with the theory.
When
We're
that
off by a-
happened,
we're
it
off by a
totally
factor of
changed my
10.
view of the entire situation.
However, in cosmology, we are off by a factor of 10 to the 120th. That is a 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
This is the dark matter, this is the cosmological constant
Yeah,
thing.
that's the cosmological constant.
Yeah,
So
do
you know what this means, right?
That's a
When you
travesty, yeah.
compare gravity, right, to what we actually observe, it's not off by a little, it's off by a lot.
Well, let me bring Kuhn up. How about that? So I think like Newton, his explanations of gravity, even if we're just talking about his mathematical explanations for gravity on Earth, we can predict, with acceleration, his explanations for gravity on Earth work fairly well, but they break down at different scales, and that's why Einstein's theory butted him out, right? Because Einstein's theory was able to predict things to a higher degree of accuracy in those edge cases, right? And Kuhn's model, theory of models, is that this is what happens to all scientific models. There's this accumulation of facts that are wrong. There's this accumulation of data that it's not easily explained by the model until eventually there's a model collapse, the crisis, and then you have to develop a new model.
Is this?
I think that
Is this?
Yeah, this is what I posted earlier.
Is in a Kuhn's age from? Is that where that?
No. But yeah, it's pretty funny that you mentioned it. Look at what I just posted. It's from Harvard, right?
So I
if
think
you click
that
on it-
our cosmology, I agree with you guys, our cosmology is in crisis right now. But
especially when you look at this Harvard link.
The thing about a new model that would come after it, after the collapse, is it has to explain all of the things that the old model explained.
No,
And
the old model
that's
didn't
not
explain
true.
them. That's why they're so far off.
That's absolutely not true.
It explains some of them. And a new model has to explain all the things that it gets wrong.
The point is, if you can't land the plane on the spinning ball, then none of the other explanations matter from there.
Well, do we want to
Falsification is independent of replacement. Just because we falsified the model doesn't mean that we have to replace it.
I mean, there's explanations that
I would
need
want
to
to
be
replace
answered.
it.
But if you can't even land the plane, then that means that we're not on a ball.
Do we want to talk about the plane discussion or the falsification?
Okay, I falsified Santa Claus. Santa Claus can't be proven, right? There's way too many children in the earth for Santa Claus to deliver all them presents. That doesn't mean that I have to replace the Santa Claus theory with another theory.
Name 3 things that the globe model explains.
My theory is that Air Jordans made
Well,
Orbit of the
great
moon.
players.
The globe model
because
for
of
me.
great players without
Hey,
Air
can
Jordans.
we
I
try
should
to
say
stay
that. Name
focused
three
on
things
one?
and then take guard.
Can
Take
we
cover.
try to stay focused on one question at a time so we can actually get a concession from this guy?
He's not going to concede.
So
Well,
the
I'd
three
just
things.
like to hear
Can I give
that
three
silent
things?
pause after any statement and hear a reply to it.
We'll give you an opportunity to concede to anything that we've said tonight. So, Guy, we talked about some science. We talked about models.
Yeah, we had a
right?
great discussion.
So, is there any concessions you would like to make? Anything that you learned that you were wrong about?
Let's see. I think. Let me see. There were a couple things that surprised me. Let me try to. I think.
Well, how about the Harvard link that disproves gravity? That'd be one thing.
The plane thing. I did
Name
not.
the three things you think the globe proves. Just name them. 1, 2, 3. Go 1, 2,
1, 2, 3.
Go 1, 2, 3.
I think that the globe model
Crack,
is able to explain.
hot mic in. Are you okay? Crack Villain, are you okay?
Oh, crack! Are you
Shit.
dying? Are you choking? What the fuck is it?
That didn't sound good.
Hell was that?
Is he all right?
Fuck.
I
It
was
wasn't
wondering if a
either.
couple
It must have been a
people are
really
hot
good
like
blunt.
Man, that's
Okay, sure, that was okay. You're not choking. We don't need to call 911, right?
I'm all right.
Are we good? We're good, right? It's just a blunt, right? Not like steak or a hot dog or something like that. Okay.
I got the power to rule you. King of the class, I stand up and school you.
So, what is this Harvard link saying? Like, I'm trying to read through it, but I'm
All
not.
right, let me help you with the Harvard link, okay?
Yeah.
So just try to pay attention, right? So quantum field theory, this is the theory that tries to match up quantum physics. Somebody's typing the shit out of their keyboard right now. Could you please be quiet?
You're hot, Mike.
All right, so the quantum field theory is the theory where they try to reconcile the differences between Einsteinian gravity and quantum physics. This has been a problem for 100 years. They've known that they don't line up. Quantum physics is physics, right? It's experimental, like the double slit experiment, the quantum eraser, the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment. This is actual experimental science, not theoretical bullshit. Okay, so that's what quantum field is. Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. So what's the subject of this sentence right here? Gravitational effects. So what are we talking about? We're talking about gravity. However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between the theory, which theory? The theory of gravity, or the quantum field theory, the one that's trying to connect gravity to quantum physics, right? Either one, you decide which one. However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between the theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. Now, when you go over to that quote from Michio Kaku that says, if you're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, that's horrible. You need a new theory. Well,
yeah, you definitely do.
This one is like 120 zeros, 10 to the 120th.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
No, we totally need a new cosmological theory.
Right. So here we go. There is no generally accepted explanation for this discrepancy, although numerous papers have been written about it. So this is something that they know about, right? But check this out. As usually stated, the problem requires a knowledge of quantum field theory and general relativity, topics normally not studied by undergraduates. So they're teaching you the wrong shit, even though they know that it's wrong, but they teach it to you anyway. We have tried to make the problem accessible to undergraduates by using the simplest idea of quantum theory, such as uncertainty principle and the theory of harmonic oscillation, and classical gravitational theory, which is Newtonian, which they also know is incorrect. So when you read this paper, it should piss you the fuck off that they're teaching you the wrong shit on purpose, and you're paying out the ass for it with a debt that you cannot be forgiven from.
I totally agree.
Purpose of telling us the wrong
our
things.
current cosmological model is in crisis right now. I totally agree, but I will not
It puts it in
accept
crisis.
any model that cannot account for the things that our current cosmological
Not
model.
accept reality. I won't accept reality.
Name 3 things that you think the globe model answers.
Well, for one, I'll return to the beginning of the conversation. I think the globe model can account for the long days in the southern hemisphere. and that flat Earth model cannot.
I sent
Yeah,
you
you
a
want to
video
show
about
that?
it.
There is no flat Earth model. I told you from the beginning. There's no flat Earth model.
Okay, I gotta go to bed, but can I end with something?
Two more things. That
Two
you
more
think
things.
The globe model. We don't even argue them. Just say them, and then go look them up and see if you're right.
Yeah.
With the videos I supplied for
Let
you.
me think of another.
How about
another
like
thing.
tides?
Sure. Yeah. Tides. The tides can. Yeah, that's a big one.
You know that
thanks.
they say the tides have to be pulled from the other side of the Earth by this like around the Earth type gravity. You know about that?
But there's a good reason for that. So the moon pulls. The moon doesn't just pull the water away like towards it.
Fuck me.
It pulls like the
We know the explanation. You don't
okay,
have to
fine. I
explain
don't need to give it to you guys.
We're not going to go. You have to go to bed. We're not going to debunk them all right now.
Right.
Just know that we know what you think. And
Okay, I want to give you guys something good.
You might rethink it.
I want to give you something that's actually kind of.
Before
I think you'll find interesting, and it's
start
for
some
your
more bullshit, I
side.
just want to tell you that your idea about the tides is wrong. Look up tidal nodes, and then just cry.
Yeah,
in
I'll
corner
look.
for
So I will concede. Okay, a couple concessions I'll make. I don't have a good answer for the tides. I'll have to look one of those up. I concede that. I'll concede the plane thing. I do not know how that works, and I'll have to look that up too. So I concede those things. You BTFO'd me on those. Let me close with something that I think you guys would find interesting. That is not an argument against you. I think it's actually an interesting thing you should look into. So there's this Catholic philosopher named Teilhard de Chardin.
It's B2FU, by the way.
Oh, it is?
The fuck, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was
beat the fuck
BTFO.
up. Beat the fuck up.
We let this guy get through this so he can go.
So there's this guy Teilhard de
Holy
Chardin.
gee,
Have you heard of him? He's a philosopher.
No, continue. So
he's this Catholic philosopher who he had this whole cosmological story of he's Catholic, so he had of course Christian elements in there, but he also used evolution and stuff. And he also in the end of his book, he has this explanation of how at the end of history, humanity will form this one world government. Very, very conspiracy type shit. And he says it's spelled weird. It's like TEIHARD and then DE and then Chardin CHARDIN or something. So at the end of his book, it's called The Phenomenon of Man. At the end of his book, he has this thing where he says the shape of the Earth being round is what necessitates this new world order. Because the Earth is round, then there's only so much space for people. They can't.
I want you to cite your source. Hey, I'm serious. I want you to cite your source on this.
It's sure. I think I actually have.
I need this because there's a theory that the one world order couldn't take place unless the people want it.
Exactly.
Right?
Well,
because
listen.
you can't tell Texans that you can do this and you can do that. Texans will be like, "Fuck no, we're not doing that."
And
right?
I think you guys
and the
would
same
like
thing with. Same thing with Michiganders. They're like, "Fuck you! I'm not going to do what you told me." So, the whole thing about the alien.
Let me finish. So
yeah, go ahead.
This guy.
They need our consent. They have to sell it to us.
What's the name of the book again?
The Phenomenon of Man. So he explained. I think you guys would not like the dude, but he says that in order for the shape of the Earth being a sphere in his view necessitates this one world order, which would make sense for you guys because of course the powers that be, would invent a globe Earth in order to make the one world order seem inevitable. You see what I'm saying?
Right, because the alien invasion. Without the alien invasion, there's no way the one world government can happen.
The shape of the Earth actually necessitates the one world order.
I
thought you guys would like that.
Paying attention until too late in what you were saying. What's the name of the book?
Somebody just posted it.
The Phenomenon of Man. Hold on, I got it. It's Pierre Teilhard de Chardin.
I have the specific note too.
Phenomena of Man. This is his name.
Pierre. That's a great answer for all those people who come in here and say, "Why would they lie?"
It's from the quote I'm talking about is page.
Thank you, sir.
I remember asking that earlier. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, bro.
239, where he talks about the shape of the Earth being necessitating the New World Order.
Right. Hey, dude, I just want to thank you man to man for sharing that with us.
Yeah, no,
because
I
that's
thought
a
it was
big
awesome.
piece of the puzzle, right? Because not too long ago, Joe Rogan had a podcast, right, with 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu guy, Eddie Bravo. And Eddie Bravo's answer to the question of why would they lie is what's in this book right here, exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They need a fake alien invasion, just like what the president of the United States, when he was before the UN, he said, imagine how quickly our differences would disappear under a threat of an alien invasion.
Right.
Right. And this was Ronald Reagan.
I disagree with Flat Earth, obviously, on a lot of things. However, I think that there's something that you guys get very right that I think our whole civilization needs to realize, that our descriptions, the scientific descriptions of reality, affect our worldview and they affect our beliefs about ourselves. And we can't play around with them. The things that we believe the world is really impact our view of what we are as humans, our view of what civilization is for. And I think that you guys are right on that.
Let me stop you right there. The person that you quoted as having this grandiose book, right? He happened to be in a secret society called the Jesuits or Society of Jesus.
No, that's what I'm arguing.
That's what he's basically saying that though. But the alien invasion part, right? Does it have to be a external one from a Narnia land second or thermodynamics violation, or can the alien invasion itself be what we're currently under as we speak?
Biblically, was the Jesuits would take it. As the Jesuits would take it, biblically, alien just means foreign. So no, it doesn't necessarily have a connotation to space travelers.
But then, does it also have to be something that is also something of higher intelligence than a human?
Link is good.
Well, like, what would you call it? Angelic being, a fallen one?
The answer is no.
I gotta head out. This was an awesome conversation.
I'm just saying I'm saying the Holocaust.
Hold on, bro. Come back and see us.
What page you said it was?
So I'm looking at all my notes now. I think it's somewhere between 239 and like 240 something. He's explaining his concept of the it's like the noosphere, which is what he conceives of as like the unified like human system. And he says that basically the argument he makes is that this unified human social system must arise because the Earth is not infinite. Like the Earth is not, it's a sphere, it's finite, and so we can't expand out forever.
Did you just add sphere on your own? Like finite, yes.
No, listen, I'm making an argument for you guys. I'm saying
did he say it's a sphere?
He makes the connection between it being a sphere and the necessity of this one world system.
When he talked about,
I think he's saying it backwards.
About okay, because when we talk about the atmosphere and like a celestial sphere, all these.
I'm just saying that this guy says some
is
stuff.
It possible that he either misinterpreted it or you misinterpreted him in saying that the Earth itself is a sphere?
He says noosphere.
Yeah, and sphere. So what he's saying is he's connecting the shape of the Earth. I'm not saying that. Listen, this is like an argument that you guys could use.
Noosphere, chapter 2.
So he's saying that like because of the shape of the Earth, because it's a ball where the noosphere can't just expand forever. Humans can't just expand into out into the plane, but they're forced kind of in. The noosphere can't keep expanding, so it has to close in on itself. And that closing in on itself of the noosphere is basically the development of like a one world government or system. And he's a Catholic, so he calls it like the communion of saints, or the Millennium Kingdom or whatever.
Related to that, I know you're kind of going, but related to that, I think it's interesting that even in science fiction, in early high school, like freshman or sophomore year, I read a book, Ender's Game. There was a movie about it. A lot of you might have seen it or read it. I don't know.
Love it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a great book.
That's a good one.
But in there they talk about the hegemon, which it turns out is actually a real thing. Like the hegemon is this ancient Chinese ideal that eventually on Earth that there has to be one supreme ruler, and China for thousands of years planned on being that hegemon, right? So
Yeah.
like, but again, this would fit into that idea of like, if it's limited and if it's, you know, a
Exactly.
sphere or whatever else, like that the world domination would it's an inevitable. It must come.
Exactly.
Exactly. So that's what Rome wants. That's what
Right.
Alexander the Great wanted. That's what the Chinese dynasty. They all want the one thing. They all want the one world order.
Because
But
the
the only way
story
to
of
do
what
it
the world is
to bomb the shit out of the people and give them Project Bluebeam images of aliens in the sky so that they can unite against one common threat. And then once they unite, they give their consent, then they can be ruled from one leader.
I'm all right. I'm gonna leave. This was great, but keep attacking the sign, like the consensus, because that's what we need. Because what we think, I do believe this, what we really think reality is affects how human society works, and I agree with that. All right, have a good night, y'all.
Good on you, bro. Take care.
Good job.
Good on you, brother.
You
Yeah,
too. I'm glad how it ended. Very good.
Very nice indeed. I did enjoy.
You know
the
what?
end of
You
that.
have a young prepubescent girl in here talking about her period.
Get her out of here. Get her out of here.
Where?
We don't.
Where?
Get the hell on out of here.
It might be you
Where?
that gets booted for saying
Maybe
something
you.
like that.
Yeah, maybe you.
In text, hold on.
Is it your time of the month or something, boy?
Where there?
There's parents in here. Don't start menstruating because you heard menstruate. All right, chill out.
That's a good thought. I was thinking menstruating. Who's bleeding more? I don't know.
Is it the Menzies time?
It's like, is it natural? So, do we want it? No. So we can say, please stop that. But or TMI. I'm a father, but that's still TMI.
He's got daughters.
Do you
I'm
think
not
that's
sure
a
about
pitch
a lot of
topic?
the arguments you guys were using. Like, I'm not
Well, I
sure. if
wanted to
they're-
actually comment on something that he just stated, so we can stay on topic a little bit.
No. We can move on. We can move on to new people, man.
Pardon?
Please.
There's just a lot of new people here. We don't have to continue with the topics that he just left.
Yeah,
us with.
let's try
Yeah,
to
we
get
got a lot of
where,
news.
There's no point.
the live
Okay.
streams being respectful of each other when we're all talking. Let's do that. Try to move back towards the respect. When somebody else is already talking, there's no reason to try and start your sentence. There's no
Exactly.
respectful reason anyway. That's called unruly and uncouth.
Correct, but
I'm
there's
done.
like 4 people right under you. There's a few that got VC checking, like Coder, hey Madman, and Airdrop. And the other one with the money sign has not been VC checking.
Yeah, they kept popping out and popping back in.
Can we
Yeah.
hit these?
Alright.
Can we hit these new
Flat
people with the big three?
Oh, me. 1 sec.
Just, I think there's like 5 or 6 of them in here.
Yeah, there's quite a bit.
Alright.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
hit them
looks
with the
like
big
we're
three.
filling up.
Come on.
Yeah.
Big three. That sounds good. Start there, guys.
Right. Who are we unmuting? Name them.
Well, they're all going to answer this question, so I wouldn't unmute them all. Or
Well,
should
there's
we?
a few that's already unmuted, which
Okay, let's
they have
talk to
VC
them.
verify.
What's their names?
There's Quarter 999, a
Line them
Madman,
up, Hank. Line them up.
All
a
right,
Madman,
so
and
Is
Airdrop.
that louder? Is that working better? You guys
yeah,
can
so
hear me better?
Perfect.
yeah, loud and clear,
Feel
bro.
better there.
So
Okay,
new
now I
guys,
can
can you
start
hear me?
talking over people.
Yeah.
All right.
You got to control your mic, right, guys? So I'm just going to ask you a few questions, and there's no right or wrong answers. Nobody's going to grill you for what you answer unless you make a claim of knowledge. And if you make a claim of knowledge, then we're going to ask you, where did you get this information? And we might ask you a little further questions. But if you don't know, that's fine. Many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So for the people who don't have your mics open, you can just answer the question in your head. Okay, so first question. Anytime in ancient history up until modern times has the curvature of the earth been directly measured, meaning that they measure the earth curvature by measuring the earth? And if so, what way did they do it? How did they do it? So if you don't know, all you have to say is, I don't know. But if you do have knowledge of earth curvature being measured, we'd like to see it.
I know, but the thing is it's probably better if you just hang yourself.
I'm already pretty hung, bro. Ask your mom.
Call me step baddie, bitch.
You just got flat.
Buy me new shoes. Buy me new shoes.
You walked right into that one, bro.
I got pics if you need proof.
I mean, I
Reminds
don't
me of
know
a
the answer to
song.
that. I have
You
some
got
vague
pics of Hank.
potential
What?
knowledge.
Well, I was taking pics while I was waiting for, seconds.
Oh yeah, that makes more sense now. Okay, sweet. No worries. That's gay. I'm okay with that.
No,
You guys got
okay
some
if you guys
Helios
wanna
in the
troll.
chat or what?
It's okay if you eat
can I
Helios
say?
for breakfast, but
You guys,
yeah,
you guys got
answer
some
the
Helio
question.
haters in the chat.
Answer the
Yeah,
question, guys.
So I answered it with this. I don't know. I have some
Okay.
vague knowledge, maybe.
Fair enough.
I could answer your question on how they say they measure the curvature, but they're full of shit with the whole Aristophanes thing.
All right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to use the S word.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay, so the next question: ancient times up until now, recorded history. What was the method that they directly measured the Earth's spin on its axis?
How long ago in time?
All the way
Ancient
through
times?
ancient history. Yeah, if it was written on a Sumerian tablet, the first civilization, let me know about it.
Well, I know what our history teaches us, which is complete garbage. So, but they've never been able to measure Earth curvature.
No, I'm talking
It's
about the
unmeasurable.
spin. The spin.
No, they can't. You can't measure the spin. There is no spin.
Okay, well, you
The
sound like a
sky.
flat earther. Okay, number 3. Cool. Number 3.
I'm a born again flat earther, bro. I got that
Cool.
on my knuckles.
Cool.
I'll die for
Welcome.
this, dog.
Okay.
Seriously, I'm serious. This is my set.
Dude, respect.
Third question.
Flatter
That
day.
is a set. That is a set.
Flat nasty, dude.
It really is a flat day saying. Let's move on.
Third question: is there any way that you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container? I.e., the Earth has 14.7 psi ground level. Yeah.
I could demonstrate it if you could demonstrate driving in your car with air in your tire with no rubber. If you could demonstrate that, then I could demonstrate it. You know what I mean?
That's one that I kind of want to research.
I just crack open it. I could crack open a soda and show you two environments coming into contact with each other. Just cracking open a soda.
Yeah, I'm a pedophile.
What? Did somebody just say that?
Well, again, that doesn't violate the second law of thermodynamics whatsoever. That doesn't violate entropy at all, does it? That's equilibralization as you open up the can. Therefore,
I thought I heard the word pedophile, dog.
Yeah.
I'm a
who
child
said that?
predator, bro.
Hold on. Own up to it, and I won't ban you. If I got to go to the live stream and find you, I'm just gonna ban you.
Because I'm a child predator, bro. You know what I mean? I kill people to mess with kids. So that pedo stuff's not cool.
What did you just say? What did you
I'm
say?
a child.
I'm had a really bad
He
time
said
there, brother.
he said he hunts down child predators.
You
He said he's a predator of predators. Let's not get it twisted.
Okay,
if you prey on little children, I believe you should do that too.
Yeah.
I got a wood chipper, bro. Listen, a real motherfucker will help you
He'll
hide
find
the
you,
body. I'll help you hide the body.
I agree with you, but the problem
Palmon.
is he's a predator.
Rocket.
He's not just getting them and killing them. He wants to have sex with them and stuff. So that's where I cross. That's
Oh my God!
too
All
far for
right,
me.
so
guys,
so
any
what
mention
shape
of
is yours?
violence?
I thought we were talking about
Guys,
flat Earth.
any mention of violence?
I prefer the dildo method.
No,
Yeah, honestly, the
he's-
same.
Crypto. Crack villain's right. We have to pretend like we're protecting the pedophiles, or we're gonna get shut down.
Oh,
Earth.
Lord.
Earth.
I'll get a cricket bat for him.
Actually,
Yeah,
pedophiles
I
exist because the
put-
Earth is round.
I protect those
You know
people
what I
all
did
the
this
time
week?
until
I charged back
waterboard 'em.
Robinhood $75,000.
Guys, we
nice,
gotta try
bro.
one at a time.
Let's
Gotta
meet
try
up
one
and I
at a
can
time now.
waterboard you, dog.
You think I could have a thought?
You need to be waterboarded, dog.
Battle Mod, can you check your DM?
Yeah, bro, I'm getting ready to ban him right now.
What?
My Discord is stuffed.
What did you say again?
Someone's impersonating me.
You still there, Josh?
Yeah, I'm still here. Somebody was impersonating me.
We good.
Appreciate it.
We got them banned and everything like that, right?
Yep.
Sweet.
And
No,
it's, and they got my picture from one of my YouTube videos.
That's
so
fine.
I know it's a troll.
Let's not
Dude,
add
those
too
people are
much to it.
creepy, dog. That's some weird, creepy stuff that takes a long time.
But listen, we can talk about that another time. Let's not add too much onus to it now because then it
Yeah.
just adds
It
to it
didn't
happening
take very
again.
long.
So let's move on. What was the previous statement you just said?
so
Flat Saints. What was it that you just stated?
Yeah, I'm a pedophile.
Yeah, that,
Hey.
that dude needs to be waterboarded.
He's a
bro.
pedophile.
Right, again, question. Stop talking about anything
Listen,
to do with
hold up.
recording or anything,
The
please.
Flats, I'm a man of my word. So say
Okay.
goodbye.
Yeah, somebody said they were a fucking pedo.
Hello?
Oh, he's gone. He
Anyway,
was
hi.
supposed to say
Hello.
goodbye, but he wasted his chance.
Yeah, you booty that guy, huh?
Had to.
Listen, you don't sit here and call people pedophiles. That's something people can't just wipe away. So you don't say it without proof. That's
Dude, I
like
didn't
the
say
girl-
that word one. I didn't say that word once, bro.
He's not talking.
I didn't say
He's not
no.
talking about you. He's talking
My
about the guy he
bad.
banned.
I
I said
apologize. I apologize. I'm sorry.
The
I'm sorry.
flats. The flats.
Oh, okay.
The-
Oh,
the
okay.
dude
I
I-
apologize. yeah.
Flats has another account. He claims to be a medical doctor.
Yeah, that shit sticks.
Hodo.
As crazy as, can you guys imagine one of us, a flat earther, trolling Globers? Like, come on, dude. That's what they do to
I mean,
us.
what would the
It's
proof
what's your
ridiculous.
proof?
Wait,
what's your
what?
proof that it's flat Earth?
I do it.
Wait, what's my proof?
Yeah, Flatter Day Saints. What finally did it for you?
You know what's weird is my lady was telling me about it, right? And I just open hand dismissed her, but we have a TV mounted high on the wall. One day I got out of the shower and the Eric Dubé 200 Reasons Why the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball came on. I was listening. After 15 minutes, the one thing that hit me and I stopped everything I was doing and I paid attention was when they said surveyors cannot lay railroad tracks or make canals without, they don't take the curvature of the Earth into account. They never have. And I stopped. And I paid attention. Dude, by midnight, I was flat smacking people, fighting with people about it. I lost a lot of friends,
Listen,
dude.
bro, you
Yeah.
ain't got to do that. I was here. I listened to your 3 proofs. I gave you epi roll. You're good. You
No,
ain't
no,
gotta
I'm
do
not
all
He's
trying
a
to prove
YouTube
myself.
creator.
I'm just,
I didn't.
no, I'm just
never met
I'm
him.
giving you my testimony because I'm a born again flat earther. So I like telling people. I mean, I'm not trying to prove that I'm a flat earther. I'm just saying, like, I'm proud of how it happened. You know what I mean?
You know what finally did it for me?
Huh?
Water levels.
Yeah. I mean, I learned all that in the video in like one day,
Yo,
but I never
what do you
thought of
mean
it
by
before.
water levels? Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, when you're leveling a house, like especially the foundation, you have to use a water level.
Spirit.
No, you have to use an actual water level. It's a tube filled with water.
Oh, they got spirits in them, bro. It's called
Well,
a
this one
spirit
just
level.
this
Yeah,
one had
it's
like
a
red
spirit
colored
level.
red
It
colored
is
liquid in
water,
it.
basically.
Yeah, water
What?
evaporates, spirits don't, or
I
alcohol.
mean, you could just go to the ocean though and look at the sea level. It's the sea level is the same anywhere in the
water.
world. You know?
Holy shit, is it raining?
What
I'll be
city do you live in where it's raining?
I live in the desert. That's why I was like, holy shit, I'll be back. I gotta make sure
It
things
hasn't
aren't getting
rained where I
flooded out.
live, bro. It hasn't rained here for like 8 years, bro.
Usually, poor people live in the desert.
Yeah. Usually in mud huts too.
Yeah, tell that to Israel.
Yeah, I'm thinking Joshua.
But that's because they
Tell
convinced the entire
tell
world
that to
that
Saudi
it's
Arabia.
flat. I mean, not flat,
Dude,
round.
Joshua
You
Matthews throwing
think
around all
Saudi
these
Arabia
names,
is
like-
broke?
Well, that's because they also convinced the world is round. They capitalize
The
off
world,
that and sell
wait,
the
bro.
oil.
The world is round and
Because
flat. Like
because
a disc.
if they don't tell the world, if they don't tell the people the world is round, who's gonna buy the oil to travel, right?
No,
If the world was flat,
Hold
everyone would
on,
just
hold
walk.
on, hold on. I gotta stop him there. When he says stuff like that, like this is what I just typed in here. Like you're a real flat earther, I believe you, but I don't want you representing me because you'll say shit like that. Like
Hey,
the
you
Earth
have to-
is
you have to
round.
No, but you have
like,
to think about
how
that,
the
man.
fuck
Like,
do we know that?
you're not thinking critically. Like, they're all part of the conspiracy. It's all part of one
Wait there,
world.
wait there.
See,
Lou was saying
I'm still
something.
on the globe side, guy.
Wait there a minute.
I don't
Wait
buy
there.
it.
Wait there.
Ugh.
Lou was saying something important.
Yeah. You said the Earth is round. So what do you mean by that? Like, how is
No,
it round? How do you know that?
Like a disc. You know what I mean? Like a coin on the ground.
Yeah, see,
I
I
didn't say the
don't
world
want
was round.
I don't want you having the
I just say
tag
the arrows
when
were
you
part
say
of the
shit like that.
conspiracy.
So
You what?
do you mean? Listen, do you mean the Earth is a circular realm, a living realm amongst a larger portion of land?
I can't tell you because that would be just my opinion. My belief is
Right.
that
That same reasoning applies to the the the
okay,
dome,
okay.
or the firmament, because we have evidence to logically infer it. You know.
Yeah. Like I look at it like
Sure.
a giant saucer
And
with a
that's why
colander over the top of
and
it.
Problem. That's the problem. Lou is right.
What's the problem?
Yeah.
Defining
proof
this
of it.
Earth. Yeah, you're trying to make it an object. That's the problem.
Oh, so okay, so don't argue with people over the fact of it being round because I can't prove that. I see what you're saying. No, I
No,
get it. I
no,
get it.
you can
I
prove
think if
No,
we were
you're
gonna work
basically
towards
making it sound like a flat Earth
I think we need to
FE
work towards
model.
one common goal, and that's
Christ.
you know how we have these info dumps in
We're
here
not
where we can
flat Earth
post our
society.
links and things like that. I think what we need to
27,
do
you
is
can't hear Battle Mod?
decentralize that info.
I don't think he does. We're not the flat Earth society. We don't think we're a disc.
Bro, I'm not a flat Earth
no.
society, bro.
He's not like that, guys. I
He
think you
isn't
guys are
like that.
misinterpreting Flatter Day. If you have
Exactly.
not watched his channel on YouTube and don't understand the
Exactly.
eccentricities of this man, you're not going to get what he's saying. Okay,
Right.
just
No,
kind of
man.
relax just a
That's
little bit
what-
because I know him a little better than you all. I told him he needs to kind of calm down, but don't worry.
It's
Sorry.
just
I'm
his
the
first
one who
time
said-
here again from a long time because he's
I'm the
tried
one
to
who
work
said
this
it.
thing before.
I'm
Give
the
him a
one
little
who typed in
chance.
and brought it up. Look, I believe he's a flat earther, and I believe he has good intentions, and I believe he's probably on the ball on a lot of it. But when he says stuff like that, I don't want him representing the flat Earth. Like it's a misrepresentation of most of us.
It's the nature of the beast.
How
I
is it
understand,
different
but
than
at the same,
Flat Earth
When
Society?
we have no Globers, we go at each other's throat. It just
I'm a
happens.
I
Glover. Go
understand.
against me.
There's
Bro,
Globers
hey,
in
No,
here.
hold on.
bro. I'm
Oh
not
my
above learning
God!
anything.
Listen, figure this thing out right here. Figure this one thing
Yeah,
out.
like let me know if I
Do
did
not
something wrong. Just let me
interrupt
know.
me.
He just
The
doesn't know
rest of
our
these
ways,
guys are
and we don't
nice.
know him
I
very
will
well.
ban you if you overtalk me. I don't care what role you got. You be crying Indio. Lou, you be hoping Lou's nicer than me. Lou might ban me mod abuse, man.
Bro, I'm not
Maybe
afraid of being banned from the channel,
Michael, can I
bro.
ask a quick question?
Jesus.
That interruption shit gotta stop, bro. I really don't care about anything past that.
Michael, can I ask you a question real quick?
If
Guys,
it's
let's
going to
just get
be a
back to one at a
ridicule of
time.
my moderation, then no.
I was gonna ask how you achieve lead mod role. What kind of what do you
By
have to do to
banning
achieve that
people
role?
who listen, I keep a productive conversation.
Right.
It should be a progression and civil. It's not civil when you
Right.
got a bunch of fucking people in here that make it sound like a bar room. Now,
Right.
what we got to understand is we have a live stream listening to this. If they can't hear one person over another, what the fuck good is it for?
Right.
So I'm the motherfucker in here that is the asshole. You can put all the asshole shit on me, but I'll keep this shit productive.
Basically, it's kind of like a lion pride. Like he's the one who announced he's the lead mod, and until somebody challenges him and takes it from him, that's the way it
All right,
is.
I challenge him right now.
You're
I challenge
very
him right now.
animalistic.
Wait, that's just a precursor. He's just an asshole.
I
Anyway.
challenge you
Bitch
in real
gotta
life.
beat
I
me in a
challenge you
rap battle,
virtually. I
crack.
challenge you in
He
any form
challenged
right
me.
now.
He's challenged you. What?
I
We-
challenge you right
What?
now. I challenge
We
you right
rap battle for this shit.
now. All right, I'll rap
I'll
battle.
rap
right now.
battle
Let's go.
all you into the ground, bro.
Saints,
Are
bro.
you
You
ready
know I
for
Straight
me
can
to
up.
do lines
Like,
off
wait a
your
minute, wait a
mom's
minute,
ass
Saints.
crack, bitch?
All right,
Like they say,
mute everyone
you
else.
know I
Get an
can flow,
instrumental in here.
bro.
I'll go 1v1 with you.
You met me today, brother. Remember?
I'll drop
Yeah,
bars
I
on you.
remember, bro.
Times do I gotta service your mom till you call me stepdad?
I already know
he
who's
took-
going to win this battle mod.
He took my
chemtrails are out
stepdaddy
fast.
line, damn it. He's
Chemtrails are out
biting me.
big today. I felt them. Like I could feel them in my lungs. Like when they evaporate, like down to the surface of the earth and like
I'd
penetrate
just
your lungs.
ban you if you beat me anyway, dog.
That's fair. But I mean, there has to be a way to earn. Like, if you respect that lead mod role that you wear on your chest,
You're
you
on the
have to
band, you
have
want
it
to
up
try
there.
this.
You know what? You know what? And I'm going to say this right in front of the lead mods. I don't think there should be lead mods. I think it's a
Oh
bullshit role.
shit! Oh shit! Okay, so
Neither do I.
we're-
Neither do
we're
I, because I
challenging
think
the
I would
hierarchy.
love
We're
to get rid of
challenging
battle
the
mode
hierarchy.
right now. Let's get rid of him, Lou. Me and you stick together right now against him. Our 2 mods against his 1 lead mod.
Why are you
yelling? He could
Why are
just.
you yelling?
It was
I
a
could
joke.
ban both of y'all, but I never
Announcing a
do. I
fight.
could also mute you, but I don't.
the fuck.
Yeah, I respect that you don't mute me. I'm trying to be very respectful. I
Listen,
just was
lead
wondering
mod was
how you
created
achieved-
because other mods sit in the live stream and that they allow this crap to happen.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
So this is specifically for live stream to keep it productive. When everybody else is battling over who's going to moderate, then that's when I moderate and just make it productive. I really don't
honestly
even
a
want
lot
to
like
debate.
I used to be,
And when I
used to be a
start with that
bouncer
one
at a
second,
I
bar.
just
dude.
want people to be civil and stop fucking talking over each other. That's it.
There you go. And when I started to shout, then that was for me to illustrate the point of what his job was, for him to shut me up, and then for it to continue on civilly.
Yeah, you did that. You did that on purpose.
Yeah, I'm a pedophile.
I did.
I used to work at a bar, and there was a top bouncer there, and it was just
Is
like the
this
top
motherfucker
moderator
back?
in this.
How's he
service.
get back?
And
How'd
one
that guy
day,
get back?
to challenge him to become top bouncer, I had to fight him. So you know.
No,
what I
you
did?
didn't. No, you
You know
didn't.
what I did?
No, you didn't.
You don't
Wait
want
there.
to
Wait
take
there.
that route either.
Wait there. Wait there. Wait there. What the
Crackers.
fuck are you talking about?
The bar was called
What?
Wheel
Wait there,
Cracker,
please.
and
Can
it
I
was in,
take this
like,
because
Montreal,
this is
Hoorah!
Can I take this because this is something that I'm actually involved in. So wait there.
You're
You're
bouncer?
saying, yeah,
I'm bar security.
you're bar security. Okay. So
Yeah.
so what's your licensing?
My license? No, I'm literally just
No, what?
normal
No, no,
town.
sir. What
I'm
is your
Chris Hansen.
licensing? What is your licensing? Tell me the acronym for your license.
I'm sorry, my employer did- my employer
Shut up, Latter-day Saints.
Crack. It sounds like he's American. You're English. There's probably
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. My family are arbiters of actually creating the very license that you guys use over there. So
We don't use
licensing
licenses,
is
bar
universal.
bouncers in my state, but we go to the
there's
bar
no
to knock a
license- no
motherfucking
license.
bouncer out.
You don't need a license to be a
license needed.
bouncer. You can just be hired as a bouncer for the night, and then that's it. You're the bouncer.
Go
he said he was security
yeah.
staff. He said he was
I'm
security staff. That's
top-
why I'm
now
harping
top
on it.
bouncer
Okay.
at the bar that I work at. I'm now.
Yeah, he
You're
works
not
with Jared
security,
Chauvin.
Latter-day Saints, please,
What up?
dude.
Yeah, please.
So
please.
wait, you're not security staff then, are you? Because
No, I
security
am.
staff is
So
different
I don't
to
have to be
doorman.
licensed. My employer doesn't require any licensing.
Okay, that's fair enough. So you are strictly just a doorman. There is no
Yeah,
license
I
involved.
make
You're
$17
not
an
security
hour.
staff.
But I'm top
Okay.
bouncer. You start at $12 an hour. So I challenged the top bouncer. We had to get into a fight. I had to fight him. Eventually,
Joe
it ended up
Pesci,
that-
stop shooting that gun.
Oh
So
my
eventually we
god.
got into a fight. I challenged him, and we got into a bit of a tussle. I ended up winning. I was
Tussle.
I was the top dog of that bar, and still am. And so now I'm looking, hopefully, to do the same thing in this Discord and become top moderator.
You just got
What city
knocked
is
the
this?
fuck out.
Yeah, too
Oh,
bad.
you guys still want to do this? Okay.
You're at the bottom of the hill.
I
I'll
know.
stop talking. I don't need to be muted. I apologize.
Well, if you'll sign the waiver, I'll get in the cage with you. Shit, that ain't nothing but a thing.
No.
Shit.
I'll pay for your trip.
Hello, Beto.
America's next top moderator.
Sign a cruise waiver, homeboy. You know what I mean? Get out on early behavior.
Listen. If we look at what's been recently stated somewhere, this is a conversation that we've been asked to avoid having. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be a prick.
What do you? We can hear Flatter Saints eating on mic. You gotta stop, man.
Who was
I wasn't eating on the mic, bro.
Yeah, well,
But,
dude,
somebody was eating Doritos.
You guys want me to get off the thing? I came on here because somebody invited me, dog.
Listen, dude. I like you. I
Yeah.
think you're great, and I actually think we met earlier. It's just that when you're not talking, just stay on
He
mute
wants to suck your dick.
until
Okay.
you want
He
to
wants
speak.
to suck your dick.
Right, I'm telling you right
Fucker,
now,
what
dude.
the hell is this
I'm gonna
fucking
tell you
shit?
right now. I'm gonna ban your ass right now, unless you give me a good
Ban
reason
his
not to.
ass.
That
You
language
gonna
is
ban
not
me?
uncalled for, bro.
Oh.
No,
No,
you,
Flatterday.
Okay.
Flatterday,
we're
not
having
you.
We're talking
You
to
sound
flat
like you're
earthers.
poor
If
in
you keep
European.
asking,
You sound like
man,
you're
if you
poor in European,
if
and
you're
I'm the top
self-conscious
moderator.
about it, I'm gonna begin to wonder why.
I'm by far the top moderator in here.
Right, sweet. Give me the reason as to why you shouldn't be banned. Flat Earther 27.
They muted him.
Well, I'll unmute him because I want to know. What is your game here? What is your game here? You're a fake
What do you mean?
flat
I
earther?
can't. No, I literally
You're a
came
fake
here to
flat
challenge
earther?
my ideas. I told
Okay.
NVC.
So
NVC
why is your name
check-in,
Flat Earther?
I'm a flat earther. Like I believe in.
No,
I
you're
have the
not.
ideals. I believe.
No,
in
you're
it.
not. Why would you come in
Something
here
to
and
believe in, I
wait
can
there,
prove it.
guys? Why would you come in here and disrespect other flat earthers in the
No,
manner
I've
that you are
disrespected
doing
you
so?
because you sound like a poor European piece of shit, dude. I believe in flat Earth.
Chicka's
Okay.
piece of shit, dude.
Wait there. No, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I am poor and I am European and I am a piece of shit.
Spot on.
So
Bullseye.
spot on. Well done. Again. So why would you come in here and disrespect the rest of the group though?
I don't disrespect anyone else. Actually, I'm
Oh, you
targeting
have
you
not.
now. It's you and I
You're
one on
so-
one.
you're- It's you and I one on one, is it? Okay.
Yeah,
right.
it
So
is.
right for spot of top moderator, right?
No. Top moderator is Michael J. Smith. He's earned that spot. He told us his story about being the
Well,
top
you
bouncer
first
at
have
his
to become
bar.
the moderator before you can become the top mod.
Listen, I'm
You
not
get
the
that?
top mod. Lead mod is a team of people.
Yeah, it's a
And
No, I
team.
respect
we don't
that. I
we
respect
don't
that.
moderate other mods. We just
But wait,
moderate.
No, that's fair. That's
But there's
fair.
a chain of command.
We're
There's
the
a chain of-
most
I understand. And I
active.
can respect the chain of command. Believe me.
We're
I
the
can
most
so you have to go
active
from me
in
first.
voice chat. That's why we got the role, because we're the most active in
No,
here.
I understand.
Other people want, there's feelings with it, whatever. Votes
totally
don't trump votes, man. A mod vote is a mod vote, whatever.
I will make one
I
suggestion.
don't know where
though,
you're getting
just-
that crap from, Lou.
just one suggestion. I'm looking at the live stream voice text chat,
When it
and a
sticks
lot of
my
people
2
want to be
cents in on
unmuted.
political crap
Like,
here.
I think there's a lot of people that are trying to get checked in or so. I don't know if you guys need to like make that process clear. I'm not even sure how that exactly works, but I think a lot of people still need to be unmuted.
Right. Maybe we should make you top mod then, right?
No, I don't need that position.
Because
I don't
you
need
know
that.
how to run this place, right? You sound ready. Wait there, let me just roll your ass up right now.
No, you don't have to do
Not in the
anything.
sense of
You don't
like
have
on
to
the
do
mass,
anything.
but
You don't have to do anything, brother.
I don't have to
just
do
think there's-
anything.
I just think you want to do a good job moderating. This is a good community. You unmute the people that want to be unmuted.
Nah, Flat Earther 27. I just think you're an ass kisser, bro. That's all.
Yeah, thanks for telling us how to moderate and
No,
work
you don't
around
have
these
to- you don't
issues.
have to
Really
do
do
anything.
appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate your point of view.
The only reason you're not banned right now is because you're good content for what I would call a fake flat earther.
You're
See, if
sure your
you-
name's not
if
Flat
it was
Earther
up to me,
33?
man, I would have shut
You're
you
Flat
up
Earther
already,
33.
man.
The only reason
What
you're
is
not
that?
muted and banned is because you're evidence for a good fake flat earther right now. That's the only reason you're not banned.
I mean, I didn't say I was a full flat earther. I'm a little
Exactly, but your
a
name
full
is
one.
Flat Earther 27, as if you're ascended
yes.
almost to level 27.
You're a pear-shaped earther, right? It's pear-shaped, right? It's oblong, right?
So, like, can someone get kind of pregnant?
Kind of.
Oh man.
I knew a married bachelor once.
I'm sorry. I was not trying to laugh at that.
Yeah,
Hey, bro. So either you're getting paid, or you do this out of some sick pleasure to try to come in flatter chat rooms. We don't go in your guys' chat rooms. That's just weird.
What does that even mean? What are you talking about?
Your
I'm just
guys'
saying.
chat room.
Yeah,
Look,
like why?
I-
Like
Look,
what
as
are
a
you
regular
getting?
mod, I'm going to point out that this isn't a conversation that should be held in public. Period.
It really
All
should.
right.
You're correct. You're actually correct there, Lou. 100%. Flat Earther 27. It's been great getting to know you. My DMs are always open for your concern trolling, based upon obviously, like I said, you wish to take over the top moderation. You would first have to become a moderator for that. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm
later.
gonna have to go with Lou and back him on this. Can we
Bye.
change the damn subject before
Oh no,
I have to
I
ban you
said
both?
that and ban him. I banned him as I was saying that. That's why I did that.
Nice. So, what shape is the Earth, guys?
Not a shape.
Round.
Do it.
It's round.
Guava. Wait, what is the shape of guava?
Did he say guava?
Guava. Guano
like
or guava?
slightly flat, but
You like that
round.
guava coffee?
I just thought
I know we got new people in here. Why don't we cover some of them? Like an airdrop.
Yeah, let's
Cover
unmute
it.
some people even.
Yeah, and why don't we let Hank get in there? He got all. Is he still here? He got all walked.
Yeah, Hank.
Yeah, I'm still here. How's my reception?
Yeah. You sound great.
You sound so good.
Call out some of these
Shit,
new
baby.
guys, like Mouthy.
Hey, Mouthy. You got control of your mic, bro?
He does now.
I think the Earth is round,
Yeah, round?
pizza?
Like a pizza?
like a globe.
Oh, okay. You mean spherical. So here we try to be hyper specific with our speech. That way there's no ambiguity for people to wiggle around. Fair enough?
That's fair. I'm not saying I'm an expert or anything. And
No, bro. I don't expect you to be an expert.
recently, in another server, somebody changed my mind about, some other things that I thought were pretty solid. So I'm not
Yeah.
close-minded.
The whole CV Axle 19 has got people thinking outside the box recently. So let me help you to understand what you know, okay? Because there's a difference between belief and knowledge, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you some questions. There's no right or wrong answer. Nobody's going to grill you. Many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So if you don't know, just say you don't know. But if you do know, we might, pursue that what you do know. So I'm going to ask you 3 simple questions. First question, anytime in ancient history up until now, has the curvature of the Earth been directly measured? And if so, how do they do it?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. So second question, the Earth spinning on an axis, ancient history up until now, how was it directly measured?
I'm not sure.
Excellent. Going good so far. Third question, they say that, space is a near perfect vacuum, right? And the volume is just, well, for lack of a better word, astronomical. Is there any reason that you can think of why the Earth's atmosphere shouldn't reach equilibrium like everything else does here on Earth without a container? Shouldn't the gas pressure fill the available volume? And let me put it in layman's terms so that you understand. If you have a propane tank and it's got 250 psi in and the nozzle's open, what's going to happen?
It'll come out.
It'll spew out until it reaches equilibrium. So can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
This one I heard you guys talking about before, and I did find some stuff about it, but I'm not really sure.
Okay, so you're just going to say that you can't demonstrate that to me right now? Because you can't go
I'm
to
not.
the
Yeah, I'm
propane
not a
salesman.
scientist, right? And
No, you don't have to be a scientist to understand this. You can't go to the propane salesman and buy 250 psi without a propane tank, right?
Yeah.
So you have to have a container for the gas pressure. So how are you breathing right now?
my lungs.
Yeah. How are you breathing if there shouldn't be any gas pressure on the surface of the Earth? Because the Earth is an open system setting directly next to a near perfect vacuum. Okay, so I'm just going to go over the first question. You said that you don't know, so it's a belief that you have because you've never actually done it yourself. You've never measured the curvature. In fact, the only place you've ever seen curvature is on TV, in a cartoon or a magazine or in your mind's eye. You've never actually went outside your house, stepped out into nature, and saw curvature, have you?
No, that's true. What I have seen is in a telescope. I went to the Astronomical Society where I live. I took my son there, and we got to see through a small telescope Saturn, and it was magnificent. Like, it was beautiful to see.
So you saw a light in the sky.
I mean, you saw it was Saturn with the rings, right? Like, it was really cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You saw a light in the sky, right? But we're talking about the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but
Okay.
yeah, it was a circle. I mean, I can't say it was a sphere, but I can say it was a circle with rings around it.
Right. So what you saw that was a planet, aka a wandering star, and that's what planet means. And the Earth, you know, that dirt that gets in between your toes when you're at the beach, you know, the Earth is not that, right? The Earth is not a wandering star. The Earth is dirt, rocks, oceans, right?
Yeah.
Well, so I'm going to ask you to do something. Do me a favor and Google the radius of the Earth. Can you do that for me? Just tell me, what's the radius of the Earth?
According to Google.
According to Google, that's right.
It's 3,958.8 miles, it says.
Right, 3959. That's correct. So can you go to an Earth curve calculator? Type that in. Earth curve calculator.
That's a website? Earth
Yeah.
Curve Calculator? Okay.
That's right. And then type in 1 foot observer's height. And could someone do me a favor and post the black swan? So do you got the 1 foot observer? Okay, I'll wait.
Imperial eye height, 1 foot. Target distance is the 3959.
No, don't do the target distance. Just fill in the observer height.
Just 1 foot?
Yeah, where does it say the horizon should be? 1.225 miles?
It says 3.8. And target distance 30 miles is what was in there.
No. Take out zero out everything except for the 1 foot observer height.
Okay. It says. Maybe I'm on the wrong thing. Try this again. I don't know, it might be my browser's not really liking this website or something. It's pretty locked down. Oh, now horizon distance 1.224 miles.
Right, so that's where the horizon should be. All right, can you see the live stream voice text? It's the room right above the room you're in. Hashtag live stream voice text.
Yeah.
All right, do you see where someone posted the black swan?
Yeah, I heard this earlier, the black swan thing.
Right. So the thing about this is that anybody can repeat this experiment. This isn't like NASA where you have to believe and have faith that what they're telling you is true and trust the 500 men that allegedly went to space. Anybody can go to a large body of water that's at rest and they can find out where the horizon should be. Right? So what this tells you is that according to the math of the dimensions of the sphere that they claim that you live on, the horizon should be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or at 1 foot, 1.25 miles away. Right? 1.225 miles away. But in this image from a still shot from a video that if you want we can produce for you, and it will eliminate all the variables, will show you that it's actually 10 miles away, and if you look closely, actually 30 miles away. So what this is telling you is the horizon is not where it's supposed to be. See, we were told for hundreds of years, most likely we were told for hundreds of years, that ships go over the horizon because of the geometric horizon or the Earth curve, right? And what we're finding out is that this isn't true at all. We've made the measurements ourselves. We've made the observations, and the horizon is actually optical. Can someone post that Skunk Bay time lapse for me, please? It's funny, I was backing up the girls earlier when I first started, and now somebody's backing me up.
It's nice, isn't it, buddy? Have people backing you up.
Yeah.
No standard refraction. What are you talking about?
I'll look on my phone. I'll see if I can find it. The Skunk Bay time lapse. There it is. Okay, so can you see the GIF that was just posted, the Skunk Bay time lapse?
Bam, more DMs.
Yeah.
All right. So I want you to study it. When it first starts, you can see you can see clearly across the bay. Now, this is a time-lapse footage of Skunk Bay. And what you're going to see is that when the morning starts out, you can see clearly across the other side. And then as the sun gets closer, it perturbs the atmosphere and causes all this like heat waves. Let's call it heat waves, right? And what this does is it causes a false horizon, because as it, disturbs the atmosphere, what happens is that these heat waves is causing a false horizon, and it's actually looking like the bay on the other side is flooded out. It looks like they're underwater at certain points, does it not? Especially during the middle of the GIF.
I'm having trouble understanding everything I'm seeing, but I do see it moving, right? Like it's going up.
Right,
and
it
down.
looks like the horizon is going up and down, and
Yeah,
it's actually a false horizon. It's not the real horizon, because the real horizon is in the background. Look in the far background. You see the real horizon? So this false horizon is due to optics. It's not actually due to the Earth curving, because the Earth doesn't blow up and deflate like a balloon, getting bigger and smaller, causing the horizon to move from place to place. That doesn't seem very likely at all, especially without earthquaking. It's more likely that this phenomenon, the horizon, is optical. It's purely optical, right? That's why the definition says the apparent, which means that it appears, doesn't necessarily mean that this is an actual Earth curve. The apparent location where the Earth meets the sky or the water meets the sky. That's the definition of horizon. And horizon means horizontal, like sea level. These words are all telling to what your reality is. But if you turn on the TV, there's people that are happy to tell you that you live on a sphere. But what we're challenging you to do is, don't take my word for it. I'm just some idiot on the internet. Go out to a large body of water, about 10 miles, with a mirror or binoculars or some sort of telescope or high zoom camera, and test it for yourself. Forget about what anybody else tells you. Anybody can do this. Anybody with a large body of water at rest, preferably in the morning or at night. That way the atmosphere is being perturbed the least amount. And make an observation. Use the Earth curve calculator that I showed you. Measure where the horizon is. Measure objects that are at known distances. Or just put a mirror in the water and see if you can see it from about 10 miles away as it reflects the sunlight behind you. And I'm going to let someone else continue. Take over. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me, dude?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my mute button was like getting stuck in and then stuck back out. So yeah, did you understand exactly what Hank was saying there? Because it was very beautifully
It's a lot.
done.
It's a lot of information. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to understand it and digest it.
Well, just tell me a couple of parts, just a couple of parts about what you think it is that was being said, just to get a level of understanding of what you did grasp from it.
Well, I think that the Earth curve calculator is saying that the curvature that like people say it is couldn't possibly be it because of this, observation that he was talking about, that if you go out and look at things out on a body of water and compare them to the horizon, that you're not going to get what the calculator says it should be.
Yeah.
At the radius of the 3,900 miles or whatever it is. That's interesting.
Right. So let me just stop you a second. Trace, could you just post the image that you posted a second ago, where it's zooming in on the boat in the distance with the eyes, the one that Pano made? Could you just repost that for me, because that's the part that you clearly got stuck on there. Unfortunately, so that's the bit that you did sort of take heed of. If you look in the live stream voice text, can I point your attention to it? You see this, right? This is where we see too far, right? So previously known as things being disappearing behind the curve of the Earth, right? Things that apparently were disappearing behind a lump of Earth curve. Now, as we have greater and far superior optics with better zoom capability, we're able to see that actually, effectively, these things are able to be seen. It's just that we have to increase our basic distance to
okay.
able to resolve them, right? Our ability to resolve them and the distance to resolve them, right? But what he was really running you through was the black swan, right? Which would be the argument as to how they would derive R, meaning the radius itself, okay? Do you understand what I mean by that?
Well, the black swan is if all swans are white and one is black, then it disproves that all swans are white.
Of course, that's
Right?
the format of the argument.
And then
But
you're saying that
there's a few arguments we could put inside of that, but we want you to understand the argument that we mean by that argument, right? So that coincides with what I just stated about how far away the boat is there in the image. You can't see it. If you didn't have the optics, then you would believe that maybe that had disappeared behind a lump of earth curve or a sagittal, right, or leading edge of the sphere, right?
Right. You're saying that because we can see it, that disproves the radius.
Well, what we're
The
saying
math,
effectively
it wouldn't even work.
Well, of course, because remember we're on a globe that has specified size, specified shape, so it should, right, effectively show, based on its geometry, very, very exact and very precise proportionality, meaning that effectively it should purport itself to be a certain size. So the distance to the horizon, which would be the geometric restriction, right? The geometric restriction of what we would be able to see, not based on our eyesight, but based on the actual physicality of the ball that you're stood on, right? So our argument is as follows, correct? Is this, especially with the black swan observation that was provided, where it shows the two different platforms with the oil rigs and everything like that, right? Okay, and the horizon clearly shown behind the oil rigs, right? What we have there, effectively, the oil rigs is not the argument. They're just to demark the distance because they're a known distance.
The distance horizon, it's geometrically impossible on a globe of a radius of 3,959 miles.
Exactly. We have simple formulas.
Geometric impossibility. Yep.
Yeah, with spherical trigonometry will tell us very quickly that we have these formulas that can tell us exactly how far away things should be able to go to the horizon based on the angle to resolve them. Meaning our angle, meaning how high we are, right? Meaning, let's say if you're 1 foot off the ground, it should be 1.2 miles away is how far away the horizon should be. That's where the leading edge of the sphere would appear to be. You move yourself higher up, right? As if you were next to the basketball and you move your head slightly higher up, you're going to see behind, further behind the basketball if your face is close up to it, right? So at 8 feet, it should be 3.48 miles away. I would just sort of say, and I always say this to people, if you're being honest with yourself, right, you yourself know that the horizon itself never, ever, and I would say pretty much never, ever, conforms to the formula that we just spoke of. That it is, in fact, an ever-moving line, that horizons always appear to be different distances based on the atmospheric conditions of the day. And that's really the argument there. The argument realistically is that this isn't a phenomenon that you're seeing where things disappear based on a form of physical geometry, but it is something that is denoted and dictated via the atmospheric conditions of the day. That's why we see different distances.
It's geometrically impossible. That's the argument on the black swan. The distance is impossible by the geometry that's given. It falsifies the radius. It can't be that radius. It has to be 10 times greater radius.
Bigger.
Which
Yeah,
ends up
that's
to
what I was
be
thinking.
230-some thousand miles.
Yeah.
Instead of 3,959
Yeah.
miles in radius.
If the picture you just saw is a globe and the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere, then the next picture I'm about to post is the size of your sphere.
Okay. Bigger than all the planets.
It's basically the distance between the
all
moon
of them combined.
And the Earth. And you see that little island in the background there it's from the video where the black swan is taken. That island is about 29 miles away. Yeah. So if that is the size of your globe, then this is the size of your globe.
The whole surface of the Earth. right, or the size of the Earth if the horizon is at 29 miles away from a 1 foot observer height, the whole surface of the Earth would be the size of, look.
I
find
think
it
this
much
is really
easier
interesting, and you
for
guys present the information really well. Like it's understandable and clearly presented.
Yeah, we're all copying other people that have formulated arguments, especially me. I can't really speak for everyone else, but I'm copying what other people have said, and I try to put it in a simple, plain English so that even a child could understand it.
Oh, you really did. It's just that it's so much info to take in that I think he needed to hear it backwards afterwards. That was all. Because I feel
left
like,
out the Black Swan part. He said he already heard it, and I should have just went on through with it anyway.
yeah, but
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been in here before and heard them saying that.
But again, as well, the other reason why the Black Swan is important is again the diversion of deriving of it itself, right? So again, right, people could look at this image and say, well, oh look, we see sort of forms of optical effects in the sky. Yeah, well, that's the point. That's the argument, right? Remember, okay, to derive distance to something that is optically changing, i.e., it itself is optical. Horizon is in the word apparent position, obviously, where the sky appears to meet the ground. So all we have to do is call it apparent horizon, not an apparent horizon. It's just horizon, right? So again, it's in there, right? It's optical. It's an optical phenomenon when we see the horizon, okay? Therefore, you cannot measure anything from something that is optical because it is not what? Physical. So the claim is that someone once, okay, used dip angles to the horizon or dip angles first and their altitude, and to use their altitude again, to be able to do that, to use altitude, effectively to use altitude, what do you need? You need a horizontal. Then you also need a 90-degree angle. And in order to do that, you can't do that also on a globe. In order to do that on a globe, you would need, what would you need? You would need a triangle with 3 sides to it, that one of the sides effectively would be curved. You can't derive a 90-degree angle at the corner of a triangle that has a base lane to it that is curved, right? It's just simply not possible. So this is where that goes all the way into like sextants and stuff like that. So he was already begging the question again, right? Of what he was doing effectively, and then he was already presupposing it was a sphere because he was using spherical trigonometry in order to measure the distance to the horizon, because this is the problem. He was trying to derive a radius, so he was using a methodology in which to derive a radius, which is again associated to sphericity. So he presupposed it was a sphere first, then reified that idea, and then used that idea again, using dip angles to the horizon, which is something, again, that would also need a 90-degree and a horizontal, which, again, assumes a flat plane. You cannot do this on a non-flat plane. Right? So there are so many faux pas as we go along the way. It's unreal.
So basically, it's circular reasoning, right? So Al-Biruni was assuming the Earth was a sphere, and when he did that, then he measured, right, the refracted horizon, right? That's what they call it. The ballers call it a refracted horizon to get the radius, right? So that's like saying, well, how do you know how old the bones are? Well, we know how old the bones are by which strata they're located in. Okay, well, how do you know how old the strata is? Well, we know how old the strata is by what bones are in the strata. You see how that doesn't work? It's circular.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I've heard shit like that before.
Yeah, but he also needs R for his horizontal and his actually for his vertical and his horizontal there as well. In order for him to get his right angle, he needs R for that also. So it's like needing R in order to assert R, in order to get R, in order to assert it again.
It's also really
so
bad. Because,
Sorry, Jason.
because
Carry on.
when Al-Biruni did his calculations, in order to get the height of the mountain, he first needs to assume the Earth is flat to get the correct numbers. That's how you do that calculations. You must assume the ground is flat between A and B.
That's literally what I was talking about, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very well
So
said.
the numbers they get for the globe Earth come from reality, which is flat Earth.
How does the moon fit into this?
The moon is a light in the sky, right? And they say that it causes the tides, but do you understand that correlation isn't causation?
In what way? Can we ask in what sense? In what sense do you mean by that, though?
Well, like we supposedly went to the moon. You know what I mean? Like, and people were up there.
People were up there. How?
I mean, that's what they said. And so, if I guess what I'm asking is that does that fit in what you
Can
guys
we
are saying, or is there
verify it?
different?
Listen,
I
can
can't
we
verify it. I mean, I
Well,
wasn't
there
there.
again, we just stated that we don't have R.
Hold up.
That's it.
Let's just
All right.
simplify this. We can't verify it, so is it a reality?
I can't verify it.
I mean, you're in a debate area and a Discord that's full of imperialists that want scientific proof of things. So if you can't verify it, we don't build a concrete reality out of it.
I mean,
We're not giving concretism to that which isn't concrete.
Yeah,
Can I just ask
The only thing that I've heard is that there are reflectors left on the moon from the
Oh yeah,
Apollo
we've
mission.
heard all that. Can you
That
verify that? Hold up. Can you verify it? Because do you know 3 years before those were up there, we were already bouncing lasers off the moon? We don't need reflectors to bounce a laser off the moon.
Yeah, that's probably true. I can't. I haven't verified it. It's just what I've heard. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what people have said.
And again, a retroreflector placed on the moon, and to be able to have the leading edge of the sphere of our sphere lined up with the leading edge of the sphere of that sphere. If you look at the location in which they say they place the reflectors and where they are, and then in order to do so, it actually becomes quite a conundrum in order for them to do so. And as Battlemod stated, that we were already doing so beforehand anyway, right? Okay. But also,
But is it that the moon doesn't like there's a light in the sky, right? And so I guess what I'm asking is like, what is it?
Right,
in the
let me
flat
just
Earth
ask
model?
you this 1 second. We
Who
don't know.
knows?
Oh,
We
okay.
don't know. We're fine with saying that.
Okay.
We don't have to have an explanation for what everything is that we can observe. The thing is, if it's outside of the reach of science, the realm of science, we can't go there and science it. Why would we try to explain it? Isn't that idiotic?
Let me make it real clear for you, right? You find a lump on your testicles, right? A third testicle that you're growing. You go to the doctor and you ask the doctor, right? God forbid, okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Right. And you go to the doctor and you say, is it cancerous? He's like, I don't know. We're going to amputate your penis and your testicles and everything. You're going to be like, well, he's an expert, so I trust him. No, you're going to be like, let's get a second opinion. That guy didn't even do a biopsy. Right?
For sure. Yeah, for
sure. So you're going to want to go get a biopsy. And then once they put it in the lab, then they can tell you whether it's just a cyst or if it's benign or malignant.
Oh, no. Just let them whack it off, bro. Fuck the science. We don't establish facts by science.
I'm just gonna trust this motherfucker.
Also, I want to add to this very quickly. What we stated with giving you the Black Swan was that we have falsified R and the derision of R, meaning deriving it, right? So, and I want you to think a little bit for yourself. If it is true that R has not been derived and therefore cannot be derived via the format of what we have stated, i.e., you cannot have a horizontal, you cannot have a 90-degree angle for yourself in order to establish an angle to, again, the ground in order for you to then measure to the horizon. So the dip angle that you would need, then thus with the horizon, for you to create the inverse triangle, for you to effectively create an inverted triangle, which would be the representative of the middle of the Earth, which would be the radius, right? If you can't do that, and it's presupposed, again, it's a presupposition of sphericity, and it's basically a reification of something that somebody already had in their head, and then again, the horizon moves all the time based on atmospheric conditions of the day, meaning you cannot physically measure to it, let alone the problems to the pre-measuring to the thing that does move all the time. That means you cannot have R, right? So in conjunction with what does that mean for the moon and for what it means to go into the moon, can you understand why there would be a problem there? Because what would you need in order to get to the moon?
Yeah, no, I
The
hear what you're
radius,
saying. You would,
so you know how much fuel.
Right. You wouldn't even be able to figure it out if you didn't have that.
Exactly. You wouldn't be able to figure it out. No, you
See,
wouldn't.
the challenge for me is, I went to school and it is very much in conflict with what they, said there.
Yeah, that happened to all of us, but that's just normal. I posted 2 videos of Buzz Aldrin. They're pretty damning, so I would recommend you watch them.
Okay.
Yeah, and you said you went to school, right? Before you watched those videos.
Yeah.
They taught you that Columbus discovered America, right?
Yeah.
Even though there was 500 tribes already here. Now, is that
Amen.
true?
Amen. Amen.
Right? That's not true, is it? They taught you the 3 states of matter, right? Solid, liquid, gas.
Plasma.
We've known. Did they teach you plasma? They didn't teach me plasma. Okay, well,
in
they
college,
got one right. They got one right with you, right? They messed up on me. But did they teach you the Bill of Rights in school, like your rights as a free man?
In college, yeah.
Okay, so you had a pretty good college. They taught you that, but shouldn't they have taught you that like in 7th or 8th grade? Like,
I got an excellent education, honestly, because I did know the Bill of Rights and read through the Constitution and a lot of other founding materials for our country. Also,
right,
I got a
so is
tax
this a
class.
democracy or a republic?
Well, there's some debate, I think, about some of those things, right?
Okay, show me the word democracy in one founding document.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Well, there's no debate then. It's not a democracy because a democracy is mob rule, right?
Well, people say a lot of things that aren't in our founding documents. I 100% agree with what you're saying.
Okay, so my point is that we've been lied to. Would you agree that we've been lied to?
Yes, 100%. And
okay,
all the time. Where I really see it is in my work in in computing and in the financial industry. It is lies for them to basically control money. That's basically the point.
Well, how about this? How about, the hippies were getting around and protesting the war, right? And then all of a sudden, all these laws start getting passed, right? Some of it was case law, so some of it was the Supreme Court, like the Drug Act, right? And then once they had the Drug Act, then they could start, waging war on drugs, which let's face it, there's a pharmacy on the corner. Are they
lost
waging
that war?
Are we waging war on drugs or are we waging war on the people? Come on.
Exactly, dude. Exactly.
So, yeah, watch the videos that he sent you, and we'll see you back in a few minutes.
Yeah, no, I will. Thank you.
Cherry versus Ohio. We got to delete that shit. I'm tired of officers patting around on my nuts. You got any weapons down there? Like, it's none of your business.
Oh, yeah, you do, but it's not a gun.
This is my rifle. This is my gun. This is for fighting. This is for fun.
But it's not a weapon I'm gonna whip out on you, buddy.
Exactly.
Woo!
That whole line about "this is my rifle, this is my gun" that you just said, Hank. I know that from Child's Play. Does it come from somewhere else before that?
Yeah,
Oh, they say it comes from the Army.
I was gonna say I really don't think that's a Marine Corps thing.
That's
But
not
hey,
Marine or Air Force or Navy. I think it's Army only.
we just say what's the deadliest force on Earth? Hoorah!
My
A Marine in his rifle.
I got that wrong. Sorry.
A Marine in his rifle. Don't get him forward.
Well, it was like Child's Play 2 or something that was in that movie. Yeah.
I was thinking the movie with that retarded guy that got beat half to death with a sock and soap and a sock. What was that movie called?
Oh, you talking about Bad Boys?
Full Metal
or-
Jacket?
Full Metal
You're talking
Jacket.
Full Metal Jacket, aren't
Was
you?
that in that movie?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Full
it
Metal
is in
Jacket.
that one as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's in. Yeah, but
You know why I know that movie so well? Because I hadn't watched it before I went to basic training, and I got screamed at by my TI because I didn't know what a war face was.
Give me your war face.
Yeah,
he's
I got
dead
in big
now.
trouble
You
for
know
that
he's
one.
dead now.
I got
Yeah, he's dead
screamed
now.
at.
Hoorah!
What? what kind of idiot hillbilly are you that doesn't have any television or hasn't watched movies? Yeah, I got yelled at really good. It was really funny. Made me laugh. Exactly.
Oh, see, Mike
It
was
was
a cocky
awesome.
bastard. I'd be, sir, the kind that fucks your mom, sir. Call
I
me
said, yeah, we had no
stepdad, sir.
television. I
Sit
lived in a
down and give
place
me
that had no
5,000.
television reception. I said, I started
No,
laughing. It was funny.
I never said that, but honestly, I thought I could whoop my fucking CO. I ain't gonna lie. I wondered why he talked to me. You know, boy, I got more training than you. I don't think you do, sir. I really don't. I've seen your jacket.
I was older than all my training instructors, so I had a hard time keeping it straight because it was just made me laugh. They made me laugh. I couldn't help it. I got in trouble for being a laugher.
Yeah, a guy that looked like that would be just flushed.
Yeah, he would have been beat.
Yeah, well, we might have flushed his ass out the program. That's one thing that made it unrealistic for me.
Yeah, they wouldn't have kept a psycho like that in there and kept trying and trying to get him to function.
No,
Yeah.
they pay
No.
You're on about
attention.
Full
And
Metal Jacket, right?
we filter out weak
Yeah.
links. Yeah, that's
From
from
apart.
Full Metal Jacket.
I mean, when you guys were in, that was the case. But is that true today? I kind of think they want psychos in there.
No,
He
it's
was
not
in
like
more
that.
recently than me.
No, he was
This is
he was more in line with their era, though, wasn't he? In terms of
maybe.
No,
maybe obviously, but I'm saying in terms of your era battle mod, I guess the Goma Pile was set slightly before you, obviously. But I'm saying, obviously, is it true of today? As Lou just said, I wouldn't know, or neither would any of you guys know. Necessarily.
Today they
Well,
want
they're more desperate today
want
because there's less
transgenders on the
bodies that
front
meet.
line with it.
They're exactly. They're willing to accept just about anything these days because how many people are physically fit enough to make it through the training, right? Mentally capable of not breaking
42.
to the
Yeah,
point to
that's
where they go ahead.
no go finish.
Yeah, I was just saying that they're getting desperate these days because everybody's fat and soft and yellow belly and with no heart.
Mentally ill and anyway, just those mentally ill people. See, they got degrees in psychology. They become an authority, and they changed it to where it's no longer considered a mental illness.
Mm-hmm.
They washed out several in my unit. They usually make
Yeah.
them push them hard enough that they break during basic at some point. Get suicidal, run off the base. Oh, we had how many of those? And that was the Air Force. It was sad. It wasn't hard.
The Air Force, am I wrong, is known for being
I'd like
actually
to see them liberal people make it through a gas, and you all go in the building. You got to stay in there for
CS
so
gas.
long while you're getting gassed.
Oh shit!
Oh, that
that's
was fun.
horrible. It's never
Yeah.
fun being CS gas.
Oh yeah,
actually.
fun, real fun.
Yeah,
Holding
that
on
was
to
fun.
the guy in front of you, so you all know you're going out the right way. If not, the guy in front of you fell, so you step around him and hope you're going the
I'm
right
that
way.
panicky that you'd kick him out of the way. Actually, just
I
like
know-
move, get out of my way. I'm dying here. Like,
Better pick
move.
him up.
I know,
I
especially
know,
if
but-
you were in the United States military, you have a lot of pride for like what it takes to be a military man and all that stuff. But
It was Vietnam, though.
just take a look at other countries and the way that they're handling their people. Like again, look at Australia right now and how they police to beat the shit out of their fucking citizens and under complete tyranny. I think in a case like this today, where we are now, I think they want psychopaths in there. I think they're looking for them. They're recruiting them. I think that's the one thing they're looking for.
Or is it Game Theory 101, where effectively it's more likely that men are being suppressed into a position, effectively, that men are not able or allowed to be men anymore? So what happens is a natural inclination toward any form where a man can hide himself away into effectively a form of a society where he himself can be separated from the rest of the world that would make judgment upon himself as a man's man. And I would say that you don't necessarily need to accept the psychopath. I just believe you need to just effectively make the psychopath or make the man's man himself outside in the world feel as if he is a psychopath to create him there and then make him leave society by making society somewhere that he cannot inhabit. And effectively, that would be like sort of the game theory 101 sort of side of it, instead of them being like, you know, recruiters selecting people directly.
They
being like,
act
yeah,
like
you've got a
combat
bad
veterans.
Training in boot camp.
They act like combat veterans can't live in society, and they build you up to be the world's most efficient fighting machine. You know what Marines are
Especially as
called?
a Marine, like which is
The
what you
deadliest force on the earth.
Yeah.
Well, planet. That's what they say. Deadliest force on the planet. One Marine.
They
and
call
one
you devil
rifle.
dogs.
see like my friend from high school.
Not all.
One of my best friend from high school that was also a roommate for a little while after he got out of the Navy. He said when he went to boot camp for the Navy, he was in the same camp with the same drill instructor as you Marines, right? So like, but the thing was like when
That's right.
when the drill instructor said to the Navy, like to sound off, they had one response, but it was like not or your oorah or whatever it was that they did. But no, when it came to the Marines, the response was kill. Okay, so like they literally are trying to breed the Marines to be killers. Like it's this from day one. Even, and they're side by side with each other. The Marines
say
are
oorah.
meant to be psychopath killers.
We say oorah. They say hua.
No, not
Hua.
anymore. No, now they teach the Marines to say kill.
So when I was in training, I was actually on a multi force base for training. So we had Navy, we had Army, we had Marines. Okay, so they were all training for medical positions, dentists, medics, whatever else they had. I can't even remember. Was it a couple different medical fields? Anyway, we would all stand there, and yes, every morning we would do our call outs and things like that. And yes, the Army was the one that said kill, and they were a bunch of dentist techs. Kill, kill, kill. It was made us laugh as Air Force medics. Were all like, yeah, we're not meant to kill. So what's a dentist saying that for? But yeah, Army and Marines are ground troops. They're supposed to kill everybody.
I'd like to reiterate
your
on
meanest dog on that motherfucker.
I don't know who you've been talking to, but what do you think oorah means?
No, dude, I don't know what oorah means. I don't know.
It means let's kill.
But I'm telling you, my roommate who went
listen to me.
had the same drill instructor and was side by side with the Marines. And at least
he's not disagreeing.
Cool. Listen, I'm not arguing with that. I'm trying to tell you that's what we said the entire fucking time. Oorah means let's kill.
Oh, okay. Well, same thing. Same fucking thing then, yeah.
Yeah, and he just telling me what oorah meant. We still say oorah because we're saying let's kill.
Yeah, so maybe it's kill oorah. Like kill.
All we have to say is oorah, and we've said we're gonna murder you motherfuckers.
Right.
Yeah, that's the same thing. They would have a song with it too. They sing a song.
It's kind of like when I scream Zulu out
in
in
our
a rugby
cadences,
match.
dude. We don't have to say kill. So we
Well, at least in his
to scare a bunch of civilians while we sound off in the fucking public.
Yeah, at least in his group,
is the new guy done?
The response that they gave was kill, and it just showed because they were being trained at the same time by the same guy side by side, and they had two different responses that they were to give. It just goes to show the type of Pavlovian training that they're doing to these guys.
Well, there's separation. Yeah, they're different.
Is the new guy done with his videos?
Listen, the Navy, the Marines fall under the Navy, but they're their own division. So,
I think it's the other way. The Navy is a bigger group, right? The Marines are.
That's what I said. The Marines are a branch under the Navy. That's what I said.
Yeah, no, I thought you said it reverse. But.
No, the Marines are under the Navy, but we're a branch unto ourselves.
Right.
So
obviously,
when I was in it, we didn't train unless you were going to be a Marine medic and you were a naval officer. You didn't train with Marines.
Right. So can we get to Hanks? Just
they don't do the same training as we do. They're not expected. They're not the.
No, I'm talking about at basic. I'm talking about at basic.
I am
basic,
too.
They were together.
I am too, because then you could be called the few, the proud too. If you could do our basic.
Well,
Their basic is completely different from what
my friend was
Marines.
Right, wait.
way
There's more
longer.
people getting involved in the
My friend was
conversation
the
now.
dude who was like,
I don't want to be
the flag
rambling for
guy.
a second. Did we finish with the guy that we were dealing with before? Because we were dealing with some. Oh, he's right. He's definitely muted himself. Okay, no worries. I'll DM him. Sorry, guys. Carry on.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's a difference between timelines. Like, when my friend went to the Navy, he ended up becoming the flag guy on top of an aircraft carrier. You know, like, you go there, you go
Daughter's
there.
a naval CB right now. She didn't go to boot camp with Marines.
Well,
no, they don't go together at the same place.
But my buddy, he told it over and over again. Like, he was there side by side
Cool.
with the Marines.
A lot of people like to hype up who they are. Well, do you
like I said,
I'm sorry, something cut out. What?
What was he a specialist? Some critical skills operators do go through basic if you're going to be critical skills.
Like I
Because you
said,
want them
dude,
trained at our level.
he was on the flight deck. He was on the flight deck just
No,
flagging
then he didn't.
planes around.
No, they have totally different basic training bases for the Navy versus Marines. They don't even go to the same base. So that can't be quite the story. It probably was at training school, like what I was telling you, that they had combined schools after the basic training to train our skills. And then you would be side by side with Marines.
That might explain it. That might explain it. There's a
And then that you're not completely a full soldier or a full airman or anything yet. You're still in training. You still haven't earned your standing rank. You haven't been given a base yet. You're just finishing your training, your skill set. And that's when probably what's going on.
That would explain the discrepancy if that's possible.
Yeah, it's like a Army guy saying he was in the same boot camp with Rangers. Well, you probably were, but they weren't Rangers yet, and they did a bunch of additional training to get there.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah. And it's just, people get confused with understanding the difference between tech school or your training school and basic.
The Rangers are mad.
I come from a large military family. I got nieces, nephews, cousins that are still in service right now.
Yeah, I do too. And multiple different services as well.
One of them's a naval admiral. He worked for NASA. He worked that hard.
I got a cousin who was a Navy pilot, flew helicopters for like 20 years, and then but I don't know. I'm not close to him. He lives in a different state. I don't talk to him much about it. But
you want to hear some funny shit, Lou? My dog running around on my bed, right? He just realized I was eating potato chips, and he froze in his tracks, and now he's just staring at me like one of them. What's them guys called that don't move?
And now he's like, "Ooh,
yeah. He went mime on me, like, oh, eating chips, and I didn't know.
He's using his doggy mind powers on you to get you to give him one.
He's mad. He just wanted me to know it. He's cursing me.
Yeah, he is.
Anyway, basically, my overall point though is it's about that conditioning that they do to you, about just becoming a killer, and like how they just drill it into you from the very beginning at a young
I agree
age.
with that, Mill. Lou,
war doctrine,
I told you what they tell us. Oorah means let's kill, and we're told we're the deadliest force on Earth.
Yeah.
Now, Air Force,
which is not true, but you're told that, but it's not true.
Well, we're not told that in the Air Force. The Air Force is told
you can stack 1,000 basic bitches up. You can stack up 1,000 basic bitches up in a end of the world situation, and I won't be a dead motherfucker.
Oh no, of course not. I'm not saying that you're some form of a weakling. I'm just saying the American Marines are not.
I could train a group of kids to be a force to be reckoned with.
Of course, because you're a force multiplier, and that's what they teach you in that, is to be effectively what you would call a cross trainer of skills, in order that you would be able to teach war doctrine, in order that you would be able to give to other people the means in which they would be able to go forward and do damage themselves. That's what hearts and minds are in the SAS. That's why
people that do critical skills do study all the arts of war. There's more than just Sun Tzu.
Of course, it's hearts and minds. It's actually economics.
And training, like when it comes to like being able to hold up to torture and stuff, I remember shortly after 9/11, anyway, the propaganda said, I believe it was the Russian Spetsnaz that actually go through the very worst of it.
They do. The Russian Spetsnaz go through extreme. So the Russian Spetsnaz have to be able to go through 3 sessions, one back to back, basically back to back, and you better not be able. You better not give up. Meaning you have to be waterboarded for 20 minutes. They will give you some slight reprieve, and you better not give up. And the people that would do that for you would be either effectively, and I'm not going to say KGB obviously because KGB is of the old Soviet Union, but obviously we know the difference of that would be Kremlin agents effectively. So Kremlin agents would be the ones would be the arbiters over the form of psychological warfare that would be attributed to you. So you're going to be in stress positions, and then once you took them from a stress position into a different room, you'll be waterboarded in a way that would necessarily be safe. But at times you don't actually know whether or not you are going to be killed, because there are points where sometimes you'll be in this training halfway in, and they'll tell you that you're effectively crossing over the border into, let's say, a separatist area. And then, the van rolls over like a very well-designed rigmarole, which is effectively like something to turn the van over quite slowly and not too harshly, right? Or the vehicle, and then you're pulled out by other men who are ballied up, and then there's a scene there that it almost looks like you have been hijacked and have been kidnapped by actually captors that are effectively on the opposite side. So they even do that to the people in the special forces.
That's
where
that
they actually,
Masonic training. That's that. Let
Yeah.
me just interrupt just for a second. So the Masons get blindfolded, and then they put down broken glass on the floor, and they put them up on a pedestal like a foot above, and they're told to jump onto the glass, and it's actually broken chips.
Yeah,
Right, but they
or
don't know
sometimes
that.
sugar glass. Sometimes it's sugar glass, and they do that with the sugar glass one is even worse, because I imagine the way the blindfold's done up, like that, you could probably some of them will peer
because it
underneath
probably
the bottom
hurts.
of it.
It probably hurts a little bit too. And
Just
you're
a
like,
little
oh my God.
bit. Yeah, just that little tiny bit, it will hurt. And then if anyone does peer underneath the bottom of their like blindfold, they're like, "Fuck, that really is glass." You know what I mean? Like bar stewards.
I'll tell you
The
what.
secret
Sears
societies and the
School-
colleges. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, Sears School can damage people. We've actually seen that. I was on a base that had a Sears School. That's the training for anybody's air crew in case you get dropped behind lines because of any reason, for accidents, usually crashes. But I had a female friend of mine that was a pilot trainee, and she got really messed up because they went too hard on her in the POW camp on the women, and took it too far and literally damaged $1 million pilot permanently. She actually ended up being discharged eventually because they hurt her so bad.
Another
Can
one
you
to
clear
add
this
to
up
the
from
story,
wait, though, Lou,
of
I
all
just
the,
wanted
of
to
all
clear
the
something
war
up.
stories where they claim like they have the worst, they all claim they have it the worst. Like, but like Bud's Navy SEAL training, friggin' where Hell Week, like they claim
Bud's Hell
that,
Week is terrible. Yeah.
that's so terrible, but
Well, I wouldn't say it's the worst of the worst. I think what the SAS go through
Hear
is
firsthand
one
from
of the
people who
worst.
were actually in service.
Yeah, what the SAS go through is one of the worst. But and then obviously once you become an officer, or even just a colour sergeant in the UK military, some of the actual training courses that are what you would call non-mandatory courses, like the running of the Gobi Desert, where it's a marathon, then a half marathon, then a marathon, then a half marathon, all the way through all the different forms of climbing that you could think of. So from hot desert all the way into the sleet and snow of the
desert
mountains. That's like, whoa,
I also
man.
did
That's
jungle survival training.
Well, that's effectively what that is. It's almost like they do all of that in like a month, effectively. Like they do that in a month, effectively. Like they do the Gobi, and then they go on from the Gobi, and I believe they go to Panama, or actually no, sorry, they go to Bolivia.
90
Sorry,
days of training.
No, the reason with the
I ran through
Spetsnaz-
the desert in full military gear, packed down.
yeah, with that weight, bro, with your with the Bergen on and everything like that, and with your feet, and effectively like
To
the amount of
finish, you
problems
had to
we get
do
with
a-
their feet.
To
Oh,
finish, you had to do a fireman carry 3-mile run.
Dude, I'm sure all of these branches have hella fucking hardcore training, and I mean, none of them are to be laughed at, right? But like when it comes to the Spetsnaz, like I think the reason why they get a big name is because,
Psychologically terrible. That's why.
yeah, they're meant to never utter a word when it comes to like torture and shit like that. They're literally tortured for part of their training to make sure that they'll never talk.
They get shocked. They have their toenails ripped out and things like that as well. Sometimes they're in positions. Sometimes they're in positions, believe it or not, actually, where they believe their family members are going to be shot. I've heard of this.
The POD camp training that she's talking about for downed pilots, that shit's fucking brutal.
That is very
real brutal. And it's a survival situation. They drop them off for a week with nothing. They make them eat off the land in some environments.
Who's torturing
Who's torturing
their rights over effectively?
Torturers run a POW camp that capture them in this scenario where they are let loose for a week. They have to evade and not be captured, but they are always captured. They're always found. And then they are brutalized just like it's a real POW camp from Vietnam. They do the same things. And it's right on the edge of, they always have us medics there. They have medics there, but standing by because it's so dangerous. People die. It's bad. It's not fun. Most of the pilots hate it.
In the Marine, there can even be live round gunfire.
Yeah.
For POD training.
Yes, there can. And there is threat of rape. There is threat of all of it. It's pretty psychologically harsh. It's real harsh. And men, they don't play favorites on that, but they are usually harder on the women because they want them ready. So, and they know.
Well, again, the idea of a man being raped is sort of it's a lot harder of an achievement in terms of, it's not an achievement. Bloody hell, that makes me sound like a right psychopath.
Hey man, remember when our soldiers got in trouble for raping Taliban with broomsticks?
Yeah, listen. I don't.
I heard the broom was structurally just unsound, so they
I don't think you get the idea of POD training, man. Have you ever heard of overwhelming force?
Yeah.
Yeah, you say it's structurally harder to rape a man. Not under
No, that was a joke I made with Lou.
It's called an overwhelming force. In prison now, you won't be locked down and taken at gunpoint all the time. In prison, you can do it. You get a motherfucker back because you'll be free to move around and maybe stab him. That won't happen in the POW.
Please let me explain. Lou spoke about the brooms up the bums of the Taliban, right? And I said, no, Lou, you've got it backwards. That was nothing to do with rape. It was to do with the structural integrity of the broom. And
oh no, I heard you. I wasn't commenting on that. I was commenting on an early comment.
So they were training the broomstick to be hard. Is that what it was?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But I don't know if you guys know about PJs. PJs are our guys that are medics that actually are trained in full special operations. They go along a lot of times with the Rangers training. They get Ranger training usually. They usually go sometimes the SEAL Halo jumps because they're actually jumping behind lines to rescue down pilots. So they're pretty badass guys. They drown them in their trial school. When they get out of basic and get into the school, they literally tie their hands behind their back and throw them in a pool, and they have to bounce off an 8-foot depth pool. I think it's 8 or 10 until they basically drowned. They drowned them. They have to be pulled out and pretty much almost resuscitated. They want to see how far they will go. Will they go the whole way to rescue somebody? It's pretty crazy.
Warfare training. What do we call that? Paraskew.
Yeah, pararescue.
Is that new guy done with those videos?
I was actually attached. That was my first group I was attached to, and I took care of them when they were hurt. I didn't jump behind lines because I couldn't do that training. It's male only, but I was attached to the 939th Rescue Squadron.
No matter what country you come from or what force you're a part of, the training that you go through is freaking hell, right? Like, and it just really shows a type of character for those people, what they would do for their country or for their people, but they're fooled about the reasons why they're going and doing these things, and that's the really sad part. That's
why Iraq and Afghanistan were the PTSD wars, Lou, because nobody believed in the fight that they were fighting in the end.
That's why we all came back there from with PTSD, because we knew we were
That's right.
fucking
Exactly.
we were fucking insurgents.
That's right.
Listen, you ever been in a situation where it's you and your buddies and you're tasked with a job, right? In the middle of your job, which is pretty much harassing this young kid's family, this young kid pulls out a fucking rocket launcher, and now you got to weigh his life against the life of your brother's or your own.
Or you take care of little
again-
kids that have gotten injured by us and have to deal with that. Yeah, it's not fun.
I feel bad for my
I
brother-in-law.
would
The only
still-
reason he joined was because he had abscess in his teeth, and he went to the
And he needed
dentist,
to be sorted. Yeah.
right? And they made him
Dental.
feel like shit because he showed up with no money, and he was like, "Hey, you didn't fix my teeth. You know why? Why are you charging me? Thought you were gonna like fix my teeth and then let me pay you out." And they were like,
Hey,
"No, we just brought you here so that we could tell you what you already knew, and then tell you how much we're going to charge you this time
I
and
can
next time."
sympathise with that. I can sympathise with that as a Brit, where effectively they don't want to help with any of your teeth, and I'm like, well, I might as well just join the military so that they have to deal with it, right? But like at the same time, I'm not going to do that, right? You know, I don't wish to join the military in order just to do that, right? Like I completely understand the forms of training in the military for a different reason, not by being in the military, but by means of something completely different. In terms of, I can't go into it. I'd be doxing myself.
Well, he
Don't do
was
that.
out by 11/11/11, and I remember that date because I was waiting on Elder Scrolls to come out. But he got out, so he described it like this: in Iraq, they needed like 10 soldiers, and he was the 11th soldier. They didn't really need him, is what he said. But I know him well enough to know that when he tells me that it was a good experience, that he would do it again. Like, those aren't his words.
Nope. That's the PR department.
It's wanting to keep on a hold of your integrity and valor. If you understand what those two things are, because in those is your honor.
That's what we've been understanding about stolen valor as well. It's like why it's such a terrible thing, and why increasingly so, because obviously as well there are not just financial aids to it, but just even the way that people would treat you on the street, for instance, right? Like not just the way that people would treat you, but again, what it represents to steal valor and to pretend that you're of a wing of the military is to sort of suggest that, you know, you did go through all of that pain and that suffering, and effectively that you may have been compromised at a time when, and it's like, especially of the modern day guys, where it's like, how dare you say that, you know, you were in the army or in the Marines or in the Navy, when it's like, effectively, like, do you think that that's some sort of a benevolent thing to sort of state, even? Because again, if you understood the nature of what it was that we had to do, and in which how many of your friends there were that had PTSD based upon the fact that they didn't actually believe in what they were doing, which creates a massive cognitive dissonance in your brain, effectively, you know, when you weigh these things up. It's like, again, you're claiming toward doing something that, again, would I even want to be a part of myself as you claim it? Probably not. So how dare you? Because you didn't go through the pain and suffering needed in order to go through the thing that we don't want to go through.
I felt bad a couple of months ago because, like, I stand with good posture. I got a good stature. Just and with that cut on my head that I got, like the head thing, I shaved my head short, and I was in the grocery store and there was an old ass veteran behind me in line who it took me a minute to realize it, but he mistook me for somebody who had served. Like,
it happens to me all the time.
And he started, you know, just being like, God damn it, God bless this country, and like, I almost had to tell him, like, look, I never claimed
people. Oh my God,
soldier, you know, but like he thought I was, and he was like proud looking at me. Like I was like, I didn't know what to do. You
You should
know,
have told him you should have said I'm your son. You should have told me
Hey,
your son.
listen, Lou.
To give
You
some
know how
reason
you
as to
talk
why he was
about that
doing it.
programming to be a killer? You want your biggest co-signing hookup? It's in the definition of discipline. They say, "What's the definition of discipline?" You say, "Sir, the instant and willful obedience to all orders, respect for authority, and self-reliance." Sir, the self-reliance part is you rely on yourself to follow through on all orders instantly, and the respect for authority, following all orders instantly.
The moment that you do this as well, you really do give over a lot of your authority, in which
Instant and willful obedience to all orders. Let that sink in.
What
about the legality?
You talking about giving away, but there
Let's think
is
about that spiritually speaking.
there are
though,
uniform
Grandma.
codes that say you don't have to. There's unjust orders
Of course.
and unlawful orders by rule of war. It's up to you
That
to
would
know
be the
them, though.
misappropriation of not following chain of command. You know,
War
there's some-
crimes. No,
Yeah.
motherfucker tells
no.
you to commit a war crime. You can tell him to get fucked.
Of course.
That's right. You can disobey that order instantly.
Of
You
course.
may suffer for it, but you better do it. Okay, I'm going to upload a picture, guys, real quick. I've never actually shown this picture to anybody other than the people that saw it when it came out.
Are you sure you want to share in the live?
I want to see it. Shut up. Crack.
All right, man.
you fucking dirty bird.
I
You
can
just
show
want to see the picture of the lady.
I can show desert photos.
Well, it's because she said she hadn't shared it, so I was just making sure.
Yeah, I'm about to
It might be a in uniform service photo.
All right, yeah, I
No,
want to see
I've
it.
never shared it with anybody.
I'd
Here,
like to
See
see
if
it.
it will. It is.
Yeah. All right,
Air
then,
Force
yeah,
times.
definitely. I was just making sure it wasn't something that you know.
Am I in
That's
the
part of
wrong
the
lobby?
story. Let's see if it'll show. Here it comes. That's me, guys.
Shit, where'd I put my phone?
2006.
Is that a Marine?
Nope.
Okay. What?
That was
Air
an
Force?
Army guy. That was an
Army.
Army guy on there, but I was
it's
Air
hard to
Force.
tell us. It's hard to tell
We
us
all wore
apart in
the
the
same
desert.
camis.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
all wore the same
You know,
camis. You couldn't
you
tell
know.
the difference.
There's a reason for that.
Unity.
Yep.
Yep.
The
Absolutely.
uniform code. It's like our gig line. It shit better be straight. All better be uniform.
Well, there's also the understanding as well. This actually comes out of
Uniform
West Point.
military code.
Well, yeah, it comes out of West Point as well. The reasoning behind it is more than tenfold. Actually, I believe the main one of
There's
the
a
main
reason you
reasons
make
is
all Marines
uniformity.
look alike when they're just
Exactly.
all Marines, so they all fit in and they all feel equal. Same with any unified force, coalition between
Exactly that.
agencies. You want them to all feel the same. You don't want one guy
And
to
it's
say,
perspective
well,
of the enemy.
this guy
Perspective
got a
of the
better
enemy.
this guy got a better uniform than me. I
Perspective of the
must
enemy
be
as
Billy
well.
Badass, and I'm
Mhm.
insignificant.
Well, it's like the same way the SAS use a completely different uniform. They wear all blacked out in order that people can denote that they're the SAS, so that creates
tell you
a
what.
psychological effect that they're the SAS.
You
But
don't
when
get a beret.
you
You,
know,
don't get to wear that beret unless you earned it, though.
yeah,
You
that's
know,
the
Well, they
same
used
here.
to have different color
Red
berets.
beret.
And
Well,
they
here
still
they
do.
still do. They still do.
They still do. And you can only wear it at certain times.
Mhm.
I thought
parade.
they it was different color berets and they just changed it to all black berets. Like
No,
that
no.
No,
It's
depends.
like
Depends on
if you're
who
in the
you,
army
what
and
you
you go
are.
into the paras and then you want to wear a red beret. To wear a red beret, you have to become a paratrooper. It's that simple.
Yeah, there was the green berets, the red berets, and like it just became just the berets.
Who said that?
No, that's not true. No, that's still not true. No, I understand what you're saying. Maybe it's like a base layer uniform, but when we're talking about like especially ceremonially speaking, The Gurkhas, even for instance, in the United Kingdom, the Gurkha, they all wear green berets, right? And then the Paras all wear red berets, and then the Royal Marines also all wear green berets.
Well, yeah, Army is so. Purple would symbolize all branches. If we're all working the special forces together on, a coalition group of special forces, we'll probably all wear purple. But if you're Army, you might wear green, and Marine probably red. And Navy, Air Force, Coast Guards, they're blue.
That whole what Joshua just put about new digital camo, is that a freaking thing from like 2004 or something like that? Because the digi camo is old now.
Yeah, all I know is they have the new style camo as opposed to the older woodland style.
Yeah, I was gonna point
Woodsman's.
that out too. Actually, like if Damsel, like I was looking at the camo that they were wearing in that picture. If it would have been a few years later, they would have been wearing the digi.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they switched to Digi on the Army while I was there. At the very end of my tour, they were starting to come in with it, but that stuff was such crap. The first uniforms were falling apart. It was terrible. So they kept the old ones as much as they could.
The digital's better looking. I do agree. The digital's better looking. I think it
But
looks
it's the design and the stitching on it's terrible comparatively.
It was terrible. They were terrible. They were coming in with ripped out crotches and all kinds of stuff. It was terrible, and they were not good with explosions either. And the new Digi camo that they came out with, it was awful. They had things that it was just terrible compared to what we were wearing. The old style was actually much safer. It was crazy.
The 1989 to the 1989 toward the 1996, I believe, camouflage, which is the one that I own, the fatigues that I own, that I inherited from my father. Those fatigues, they're so brilliant that I still wear them today on a regular basis when I go out into the woods and stuff like that, and not a single stitch has ever failed on any of them. But the digital camo that I received from my uncle, in fact, actually, they were ripped to pieces in a very quick time.
Your daughter's beautiful, by the way, Michael. Very nice.
Thanks. She was bummed. I don't know what she was thinking. She said, I never let her hair get cut. I just let my youngest girl get her hair cut at 16 because my oldest daughter kind of complained about headaches and stuff, and it takes a lot of work. But she's like, Dad, they're gonna cut my hair now. I said, I knew that when you enlisted, but I hope you didn't leave just so you could cut your damn hair. I hope you didn't do it just for that, kid. Yeah, I would have let you cut your damn hair. But truth be told, but when she went, her hair was long. So
I know why she joined up. She was falling in the family bloodline. I know what that's about.
Yeah,
I was doing the same thing.
Even though Dad might have had reservations about it afterwards, she still wanted to be just like Dad.
Yeah.
That girl can rebuild a carburetor, rebuild heads, build a high horsepower motor.
She's very useful on a farm, especially. And
I like how this.
That's why she's a CB.
Yep, like my grandfather on my mom's side. Yep.
My grandfather was a CB too.
She's cross-branch. She's
cross-branch.
I broke
Construction
chain
battalion.
of command, so I left
Navy.
MARSOC, and I finished
CB
out.
means cross-branch. Yeah, sorry.
I finished out as an engineer, equipment mechanic engineer.
I was medic the whole time. That's all I ever wanted to do.
See, during Vietnam, my
The
grandfather.
whole story. So
My grandfather
mostly
told me
her-
during Vietnam he would run into an area that was hot with a wrench and a hard on, and I wouldn't go with a fully loaded AK-47 and body armor.
Yeah, that's what my grandfather was like. He got strafed by the Japs building airfields in Philippines. He was
You know what?
badass.
Hey,
CB.
you know I got all them photos though. You know I
Nice.
do.
Yep, she looks good.
Oh man, she tried to tell me the other day she could do more push-ups than me. I was like, well, You'll have to prove that when you get home. The old man never quit.
I reckon she probably she you
I
know
can do
she
100 on
maybe
one
everything.
arm. I can do 100 on one arm, and that's not my limit.
Believe it
That's
when I
just what
see it.
that's just what I do to show off.
Believe it when I
Anyway,
see it.
Do what's called a Thor's
back
hammer.
a little bit. Like here we are in a conspiracy talking server, and we're talking a bunch of military people, and like somebody
Isn't that
just
funny?
jumping in right now would be
Funny.
like,
That's what I mean. It's really funny, isn't it, Lou? That it
yeah,
seems to
it's
coalesce all
really
of the people that know about weapons and people that are weaponologists and people that know everything about the army for some reason. Like people say all the time, where are the whistleblowers? You know, where are the people
You're
declaring
not
that the
listening
Earth is
to
not a
them.
ball? You know,
They're over talked. That's what happens to whistleblowers.
That's right. Hey,
Or ridiculed.
well, I whistleblown in the VA for my veterans, and they didn't listen to me at all. And I had all kinds of proof. It didn't matter. I went right to the IG. It didn't matter.
No, but I think a lot of people, if they came in right now, they'd think that you guys are saying like, you know, you're proud of your service, and we're supportive of what you stand for, but not what
what you
Not
necessarily
what our government said. No,
Listen,
we
I'm
can
not
agree
going to
with
get in that argument that I'm glorifying anything, because not once have
Nope.
I argued with you when you said programming. So the
Yep.
implication of glorification is gotten redundant and annoying.
Yep. We don't glorify it.
This is my life's
I'm not
experience.
trying to say that you're
It
glorifying
offends
it.
you? My life's experience offends you?
No, not at all.
that's not what you said.
Not at all. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I appreciate everything that you guys stand for. I appreciate that like you had excellent intentions going in. And what I think is more important is your message now, because I think a lot of people who come in hearing this conversation would think like maybe I should enlist. You know, like it's but if I know for a fact, if I asked you, you would say I don't recommend it for anybody.
I don't recommend it. Hell no.
I don't know if they got that or not, but I'm really mad that my daughter enlisted.
I'm sure you are, but you're proud of her, and I understand that
Well,
completely.
yeah, I gotta back her in whatever she
That's
does,
right.
but
That's
I'm
right.
still really mad that she enlisted.
It's just this weird. I'm just pointing out this weird catch-22.
It's kind of weird. Yeah, it's a weird position for us to be into. It always makes me feel weird too when people say thank you for your service. I have a hard time with that because I am angry about what I was made to perform and do. It just makes me mad. So
I could fly a flag that says I support my troops, and they're going to think that that means I support my country. That's absolutely not true.
Nope. I support the people who got suckered into that shit, but I wouldn't.
right.
I wouldn't advocate it
Yeah,
for
I
any
think that was
child.
Lou's main
And I
sentiment.
want to say this. Let me get this out. When I went, I was 18 years old. I couldn't even grow hair on my fucking lip. My mom was so propagandized. I couldn't grow hair on my lip, motherfucker. I didn't have to shave to be uniform ready. Okay? And at 18, you're not an adult. My mom was so proud that she didn't realize she was sending her baby off to war. Baby, motherfucker. I can't repeat it enough. Do I think we should be sending 18-year-old babies to go fight the wars of economical status or a
Right.
political agenda?
Right.
Fuck no.
Nope.
Let me say
They
this.
should be
So
here protecting their elders, their seniors, and their community.
That was my hardest thing to get over was me as a mother watching somebody else's child, and they were so much younger than me die.
I can imagine. You left
It
your own
sucked.
kids at home to go watch
I
other
did.
people
I
take
did.
bullets.
I did, and my
And for
kids
the
thought I would
bullshit.
die.
And for the bullshit, you didn't have to be there long to know we weren't there for what we
Oh,
were
it
told
took
we were
me
there for.
like a week to figure out how bad it was. Yeah.
Just don't be mistaken, Michael. Like I appreciate you and all people with your values and stuff like that. But the thing is I don't appreciate the fucking cocksuckers who fucking tricked you into doing their bidding.
I don't
That's
either.
right.
That's what
Me
I
neither.
was saying. They even propagandized our parents so that our parents are happy to see their babies go, Lou.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
want parents and children alike to wake the fuck up. I wish they would ask me. I've had people after they heard me say, "Well, I know you believe in conspiracy theorists, but you went and people, respect you for that. I said, people respect me for the fact that they've been taught to respect us.
That's right. That's why I do not like being talked to about that.
And there's the ideal in your head that this motherfucker's trained to kill. So I don't get around that. I really don't deserve or want that type of respect.
Yeah, I know.
But I wouldn't recommend you register or serve. I would recommend becoming a man before you make a choice that detrimental to your life.
Yeah, if I can get a word in just real quick, I wanted to say that this argument is a lot like my argument for abortion. The only difference between an 18-year-old Marine and the Boy Brigades of Africa is just the stage of development that they're in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want to point this out too. When they recruit you, they tell you everything you'll get, except one thing. One thing they never cover, and that's regret. They
Yeah,
will
moral
never tell
injury.
you.
Moral injury.
Yeah, they will never tell you about how hard this is going to burden your soul or hurt your heart.
Yep.
They can't, or you won't go.
Very true.
You might do shit here that makes you question whether or not your mortal soul has been endangered, and you'll bear that burden till you die. Yeah, that's deep, ain't it?
Well, I'm glad I was not a trigger puller. It was bad enough what I was seeing, but to be a trigger puller,
Well, you seen the mess they make, trigger pullers.
yeah, I was supposed to pull triggers if I had to, and I did carry a weapon, but
People
I
got
wasn't
hit.
out there doing it for the job of that.
Well, yeah, you're a
So,
warrior first.
How many people got hit by friendly fire?
Too many.
many,
I had this one
lots of
guy I worked
children,
with. He told
a lot
me
of
that when
incidents.
he was in the military that he would shoot the Brits if they got in his way. I was like, what? The
Dude.
Brits are our allies.
Especially when it comes to like Desert Storm, which Michael was in. Like, when it comes to the guys, the Navy guys, the pilots, they're dropping bombs on everything. They're fucking wiping out. Dude, there were those entire squadrons that were fucking wiped out. Friendly fire. Like, how disgusting is that?
Yeah, it's not even that. It's civilians. We were literally allowed to run over people, children, and it happened. They would run them over if they were in the way and they didn't move.
Caravan moving.
Big signs on the back of the Humvees that said, stay back far, or you're going to get it, because that's what would happen. And it would happen because people didn't know they were coming through and they'd be going fast. And
At the same time as we're wiping out our own fucking guys on accident,
didn't have
we
a
were claiming that we
process
had
yet.
smart weapons that fucking could just target,
Yeah,
only the bad guy.
The truth was we didn't have a process. Every one of them fucking Marines was scared for their life. Their military, the people armed themselves and militarized. They didn't wear uniforms, and the ones that did wear uniforms might be coalition with us. You didn't know who was the threat and who wasn't. Who was just tired of you being an insurgent in their fucking country, watching their people get harassed every day.
Totally makes sense. I mean, imagine that's your home, fucking like where you live, and you're just trying to fucking like keep a low profile. Like you might be fucking wearing something that makes you look like if they do see you, they're like, that dude's one of them.
Yeah, I did. I imagine that because I'm not a heartless killer. I'm not that. I want to know if I got to do something like that, it's for a goddamn good reason. All right, it's gonna make the world a better fucking place. Otherwise, I shouldn't be doing it. So I didn't tell people to shut the fuck up. And I had a guy ask me one time where I live. I said on a farm in Michigan, but I don't live there now. He said, "Well, what if we came to your farm and just set up a military base in the front of it? How would your
you'd
children
be
react?"
pissed. You'd be pissed.
And all I could see was every one of my brothers and sisters armed and getting took down because they were fighting against the insurgents. So, yeah,
Yep, I thought the same way. It was like, what are we doing here? This is not okay. These are normal people that just want to go about their daily lives, and we've trashed it, completely destroyed it.
Yeah,
Now,
we'd be
here's
doing.
one for feminism.
Put them
We'd
in
They
be doing.
cut off of fear.
They just allowed women to be
We
or not enlisted, but sign up for the selective services to where they have to sign
Yeah,
up for selective services at the age of 18.
stupid. It is
we'd be doing
stupid.
house and block searches while they're doing a call to fucking prayer.
Yep,
And we know
that's the
when they're
problem
called
I
to,
had. Yep,
and we know
blowing
when
them
it
the fuck
is.
up.
It's
Yep.
timed. It's all these people going to pray to their God, and here we are harassing them so they can't fucking get there. And I don't
5
care
times a day.
what I don't care what people have been taught to believe about peaceful people. They're all fucking terrorists and they're God Satan. I don't care about that crap. Because truth be told, when you research it, it's the Abrahamic religion.
Yep.
Is one greater than the other?
Nope.
Makes me wonder about the New Testament where it says that he will be given the power to wage war against the saints.
It doesn't matter what religion you have. You're all talking
Exactly,
about
Hank.
the same fucking God, the same creator, the one who created you and me.
Yep.
Well, who are the saints? You know, what was it?
People
The
who tried to
Holodomor?
live good lives while they were surrounded by evil and stupidity. My people perish for lack of knowledge, right?
Yep.
Yeah, how many
Yeah,
people
they're
know
all
about
the
the
same
It's
Holodomor?
not
blood.
just knowledge on like the people's part, but the knowledge on the people that's doing the evil without
Everywhere
knowing.
I go, I mention the Holodomor. Ask if people know about it. It's like, you never heard of the Christian genocide, huh? Well, that's not politically correct. You can't talk about Christians getting slaughtered. Right? What you need to think is that Stalin was the good guy and Hitler was the bad guy. That's what you were told.
What if
They
Hitler
don't
was
tell
the
you
good
both
guy?
sides. That's the
Well,
craziest
if he
part.
was taking on communism, then he has. See, it's not black and white. Okay, I think I
It
understand
is
it
not.
now. I think I understand it now more than ever. So the natural law in the Kabbalion, it talks about how like it's a spectrum, right? Like there's the gender of like it's a spectrum, and I think maybe that it's not necessarily about genitals or identifying as male or female, right? Because that's a modern perspective of the word gender. Maybe it's about like the evil and the good in all of us, because we all have a shadow, right? And you guys seen a little bit of my shadow tonight when that dude said I should hang myself,
Yep.
right? You've seen a little bit of my shadow, right?
Yeah,
Because
you
I don't
know
normally talk about people's moms.
those are all hermetic principles. Thought, Hermes, thrice majestus, everything's vibration, gender is fluid. And basically what that means is a male can have feminine features and a female can have masculine features, and that's okay. You can be a tom girl, that's okay. You can be an emotional little man, and that's okay. You're still a man. So
Best friend
nowadays
growing up, she was like a linebacker.
yeah, nowadays to be a man who has emotions and cares about people, you have to be fully comfortable with who you are. Sure, I care about people, but if you play with me, I'll whoop your ass because I'm not a toy. But a lot of emotional people aren't built that way. So they got to re-identify. The family I came from, you just be a normal man with a little more emotions than the next guy. That's it. Nothing wrong with that.
I mean, I'm just kind of reflecting on this whole conversation. Like, you guys were out there being the force.
For what?
Yeah, but yeah, for what? Like it,
For the Federal Reserve.
it's
I thought that every day.
Yeah, you're
Every
gonna
day.
trigger my PTSD for what? For what
I'm
valid
sorry, I
reason?
don't mean to do that. I don't mean to do that.
No,
I'm not
no,
trying to do that.
We're both gonna do
I
that.
wanna-
We've already
I
doing
wanna
it. I'm,
get it
I'm
out.
looking at this picture still of myself and going, "What the hell was I even thinking?
Yeah,
What
it's
the hell was I thinking?"
and we feel better saying that, right? So that people know that. For what reason was I a force? For good or for evil?
Well, I didn't see any good in it. Not a
I
bit.
was right. I was a naive child when this started.
Me neither.
And it escalated to a point where I just couldn't take it no more. So, it was just I broke chain of command and told my CO what was really up. Motherfucker, you might be running shit, but you're not qualified to talk that shit to me. But he talked about taking my life first if I didn't just follow his fucking orders. So he got told how it was. Well, when you're deployed somewhere you're not supposed to be and you're a critical skills operator, then you done broke the chain of command in a position where we're not even supposed to be there. They don't want no tribunal. So they say choose another course. Go somewhere else. But you can't be here no more. You're threatening to kill him. Well, he threatened to kill me.
I mean, I guess it's where I was heading with that is once again divide and conquer. It's once again we have a common enemy, and no matter how it's fractal, like no matter how big you blow it up, like worldwide, every culture, every religion, every country, every military force, like it doesn't matter who you're pulling the trigger for, you are a victim because you've been played, and it's. The enemy is the one who is telling you what to do.
We all
They
seen the
never
Green
bleed.
Mile, right?
And they never get to see blood. They never bleed, and they never get to see blood, and it pisses me off.
You all seen the Green Mile where he says they kill them with their love every day. So these are people that join the service because they love their community, they love their country, they love their people, they love their self, they want some kind of honor and valor. They want to be seen as courage in battle for an honorable fight. But then that love is used against them because that's not what they get. But they're propagandized so much that they don't have time to think about it. They have to have instant willful obedience to all orders.
Like I wonder,
Especially if we think they're lawful.
I wonder, like there's all this division and people are victims to it. And so, there's like real hostile attitudes that people have towards each other and stuff. But without it, like, let's say there was no militaries, there was no governments, like, would people really be hostile towards each other, like, at all?
No.
I don't think they would. Not to the
No,
degree that they
because
are.
imagine
It's
me
still
going to a
on
high
purpose.
school,
Men
right?
don't
Imagine me
promote
going to a
war.
high school and I was like, hey guys, you guys want to come with me? Like, I'm going to go to the desert, like out in the middle of nowhere, and we're going to kill, like, a bunch of men, women, and
Hell
children. Like,
no.
you want to go?
Hell no.
Hell no. I got a
No.
basketball game at 8, and I'm going to get laid tonight because the cheerleader likes my shoes.
There ain't
Yeah, and
even
you're
no
going to be
fucking
gone from
water
your
in the
Oh, I
family
desert.
for
remember those
years.
days.
And
there's
you're
big
going to
ass
miss every
camel
important
spiders.
date. And you're not going to be with anybody that you know. You're going to be away, and you could die. Yeah,
You might
and you could come back with horrible injuries that you never recover from, like I almost did.
Okay. Abram and his son Jacob are invented stories. They never existed. Well, you can do that for all of history, bro. You can say that for all of history.
Sure can.
Yeah, Alexander the Great never
think
existed
so.
because there's
Yet
way
be-
more of a
Yet
wealth of
Beget
knowledge
didn't
for the
exist.
Bible.
Don't say that. Vlad the Impaler's my great 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 grandpa.
Yeah, but he didn't
Vladdy.
exist because some dude wrote it down in a book, and you can't trust men, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So I saw.
So-
I
Dude, I want to
saw,
believe that I am related to Count Dracula. So just let me
That's
do
what I'm
it.
wondering too.
No,
My
I
God,
seen,
you
Cool.
I'm
Count
telling
Dracula.
you, I'm of an Abrahamic bloodline.
Dracula,
That's
Deny me my fairy tale.
Dracula means the son of Drake, which is
I'm a true
by the
son
way,
of
but,
Adam when it
yeah, he
boils
was
down to
Vlad.
it.
He was actually Vlad the Third Tapes. I don't know if I'm saying Tapes right, but his name is Vlad the Third Tapes.
Tepesh.
And Dracula comes from his Dracul is what it was historically, and Dracula was the son of Drake.
Huh.
Dracul is the evil one. Yeah, it's very weird being with a tail, pointy tail, and it has a trident.
The amalgam beast.
They
Yeah,
never
dude, that's
added,
my fucking
it
grandpa.
was actually Bram Stoker who added the A, making it
Yes.
Dracula.
It is. Bram Stoker.
That sounds like a wild, dangerous, venomous beast.
Well, my grandpa's a pretty good dude, actually. I don't know if you should talk about him like that, but anyway.
He just likes to put people with the stakes for fun.
Why were you guys saying that, we could throw away the rest of the history books? Who said, what was that a reference to?
Because you can't trust men.
Right.
Can't trust it.
I cannot trust myself.
With your
There was
gut
only
feeling.
one time where Vlad the Third Tepes was seen eating blood. It was when there was
Eating blood.
Yeah. Dracula
he
never ate blood
blood
except for
chips,
one
or-
time.
He
He never ate blood except
bread.
for one time, where
So he dipped
had-
bread in blood and he ate that?
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
He
there was
dipped the bread, yeah.
Oh boy.
there was a bunch of impaled people. He hosted a dinner in a field of impaled prisoners or whatever it was, criminals.
Yeah.
And a drop of blood landed on the table. And in order to strike fear into the others around the table, he took his bread and he soaked up the blood and he ate the bread. That was the one time.
The invading Turks.
So let me get this straight. So, do you believe that story? I guess is my only question.
No, I'm just saying that's historically
That's the story. Yeah, that's the story.
Didn't exist.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good story, though. I like it. I'll take it.
They
It
teach
sounds like
this.
a Marvel comic to me.
They teach
It does,
this.
man.
They teach this in history classes in Romania. Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah, surely they do in Romania. Yeah, that would
See,
make
I need
sense.
to head over there to the motherland because I'm Romanian too, kind of.
Yeah.
No wonder you drink like a fish, bro.
I used
Hey,
to.
did somebody say Lithuania?
No.
no,
Romania.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The name of the
I thought you
country
said
at the
Lithuania.
time was what was it? I did a book report on this in high school. That was a long time ago.
Are you sure?
It wasn't Romania. It wasn't fuck. It wasn't Turkey. It wasn't.
Was it Serbo-Croatia?
Romanian country.
Well,
Yeah.
Slovenia.
You used to
It
drink.
was
Sorry, bro.
three regions.
No worries.
Yeah, it started like with like
Moldavia.
a TS or something like that.
Transylvania.
Transylvania, the Romanian country, Țara Românească, and Wallachia.
That one sounds badass. Valakia. It's cool.
That's not that doesn't strike a bell though. And like I said, I did the book report. I can't think of the name of it.
I heard you guys were just a bunch of Aryans that got lost in India for a little while.
Yep. True sons of Adam.
Everybody's true sons of Adam. If you really want to get down
It
to
was hysterical though because it was in speech class. Actually, it wasn't really a book report. It was speech class. We had to give a speech, and I decided to do a speech on Vlad the Impaler, and all of the like preppy like Abercrombie and Fitch girls, their fucking chins just dropped. Like they were in shock of all the detail that I gave them. Like I like totally like disturbed their entire fucking week with that
Well,
speech.
half of them were disturbed. The other half were,
especially
happy that you had the presentation.
I do
as
like them
such.
pictures I get from my daughter when she says, the difference between me and you in uniform, Dad, I make the uniform look good. I want her to tell her
She
the
does.
stories about being in other countries and the uniform effect, but then I don't.
Yeah, you
Right,
probably
right.
should leave that out, mister, because I
Yeah,
know what I was
I'm
having
just
to deal with you guys. Yeah.
I just agree,
Oh,
but if
I
you get
I
a,
want to see the doctor. I've got a cough. Yeah, where you been?
if you,
And
remember
where's
the name
this
of the
cough?
country.
Between your legs? The cough is between your legs. Okay.
well, if you get guard duty for a liaison or something, you're gonna be, ceremonial dress at a formal,
I just remember the name of the country where
They
Vlad
just come
was
up
from.
and
He was
touch
the
you.
ruler of Wallachia, or however you would say it.
Wallachia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Mike, she knows karate, right? She knows karate. She knows how to defend herself.
Who? Oh, my daughter?
Your daughter.
Your daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's not a
all
little
my
fight.
children were in Taekwondo before they were 6.
Okay, cool. So she's good, man. She'll be all right. If she's got your
Doesn't
spirit and she's
she
trained,
know COVID karate?
those boys they don't stand a chance, bruh.
No, they don't do. No,
She
they better
don't.
not
She
touch
don't
her.
like to lose. She competed
go.
with me her whole life. Her
You know
little
Kobe
sister is
karate.
fucking same as her. I know
You know what?
what.
I'm a big muscly dude. But I would not arm wrestle your daughter because of who I know you are, Battlemon. She beat the shit out of me.
I know Kempo style Taekwondo, not karate.
You know,
Yeah, if you
another thing that's
lose,
funny
you
about
lose. If you win, you lose.
a funny thing about arm wrestling is the guy you wouldn't expect who might beat you. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
when I was a freshman or sophomore in high school, I freaking arm wrestled a dude who was known for being a fucking badass fighter and shit. Like in the neighborhood, he was like 19 years old, and I was like 16 or 15, and I beat him in an arm wrestling match. And
Yeah, dude, it's chess.
like, it's just how
Yeah.
you. It's
It's technique,
for sure.
dude. Listen, I got beat by a scrawny iron punk one time. I was so fucking mad. I was like, how? No fucking way. Everybody
Yep.
there was laughing. But he
dude,
had a little bit of height.
it's a game of like microscopic angles is really all it is.
Yeah,
and knowing how to
his
divert
fucking-
the pressure. You can use his strength against him. That's the way
Yeah,
you do it.
his arm was a little longer than me, and he took wrist position on me before
Leverage.
when we locked. He already had his wrist tweaked a little forward.
Yeah.
So I didn't just have to bend his arm back; I had to bend his wrist back.
Yeah.
Because I'm not really
I like
into.
your voice, bro. I like your voice.
I'm not in the competition.
Your voice would be good on a track.
You talking to Michael?
Yeah, it almost has like no insults or nothing, just a compliment. It almost has like that Cheech and Chong type of like, you know what I mean, like laid backness about it. You know what I mean?
You
Dave's
haven't heard
not
him rap
here.
yet. You haven't
Dave's
heard
not-
him rap.
Dave's
you gotta
not
hear him
here, man. He went to get the
Yeah.
stuff, man. No,
See, I
man.
listen to all
It's
these different
fucking
people's
Dave.
voices.
Let
and
me
try
in,
to
man. I
mimic
got
them.
the stuff. Hey,
See,
I
yeah,
wasn't
it's
looking at his neck.
Dave's not here, man.
Yeah,
I wasn't
I try
looking
to
at his
mimic
neck.
people's voices.
Hey, Strawberry.
You should listen to Michael rap. He can really do some work.
I love the
Spit
Cheech
some
and
lyrics.
Chong too, man. I gotta get a little
He's stuck on
nosy.
Cheech and Chong right now. I don't know what's happening.
I know.
Bro,
I know.
like,
It's pretty funny.
This Cheech
Throw some
and
Canadian
Chong, like,
there. Oh, hey, how am I
when
driving?
he came down the line. It was like at the end of Up in Smoke where he goes and has the soap and
Oh,
Chong
man, I
like
think
fucking
we're
snorts
parked,
it and then he
man.
drinks the pee and
Get rid of the
oh, it's
Canadian accent, man. You sound
Yeah,
like
I was gonna say
Get it out of there.
a twisted Canadian accent.
My license officer? It's on the back of the car, eh?
yeah, but see, Chong is
Ain't
Canadian,
it?
eh?
You hosers, you?
Yeah, hosers.
Do you know where the word hoser comes from?
Actually, I don't, but I knew a lot of Canadians because we lived right off the Canadian border. So,
So
heard
like,
it a lot.
it's an unfair question because I forget the name of the movie exactly, but it was a John
Oh,
Candy.
I saw the movie.
Strange Brew.
I think,
No,
Brew.
anyway, but the idea with being a hoser is like you and your buds, you get together and you get a case of beer and you take one beer out of the case and you shake it up real good, right? And you stick it back in the middle of the beer, kind of like Russian roulette. Every single time you open another beer, you have to hold it up to your eye. And if you get the shooken up beer, it squirts you in the eye, and then you're the hoser.
Oh, he's a hoser, eh?
Thank you for telling us, though. I was about to try to find where they explain that in the movie Strange Brew from 1983,
That's what it is,
directed by
Strange
Rick
Brew.
Moranis and Dave Thomas.
It's a good
When
movie.
they open up the can, it's 10 to the negative 17th tour.
Sure it is.
Just
Sure it
kidding.
is.
I act like I know what I'm talking about. Try to sound smart.
That was good. No, that was good because I just saw a Glober make the same kind of joke. Hold on, in the YouTube chat, he said, what did he say? He goes,
Another nice one, Mike.
he goes, because they're talking about how many scientists apparently there are against us flat earthers, right? So
Yeah.
Ben Delight in the YouTube chat says 8.8 million 10 to, sorry, let me start over. They were doing like, oh, that, you know, flat earthers are outnumbered 8,000 to 1. And I said only 8,000, and then Ben Delight says 8.8 million to 10 to the negative 17 Tor. That way they think they're winning.
Well, I asked.
So I don't even know what the fuck that means, but yeah.
When I debated Craig on FTFE. His intro right after he came out of his concussion, his intro, and it showed for my information, and it says my IQ 10 to the 17 tour, and then below it says my favorite food, purple crayon. So I always try to put it like a purple crayon in my video to clown on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I saw you eat that fucking thing, man.
Yeah.
That dude. Somebody's got to post that video again. Let me see if I can find. I know I saved
funny.
I'm working on a brand that I'm going to put in a hot fire for a long time and brand my chest and put it on my channel with
Don't
SE.
do that. Don't do that. You don't do that. My 2 cents, that'll get infected. Don't do it.
Hey, he could have
I'm
been
serious, bro.
my sock.
Just you don't mess
I'd have
around with
been
that.
proud to brand your ass once you got accepted in.
Hey, you know what? The way things are going, Mike, you might have to be training a few of us soon anyway. So you know what I mean?
Hey, Damsel Medic, I bet you if I don't get a few pictures a week, I don't know, none of you got military children, but you go away for 8 years. I don't want your face to change while I'm gone.
Yeah.
And I haven't kept
Yeah.
up with the progression.
Isn't it terrible? That's the worst part of the military thing is you don't get to see each other as much. You lose a lot.
Could especially imagine for those soldiers who have children when they leave, or who
Yeah,
are.
you miss a lot.
Oh my God! Like, if they already have them, or if they're only about to be born, that's got to be really rough.
Well, it's that, and if it starts to harden her, I can see in her face, and I can start to come at her about coming home.
Hey, is she well informed on the Antarctic Treaty?
My daughter?
You're the one you were saying who's in the military.
I'm not sure. I
Oh.
don't press her about that. I think she's got enough to worry about right now.
Yeah. No. I was just asking because I don't really have any family in the military anymore. But I was just wondering, like, if I ever had a chance, I would try to ask her, talk to him about it. But I'm not in that position. You know what I mean?
Only thing I can tell you is that they give out a medal for it, that you have to fill out a bunch of paperwork and another security briefing.
Hey, how many of you
'Cause
guys have
I
heard?
almost volunteered for it. I almost volunteered for
Arctic
duty
Circle.
in Antarctica.
Yeah, Arctic Circle badge.
Mm-hmm.
How many of you guys have heard of the NASA Snoopy pin that they give out? It's a prestigious award to astronauts.
Well, because
I
Snoopy
think
rides
I've
on the
seen
top of his
something on that.
thing.
Yeah, you have to be in there for a long time. It's a very prestigious award, and I was looking into it. And if you lose it, in order to get it back, you have to file all this paperwork and pay a certain amount of money. It's really strange because my favorite astronaut, Peggy Whitson, she got the award. So I was looking into it, but what's weird is Michelle Thaler got it too. Michelle Thaler, I believe, offed her husband, but that's a story for another time. But
What's the
anyway,
significance of Snoopy?
I also would not arm wrestle Michelle Thaler. That dude is thick.
no, I wouldn't arm wrestle Peggy Whitson, dude.
Or either of them. They're both big men. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the significance of the Snoopy though? Because to me, when I hear Snoopy, I think of somebody who snoops in on your shit, like a surveillance kind of a thing.
I think it's for multiple reasons.
Of that dog in the cartoon.
Yeah, well, he's a black and white dog. First of all, he's a black and white dog. Plus,
And they were Snoopy ears. They used to call those funny helmets the Apollo 11 and on that wore under the main helmet when they took off the Snoopy ears. I remember somebody telling me that. Snoopy ears. So that's probably where it came from.
It's about surveillance, right? Yeah, it would make the most sense.
Well, that too, but they did. The black and white dog with the black ears looked like their helmet cover or the soft helmet they wore under the bulb. I call it the bulb.
It says
it's called a Snoopy ear.
Yeah, it says it's for outstanding performance, contributing to flight safety and mission success. It's a silver award.
That sounds so official.
He's not black.
Can you guys hear?
White.
Yep.
Silver pin.
Yeah, and he's wearing a bulb over his head, so I would assume that's a reference back to what they were calling their helmet, their soft helmet that they wore underneath.
Yeah,
Apollo
like
11 and
like
on.
the Leatherheads, huh?
Yeah, they were white and black. If you remember,
Mm-hmm.
over the years it was black.
It's funny the whole
Schultz
time
was
it's
really
just a map of the
popular
sky.
then.
You know?
Yeah. Well, that was a really popular comic strip during that time period too. So it kind of makes sense.
Is there anybody here who's watched I Pet Goat 2?
Yep.
Of course. Yeah, I think most people have, haven't they, in these truther communities anyway.
You know what? I think
There's
you'd be
another one.
surprised. I think most truthers probably missed I Pet Goat too. They probably heard of I Pet Goat and maybe they watched it, but they probably missed I Pet Goat too.
I could give you a quick breakdown of the black and white sugar floor that I haven't seen on any YouTube channel, and just correct me if you think I'm wrong because I don't know everything. But if you want to hear it, I'll tell it to you.
Floor? The
Huh?
Masonic
He's
floor?
talking about the iPet Goat. For the first one is iPet Goat 2. It actually
Yeah.
is
That's
2.
the first one.
It's there's a third one.
There's another one.
No, I'm talking
yeah,
about part
right,
2.
there's
Number
okay,
3.
Yeah. You're right. The second iteration of I Pet Goat.
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
weird and crazy. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the original one made by Helios Company.
Right.
Yeah. So
Okay,
when
we're all talking about the same one.
Yeah, okay, so do you remember when the apple falls out of the girl's hand and it rolls on the floor?
Yep.
Right before it gets to Obama's foot, on the black and white checkerboard floor in black and white paint is the letter C and the letter V.
Yep. I
You guys
guess
remember that?
on that one. Oh yeah.
Okay, so you guys know about Skull and Bones, right?
Of course, 322.
Yeah,
The 322, right?
I'm working for a bonesman right now, actually.
C is the third letter out of the alphabet, V is the 22nd. They're actually a shape. You turn them and you have the dome and the pyramid, right? So with the apple, they're showing you that stands for Macintosh. As soon as they zoom out of that scene, they go through. They show you a 4-paned window, and then on the wall is graffitied Psalms 23, right?
23. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're showing you right in those scenes the Apple Macintosh and the Windows Microsoft, right? So if you look at the writing where it says Psalms 23, the A is turned and looped crooked. So if you look at the reflection in the mirror, it says 322, which they're showing on the floor. C and V. It's a dome and a pyramid, right? My theory, and I'm never, it's just my theory, is that they believe that the year begins on 322 because on 321, what do you do when you're counting down? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1. Yes, just like the rocket counts. Yeah.
And also it's the astronomy sign is Aries, Ram, right? So think about when the calendar was changed way back from Gregorian to Julian, is around the same time Caesar had a coin, and they coined the phrase the Ides of March, right? Well, on the coin it said IDMAR, but if you turn that backwards, it's Ram Die, because the Aries is dying, the Ram. You're beginning something new, spring ahead. So I think that's what the CV is, the dome and the pyramid, which is 322. So I mean, they do things for multiple reasons, but that was what I've never heard anybody give that. But that's what I got out of
heard
it.
what you got out of that.
Dude,
That's
that's some gravy right there.
Yeah,
That's
so-
gravy. That's hot, tasty gravy. I like
You
that.
know, I don't know how valid what you're saying is, but actually, in light of current situations, I think it would be worthwhile to go back and rewatch those.
Totally.
Yeah, well, I think even the apple with the circle of yellow kind of stuff that looks like, well, most of us started to think it was honey, and it would have been Rosh Hashanah, which is the Hebrew festival that would have fallen on. With
Well, do you remember
apples and honey, and it's obviously apples and honey, so it kind of goes with a date, which has actually just happened. I mean, that festival just went by.
And you guys got to realize something. The iPet Goat movies. Hold on. The iPet Goat movies are not like, oh, it's a truth drop. No, it's a ritual. What they're doing is it's part of, it's creating the reality with every form of media.
Yeah.
With every, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, everything that they can influence. Hold on. Everything that they can influence, they make a part of this story that they are telling with every facet of things. Right? Anyway.
Yeah.
So it's a ritual.
No,
This thing's a ritual. We're supposed to listen. Us talking about it right now is doing exactly what they want with it. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, it's like part of their ritual that they Like they
It's
must
still
they
casting.
must disclose what they're doing to you in some way, shape, or form. And
that too.
That's what that form is. And some of us see it, therefore it's okay for them to do it.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, because the majority of the population is not even going to think twice when they see it.
What?
You know.
Have you ever seen this Apple Computer Company advertisement right here? Now look at the lines in the sky. See if that, to me, that kind of implies a structure. If you can zoom in on it, there's lines all the way across the sky, like it's a solid structure.
You're talking about in the iPad Go, right?
No,
No,
this is one that
no,
he
in
just posted
this
Oh,
image I
okay.
just
I'm not.
in the
posted.
live stream.
Okay, I'll have to go. Let me see.
It's Newton under the tree.
Yeah, it is. And what does
Of
it
thought,
say?
it says Newton, a mind forever,
Mind
voyaging
forever.
through strange something, thought
Strange
alone.
seas, strange seas of thought alone. That's weird. Voyage through strange seas of thought alone. On mind forever voyaging through. So there's a sea reference even. Interesting. And there's no sea.
Yeah, because it's not SEE, it's SEA. So
Yeah. So it's talking
This
about
video is kind of hard to
crossing
find.
water.
This third one.
Seas of thought are man. Jesus walked on water. The metaphor in this is that we are 70% of water.
Water and
that
salt water at that.
Yeah, that means he's walking above our heads, on our heads. That's the meaning. And
Through strange seas.
yeah,
Well, that makes sense.
whenever
Of
he
thought
was,
over your head.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
right.
yeah.
You're right.
Whenever he was speaking something to us, we could not rebuttal, contradict. Whenever he spoke, everything sound logic and true and at absolute levels. Yeah.
Check
And
the live
you know-
stream voice text real quick. I posted the two and three in there. iPad Go.
Okay, so part 3, I have a discrepancy with. It wasn't made by Helios. I think it was a
No.
different company. You're saying it
Yes.
is made by Helios?
No, I'm saying you're right. It's not. It doesn't
one
look
was
to be made by
definitely-
Helios.
I think it's like
Helio
if these
fan.
were murder suspects or whatever. I think that my gut tells me that it's a copycat. It's not like truly authentic. As far as like Helios, that's all they produce. And I've looked into every single person on their credits, and I've gone into it, and they tie into the people who created the internet, and they all have names like Archbishop, Grand Dragon. They have like weird
I think
religious names.
Turkey made iPad Goat 3 is what I'm seeing now.
Yeah, probably. So,
Turkey
but
made it.
iPad Goat 2 had scenes in it that hadn't taken place yet. Like when St. Peter's Cathedral, the way the spire fell, that movie came out years before that happened. So it's showing things that hadn't happened yet in the movie, not just things that had happened. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, predictions.
And
Yeah.
you guys know what we're talking about.
Anyway.
At the end,
I'm gonna delete that one.
Everything is planned.
Yeah.
That quote, it really is pretty cryptic, but to me it kind of it points towards like I think therefore I am, like am I the only thing that really exists? Do you actually exist anywhere other than in my mind? Like
That quote is by William Wordsmith.
William Wordsmith. Okay.
Go
That's
figure.
not a real person that has ever existed.
WW.
With a name like
That
that,
person
you gotta
is
kind of
not
doubt
real. Yeah, it's not a real name of
And
anybody.
that logo was
at any
created
time.
by Ronald Wayne.
Ronald Wayne.
1976, Apple's third co-founder.
Never even heard of him.
hey, one last thing I forgot to tell you guys about that Bush thing of where it says Psalms 23. The day after 9/11, when Bush made a formal statement, the first thing he says is, "Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death." He quoted that scripture. So that's what made me believe about the whole bones thing. I mean, I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, though, please tell me, because you guys have a lot more like experience with this than me. Those are just my thoughts, you know.
I think you're pretty on it, man. That was pretty good because
Yeah,
a
you're
lot
a
of people
smart
haven't
guy.
seen that part. Put that together.
That's true.
I think you just look at things differently than others.
Hey,
Yeah,
real quick,
think
I
you
have a
got it.
question. Does anybody see that in the Apple Computer thing there, the sash that Apple Computer Code is written on? It looks like it's wrapped around like a snake. You know what I mean? Like how they wrap the snake around the two towers and the money sign. You know, it looks like the snake's wrapped around that too. I don't know.
Well, I think there's a few things in that image. When you really blow it up, what is that little disc in the sky above that cloud?
I think those are leaves
and
falling
actually,
down.
I'm seeing that it's drawn similar to how our money is with microprint, and I'm guessing
Yeah.
if you had a full resolution image, that you're gonna find all kinds of cryptic shit hidden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a dollar bill.
Dollar bill, y'all.
What? I mean, really, can you see what I mean about the sky looking like
Yeah.
a firm, solid
It looks
structure
solid.
in
Yeah,
my
I think they
blow
are implying it.
or even that could be thought of as like computer script.
Dude, there's straight lines in the sky. What the fuck?
And the apple looks more like a fucking heart.
It does look like a heart, and it's glowing. Almost looks like there's a
Yeah.
cross at the top.
It's
Almost looks
beating.
like there's a cross at the top.
I don't know. I got it pretty blowed up right now.
Or it you know, I mean, it's got curvature is what I'm
And
trying to
there's
say.
supposed to be a meaning to this banner that wraps around there. It eludes me right now. I can't remember.
It's a plump apple,
It looks
Mike,
a
is what I'm
little
trying to say.
bit like it looks a little like the banner that's on one of the tarot cards. I was going to look at some tarot cards. I think it looks a little bit like. Let's see if I can find one. Because they do that a lot. A lot of these things will actually connect with several different things like that.
Hell, man, I don't care what they're into. They make a high quality product.
They do. Okay.
He speak with forked tongue.
Yeah.
He white man.
Not for any of these products.
I cannot deny the white man in me.
Fool's errand.
Always.
Do you guys know the breakdown on what COVID means?
Yeah, certificate
COVID
of
and
vaccination
SARS?
identification.
So if you break the word in two,
Yeah.
since
You know what
since it's two
SARS
different
And
means?
then
words.
19 is AI, by the way. 19 is
Yeah,
AI.
yeah. So
Anyway.
COVID stands for divide and conquer through video conference, and if you add up all the numbers, it equals 666.
Wow,
Really?
I haven't heard that one.
SARS is specific
Also heard it
abortion rate.
backwards. It's also a Hebrew word. There's a that also has a lot of meaning. I'm trying to remember
One of
what
the
it was.
translations
You're
is
right.
actually
I
code.
did
Also,
for
it's
some of you
also an
guys.
anagram
Very
for
important.
carnivorous. I don't know if
Very,
that.
very important before I fall asleep.
What's up, Crack?
Very important before I fall asleep. My mum was coming to me with this information yesterday and was asking me a lot about this, alright, guys? Very, very important that I get to speak about it to somebody before we all fade away into the distance because of popes and shit. Right?
What?
So, yeah, I know, I'm just trying obscurity to be obscure for the basis of being obscure. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I was.
Are you doing okay, man?
I'm extremely
Can you
sorry.
start over? Can you start over
you
for
saying-
without? Please, can you start over?
I'll
saying
start
the-
over. Wait, should I burp again?
No, now
No.
leave the burp out and start over.
Yeah, hold it in
I
and
fart
tell
and
us what's
then
going on.
leave the burp out. I'm confused. Alright, cool. Right. Right, let me just gather myself because my whole right side of my face is numb, and so is my ear, and so
Oh,
is
you
my.
got the dab.
Oh, yeah, you were about ready to go out.
I was gonna say, brother, you sound like what I used to have to take care of with my pilots, drive them home at night.
Oh.
Hope you're okay.
It's alright. It's just a little stroke. It's all good.
That's
Alright,
all right. It's all right. As long as you're okay.
Yeah, you sound good. You sound fine. So, what's going on?
Just a stroke. I just said.
Yeah, it's just a stroke.
Just a stroke.
So, my muscles. Alright, I'm gonna stop. Alright, so my mum just basically.
Sorry.
So my mum basically says to me,
in the morning over there, dude.
my mum says to me. Alright, I'm gonna stop. I don't think I can stop, guys. I can't stop, guys. I can stop.
He can't stop.
I can't stop. I can't stop.
You can't stand up either? Yeah, well, that kind of happens.
I'm
Now
not
you know what it's
guy
like.
and
Was
stand
spinning.
I think he's doing this on purpose. I think he's doing it on purpose.
He might be.
He has become uncomfortably numb.
I'm extremely numb, but of course I'm fucking purple. If I'm not, then you
I'm fucking purple.
I'm fucking purple. My name's Purple on this server because I'm an admin. But wait there. Right. Anyway, I tried to. Wait, no, that's wrong. Regulation against renovation opposite. No, that was the rap that I made up against that guy. Sorry. He was called Ron. Batman knows about that. Do you want to read that? Should I just read that anyway? Because it was pretty funny.
Sure.
Go for it. Or
Let's hear
listen.
it.
All ears.
I used
I
Darwin.
think you're awake yet.
Alright. Regulation against the renovation opposite of motivation. He ain't got no axiom rotation. Locked into his position of fatness and brokenness, proven by his one-on-one rap battle. Ron be the size of a nation, ain't no renovation of this run a nation. Scared because of the vibration while moving his vibration stations, otherwise known as his feet. This ain't no feat when respect takes out the beef. Innovation not needed when the trash is evidentiary by the ratio of the scene. And I stop there. Alright, now let me get to the information.
It's very good.
Yeah, that's meat and potatoes right there.
I read that in about 11.1.2.3.2.4 seconds. So.
I was hoping you were going to say it took you all night, and that's why you sound so tired.
What's up?
What's up about Witsit? You chatting shit about my boy Witsit?
No, I don't think so.
No,
Witsit's doing jujitsu, dismantling all of
Did you
them.
just call a Jew and who said I'm going to go to Jujitsu's house?
Witsit's doing jujitsu, dismantling all of them.
Alright, I'll let you off. Witsit killed a Jujitsu. No, I'm going to stop. Right, Pope, Scotland.
Don't let this
This is the way my
jujitsu
mum
get
said
you
it to
and
me as well.
twist you. I'll run
Right,
through
any
the
clues? Any clues, guys? Pope, Scotland, and the petition for the environment of healthy people and the environment of healthy environment. Right, so a healthy planet, healthy people, right? The Pope in Scotland, November the 12th. Scottish United Nation meeting. Spelled GOP 19. Biodiversity. IHS, my mum wrote. International Health Service, I don't know, ISIS, Horus, and Seth. Any clues?
Any clues?
Any clues?
Any lewds?
No, we're all out of lewds.
Yeah,
Right,
I ran out in the 80s.
I think you
Right,
took
so
enough
any
daily
clues?
bars.
1989 was the last time I had a Quaalude, and I was only
Dannied up and
7 years
twisted.
old.
His mind is drifting,
raped
making my ears blistering.
Right. Okay, so the Pope So the Pope effectively is apparently going to Scotland on the 12th of November, right? In a UN meeting that's effectively outlined as an environmental to do with the healthiness of the environment and people as well, right? So planetary health and the environment. talking about biodiversity, obviously he's wearing the symbol as he talks about it, which has IHS on it. So to me, that stands for. My mum also, she sort of read on that, which was we know
Isis
that IHS,
Horus
like,
Set.
yes, Isis Horus Seth, but at the same time, International Health Service also.
Yeah.
Because what's it going to talk
Crazy.
about? So, one world religion as well. Remember, guys, ushering in the one world religion. The monolithic sword of the Catholic Church is Islam. I have no doubt about that whatsoever. But yeah, so again, I just thought I would say that, and then hopefully some people think about it, get back to me. If you do so, that's fine. You can call me with a lisp as if you've had a stroke also. I have no problem with that either.
I get it. Yeah. Roger.
If you know what I'm saying. Roger?
Yes. Roger, Roger.
Roger, I
Think
wasn't
it's
taking the
real,
piss out of your name. Who said that?
Real G. You can list
You
on
brought
me
it
if
up,
you
man.
get it too, see?
I'm kind of
You're the
funny
one
with
that said
it, but-
Roger first, dog.
Roger, Roger.
All right, I'm going to bed stateside. You should probably do the same, Crypto. Crack.
Fuck off. You did that on purpose. You did
That's
that on
fucked up.
purpose, bitch. You did that on
That's
purpose.
like the most offensive
That's
thing that's
fat.
ever been said in this server.
Well, yeah, that's fighting words. That's fighting words. Right there. That's fighting words.
It's a great day.
Yeah, we'll see how you feel about this later when we
Whoop
talk.
somebody's ass.
I tell you what, Luke.
I've
You
had
in
a
that hole in the back
bad
of the head.
day. So you better get off my back. You
I
might
would whip his
get
ass, but he's got a hole on the back of
cold.
his head, so it would be unsafe. Right.
Have a good night, Lou.
You want to puke before you go to sleep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm half
for it, yeah.
nauseated, so I might as well go home and wait, right?
Yeah, just get it done.
Oh, dude, you
What, is
already
this a
have the
tre-
picture. Just share
Wait
the
there, is
link.
this a treatment for my stroke or what? I asked for an update picture of that vagina on the back of your head ages ago.
Vagina.
Is it COVID vagina?
That was pretty good, Mike.
I'll send you a picture of a vagina rising.
It's not Mike.
What's up?
My girl just got a COVID vagina from China.
That's the song.
Fuck with ass, he's having a fuck.
Imagine I tell you what, if QE came in right now, I think he'd have a right go. So be like, shut the fuck up.
Yes, he would. And go
And
to
then,
bed.
do you know what I would say back
He
to him?
might have a stroke.
Fuck off. That's what I'd say. Right.
He does need to get that blood pressure down, goddammit.
People think people. You know, someone messaged me yesterday because he couldn't.
Have you ever
Shut
had
the fuck
one
up,
of those
crack?
days?
And I
Crack,
said,
that's the back of your
fuck
head.
off.
Goes right.
And people are
That
messaging
was-
me,
that
and you and
was
Kiwi
like-
hate
that
each
was
other.
like 2 or 3 months ago.
He
Yeah.
was bitching about last night.
But me and Kiwi don't hate each other, by the way, guys.
Hey,
No.
you
I just
escaped
tell them
to
to
the
fuck off periodically.
bathroom just to
Right,
say
guys.
We know that.
you're
I gotta
strong.
go. I've got to
After
go because
you finish your
Battlebot is
business,
rumpus in my
the
ass
toilet
with
paper
really
is
sweet
all
lines.
gone.
That's because he loves you.
It's a great day.
All right, Craig.
Me to whoop
You take her easy,
somebody's
partner.
ass.
By the way,
Good night.
it's really difficult to take a selfie of the back of your own head.
Yeah.
That's disgusting, dude.
That's
That
why
looks
you
so
use a
gnarly.
mirror. That's why you use a mirror, Lou.
It looks like a mouth on the back of your head.
Dude, that's
Oh, son of a
That's what
bitch.
we said, Jay.
see what it looked like a month before that.
No.
Where's that?
This tells the whole story, and then some.
Delete. Take it down.
How about I go with
Yeah,
you?
take it off the thing, dude.
We'll
Oh
mess
my
him
God,
up,
man.
bro. We'll mess him up. We'll mess his
Full of
ass up.
bag of bombs, son.
Mate, I'm telling you, that
That's fucked up.
gas system in this pub's illegal because he allowed you to operate regardless. I don't care if it's not a registered gas system. He's allowed to do it because he's a gas man. He allowed you to operate it, right? You could prove in a court of law that you know how to operate that illegal gas system, right? So fuck him. He hasn't paid you for his work because he sacked you. He sacked you because you're blind, effectively, because you were assaulted by your wife. Shit, I need to shut up.
Damn, dude.
Who the hell are you talking to?
I'm talking about something that's going on in my cousin's life.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
anyway.
It goes in the newspaper, dude. Man, they sacked you because you're blind, basically. Right, thank you very much, guys. If anyone does find Flatter Saints, your mic's still open, it's still fluttering like a. I'm not gonna say it, but
Want me to mute it?
no, it's not that I want you to mute it. It's just, is there any feedback coming from it? Is it affecting the live stream or anything? Because it's fine. It's just that it flutters on and off.
Let me mute it. I'm sorry, I'm retarded about this stuff.
It's not that you are allowed to unmute when you are talking, like whenever you like. It's just common decency if your mic does glow up and down, like battle mods.
I apologize. I'm like a little kid when it comes to this stuff. So, you know what I mean, I'm learning.
Dude, you gotta stop showing us pictures of that.
All right,
Man,
where are the pictures? I
I'm-
want to see them. Where
I'm
are they?
reading old DMs just so I don't have to look at it. I'm
Oh
reading
god,
rap.
dude.
Dude, I
And my
already seen
rhyme's not
these.
a
I said I
syllable,
wanted
it's fillable, and
updates.
every single line, every word is fillable.
Yeah, can we
It's
see it
time to
now?
face it. Crack,
Can
your
I see an
rhymes are
update?
basic. You
Well,
couldn't see
now
mine with
it
LASIK.
just looks like
Because your
now it's
mind is
peeled over and it
vacant.
just looks
With
like
mine, every rhyme's a statement is fillable.
It looks like Slip Hoodie.
Fillable rhyme
Dice
stream.
Slow, how do you get unmuted? Do you want me to
That's
tell
why
you
with
how?
the raps I bring, I'm king.
If you can do a backflip and film it and stick one of those pencils like your son did to the wall, in the process of doing that
Well,
backflip,
just ask him to stick a broom up his ass and sweep as he goes, boss. Yes, sir, boss, sir.
That's what they
Right
do with
away,
the
sir.
Taliban, dude. He's not the Taliban. Remember, Lou?
Oh.
I hold on. No, I don't remember. I'm not listening.
You're the one who
Well,
mentioned this to me
I'm looking
earlier. He
for
said
more
stick a
disgusting
broom.
pictures.
Wait there.
Oh,
He said
come up
stick.
with-
Ugh.
Stick a broom up his ass.
God,
and use
I was
it
gonna
to sweep
finish
up the
eating
broom.
this
Clap,
burger,
clap. Wait
but
there, dude.
I'm not hungry
Here's
anymore.
me and Whitsett actually like this is like 3 days or 4 days after it happened. And
And
look
now I
at
understand this.
look at you see how my eyes are pinpricks? Yeah, I was concussed.
Yeah, I can see how
Wow.
Whitson's eyes look a little different too. Is there like a gap back of that cap where you can see the fucking giant hole in the back of your head?
Oh my god.
Because he looks a little strained there, dude. And I'm thinking that's one of those caps with a strap.
Look,
with a
look at
hole
my
in
eyes. They look like they look like contacts. Like I'm faking it to be in a Marilyn Manson video or something. Like, dude.
That's not the most flattering angle of you, Lee. I've seen you like 20 times hotter than that. I know I have. Just saying.
I'm just glad you're okay, Lou. Good lord.
Me looking at that head. Oh God, look away, look away. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Dude,
look away,
here's
but
the
please
funny
do send me
It's
an update.
hysterical for me because I could never see it. I just get to show
I
it.
feel fucking sorry, man.
I just get to show it to people. Like they're all like, "Ugh," and I'm like laughing.
Again, where Lou's not heard of mirrors. Ugh.
That's okay.
You can look in the mirror, dude. You can look in the mirror. Please.
I need 2 mirrors and you still don't get a good look. Like you think I would
You
spend
only
my
need
time-
one mirror. You only need one mirror. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Because you can break a mirror in half.
Oh, good one.
All right, I'm gonna go
That's
because I'm
pretty
gonna fool of myself right now. All right. Love you all. Dice, I'm
Love
about
you.
to server mute you.
Well-
Which means I just server muted you.
Peace out.
Good night. I
Good
should
night.
understand you first. Sorry. Sorry, Dice. I actually meant to unserver mute you, and then I was like, "Bum, you're."
I don't know why he got muted, but I unmuted him.
Something to do with
bum skibbly boo ha. I got the Rohoto. Peter
It had to do with
atmospheric
atmospheric occlusion.
Pinocchio's
But yeah, Flat Day Saints, just to let you know, dude, we don't claim a shape to the Earth in terms of around velocity. All right.
Around what?
We don't claim a shape to the Earth in terms of roundosity.
That's cool. I just claim flat 1491. I bang that stuff out in my hood. I really do. I've gotten in
Sounds
fights with
like
people over
Quincy
it.
Jones in that
Sorry,
shit.
I just found that funny the way you said that.
He Quincy
No,
Jones
just
in it. Real
I'll
talk,
run up
bro.
to gang members and I tell them.
1491. It's just
until we've
flat.
measured
Real
the
talk.
whole shape of the
Player.
Earth, right? My job now as a moderator is to try and lead it that way, if it can be, right? So until
No,
we,
not true.
what's my job as a moderator is not to lead it towards flat Earth.
Do what me and Lou tell you.
Funny. I tell you what, I actually don't find that funny. I tell you what, that's it. I've took complete offense to that after everything that I've said tonight. That is the last straw.
Lou, that's your cue to come in and white
I knew
knight.
it.
Where's his white knight, damn it? Will you
Who's
not
gonna white knight
champion
me? There's
him?
a Dames, medic, be my dame.
Motherfucker, look, I get to pick on you, motherfucker.
Oh my gosh.
Now that is a head to behold, because now I feel like you can't be two-faced.
Oh my God.
Because
Pikachu, I choose you.
no, in fact, now I know you could be
Oh
two-faced.
my
What the
fucking
fuck? That's made it
God.
worse. No,
Oh
you
my
definitely could be two-faced with that.
Should I mute Crack for emotional outbursts? I could do that.
Maybe.
Sonny, no, you cannot do that.
If needed.
Maybe. I don't know, Sonny. Strum it. Strum him out there. We can whoop
It's
him
called
out.
it's because I've just woken up, actually. It's not because I'm emotional. If I was emotional,
Closing
you'd know.
time. Your last call for alcohol.
I don't drink alcohol, actually.
Okay, last call for a line.
I don't drink lines either.
Bomb.
A joint. Smoke your last
When you
joint.
don't play those games with me,
You
I
ain't
thought,
gotta
thank
go
you very much
home,
for that. That
but
was
you
nice.
gotta leave here.
Where's the infamous vagina head I was heard about? So,
Probably someone next
Damn
to
it!
Don't
Don't ask him to
inject the
post
head.
it
That he
again.
did that to lose head with.
Scroll up if you want to see it. Damn it!
But no, Flat Day Saints. Again, the reason why we don't speak about the shape in terms of a
Oh my
round
God,
Earth is it's a specific thing.
You need a pad for that because the Band-Aid just ain't enough.
Why has that cat got water coming out of his face?
Okay.
I didn't know it was that fucking bad. Oh my God, dude. Look like he got hit by shrapnel, don't it?
He's just as God made him.
The cat did
I
what?
understand there's a tap hitting the cat in the face, but like it might as well be a water jet coming out of the cat's face. What's he drinking? There ain't no backlash from that
He's
shit.
not drinking anything. He's broken.
He's broken, yeah. Someone might as well stick some tape down the back of his spine around his feet.
You really
It's
don't
a
want
CIA
my
cat
ass,
that's
bro.
malfunctioning, right? Because so my cat's gonna get replaced
Better
at
hide
some
your
point
credit
with
card and
a
your
CIA
wallet. I
cat.
send you my
That's what
ass.
happens.
Keep your
Thanks,
secret.
When they start
Flo, I'm
malfunctioning
saving
like
that.
that's how you
Yeah.
fix them.
I'm saving that for my mum. She'll love that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Shut
you
the
betcha.
fuck up. Sorry.
What's up, son? What up, Sonny?
You just call me son.
No, Sonny.
I told you
Listen,
my dad was
son.
dead. That's disgusting.
No, I
So I'm gonna stop playing horrible jokes on people now. Right.
Okay.
Oh,
Good night.
no, you won't.
Complete insanity,
Night, correct.
son. I'm just a crazy over your mama.
I'm just gonna go head to a server that will put up with my bullshit for long.
Okay,
That's all. Don't worry.
Crackville and muting is still available for a limited time offer. Wait, it's like, wait.
Oh, Sonny, did you smoke the rest? Did you smoke everything else?
Sonny,
Is
you,
that
you
what
do
you
realize
did?
I could ban you for like the next like
$2.99.
25 minutes until I'm okay again?
What? No.
What? No?
No,
I could. And then I could also make a stipulation that says if any moderator unbans him, then that's it. I won't respect your ban.
Well,
was
you
only
didn't
for-
cover. You
Should we
didn't
test
cover
it out?
lead mod, so it's all
It was
good.
only for 325 milliseconds.
Nah, I'm just fucking with you. I love you, brother. And I know you love me too.
by himself.
And I shouldn't be swearing. Sorry, yeah, aber not you guys. Don't think I'm apologizing to you because I don't give a fuck what you guys think.
Okay.
Adonai.
Well, I actually
El
do.
Elohim.
El Elyon.
Rakayesh.
Jolly
Hef
good.
Evam
Jolly.
Odene.
Good.
El Elyon is a city. which is where Melchizedek was the priest and the king of. And we had to be Melchizedeks of our homes, right? Battlefield. And also,
It's
so,
Hebrew.
my L is an awesome L.
Is he saying prepare the
L.
battle axes?
Hey, anybody
That's
know
funny.
about the 846? Like where it originated from?
I don't know
What
what
the
that is, dude.
1419 is, dog. Give me the 411.
1491? You don't know what the
Drop it like it's
1491 is?
hot. Drop it
No.
like it's hot.
So when I was a little kid, I was indoctrinated with in 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue. I don't really believe our history, but it's more symbolic. Like I'm saying like F 1492 because before then
Fuck
supposedly
the
everybody knew
Indians
the
and
earth
they'll
was
fuck
flat.
you.
Huh?
Yeah, you
What?
sailed the ocean blue to come over and fuck up the Indians.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm a 1491er, bro.
Mine too.
All right, I'm
a
staying for a bit longer. I've sobered up now.
Like what
from
I'm saying
being
is
tired.
I'm not with the
Finally.
whole 1492 thing, dog. I'm with the 1491 thing, you know? I know that our history's been rewritten and everything, but like it's like a
Why
symbolic
are you
thing for me.
pacing around, Brand? Oh, you're hanging stuff online. You're actually being productive. Sorry, dude.
Yeah. It was either that or I get flat earth, ERTH, and I knew all kinds of people would be like, you spelled earth wrong. But my comeback would be, well, at least I know the shape of it, but I don't want to have to keep explaining it. So I just got the 1491. It fits on my knuckles. Now on my toes, I'm going to get flat, dash, and then nasty on my toes because it fits perfectly.
Nice, dude. I
Yeah.
dig it.
Yeah. Well, you know, this is my life now. You know what I mean? I've lost most of my
awesome.
friends and family over it, but, you know,
That's
Christ
what the
said he
truth
came
does,
here.
doesn't it?
He came here not to bring peace, but a sword. And I've seen the division between family members and everything. My brother got up and wanted to punch me. My brother's worked on computer things like the Panama Papers, Snowden, stuff like that. And when I started mentioning the things that I thought to him, he flipped on me and got up like he was gonna hit me. Never done that my whole life. It really tripped me out. That's when I realized, like, I looked in his eyes and I didn't see Christ in his eyes. You know, I'm
This
not like
is
a
going to
super
be a
religious
process,
person.
my friend. No,
Yeah.
the good books, they all speak of the separating the wheat from the chaff, and it's cyclical. It goes in cycles, and this is happening
does
right
say
now.
that. It says Messiah. Listen, it says Messiah didn't just come to bring peace, but he came to bring a sword. It said that he would divide families. It said it would
Yeah.
divide mother from daughter, father from son, and brother from brother and sister. So just remember that, brother, right? Okay?
Yeah.
And,
And it
again,
has. Did me too.
and exactly, right? So, and then remember, right, your brothers and your real sisters, again, who are they? Who are they?
They're the ones
Okay.
that believe in what I do.
There you go.
You know, I always
Well,
tell
they're the-
everybody, I'm like,
yeah.
how can you
They're
guys
the
understand
ones-
spiritual things if you don't understand earthly things? You know?
Well, yeah, and again, how are you to understand the spiritual? How are you to understand the realm of? Well, how you even understand one without the other? I understand the point, but it's like,
Yeah.
again, first
It's how
understand
can you-
the spirit. Okay,
How can you
understand the way.
understand heaven? How can you understand heavenly things if you can't understand
the
earthly?
Exactly. It's like, how can you understand how to make a like an omelet if you don't even understand how to get an egg or how to crack it? You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it. Like, you got to start with the foundation first.
I also think you got to keep emptying your cup. The second you think you know something dead on,
My
stop.
cup's empty. I don't know what you're on about. So if I keep empty, what happens?
Hey, speaking of empty cups, how many of you guys
that's
go
a good
barefoot?
question, dude. I never even thought about it like that. Shit.
How many of you guys go barefoot? Anybody?
Barefoot?
How many? Barefoot? Definitely. Bareback? No.
No, barefoot.
I do it
I
all.
know. I do. Yeah.
No, I don't go barefoot in my city. I'd
No.
have to go somewhere where I felt comfortable going barefoot.
We're in this city.
Okay, so one thing I've noticed is that you know, there's like dirty electricity and Wi-Fi around us all the time. And
Like
it's
I
in our
can go
body.
outside and to like find a nice piece of grass when the sun's out and go ground for a little bit and do some sun
Yeah.
gazing. Sure.
You know the benefits of that. I've been just doing it like for the past like 2 years, basically everywhere.
Grounding. So
Yeah, like I even walked on
recommend
Hollywood
it.
Boulevard barefoot.
Dude, I recommend that you do this, right, which would be called praying in creation, right? So go barefoot, right? Ground yourself to the actual ground itself, right? You can even play the Schumann resonance, right, for the frequency of the earth through some speakers or through some headphones, right? And then mix in some music that you actually adjust yourself to match in with that frequency, right? That you can like there's a lot of the time there's very only rudimentary sounds that match in with that frequency, right? Very basic sounds, but a lot of the Hebrew music, I could send you some Hebrew music actually. In fact, if you we're already friends because I met you before you came here. Did I invite you here?
I think so. Like I go to the
I
beach
did.
with I have the music bowls. Like I have a couple copper and a crystal one that I use. The music bowls, you know, with a stick
I've
where
got
you.
those. I've got a couple of
Yeah.
copper ones. Right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they're continually you could use those while listening to the music, while praying in creation,
Yeah.
whatever,
Yeah.
man. But like I said, ground yourself to the ground. And I always suggest finding a tree, right, that effectively has the roots that are exposed, but a big tree, because then it goes very deep into the earth, right? And then listen to that Schumann resonance. Actually put your back against that tree with those veins of those roots coming up, right? And put your arms against them. So you're grounded not only to the ground, but you're grounded deep into the ground. So you get a greater surface area of that vibration across it, right? Yeah.
Okay.
And then and just sit there but don't meditate on nothing, right? Meditation on nothing is futile, right?
Absolutely.
Go there with go there with a directive, right? Like me, my father passed away, right? And I did this accidentally. I prayed in creation. I had the most crazy experience in my life. I went to a beautiful place called Lee Abbey, right, which is in the southwest of England, right? It's a Christian resort. Charles Haddon Spurgeon wrote many books there and wrote many things there. You know, John Piper wrote something there called When the Darkness Simply Will Not Lift. And I took that document, When the Darkness Will Not Lift, with me there, right? And when I got to the base of the back of that book, right, and I looked out my window and then I realized that the very room that I was sat in was the room that he wrote it in. I started to realize some really crazy stuff was going on right there and then, right? In a movement of the Ruach HaKodesh at that moment, right there and then. You know, I ended up ushering a robin out of the chapel at one point. The robin would have been there the night before because of all the windows being closed. And in that night, you know, I sat down onto a chair and then I looked on those chairs and next to me there's a rock, and the rock, I was like, wait, that ain't my rock. The chair I'm sat on is my rock. And it said control, and I needed to let go of control because all the things in my life that were going out of control were the things that were ruining my life. Things that I couldn't control, things like my dad dying, you know. And I mean, like, that's just one example, you know. My mum suffering from a really debilitating illness, you know, waking up at age 6 and she's paralyzed from the waist down, you know, and you know, my friends like killing themselves, my friends being raped, you know, my brother being stabbed nearly half to death, and you know, like going through basically a gang war on my own. And like I started to get all of this healing and I felt these things being lifted out of me. It's the one time in my life where I spoke in tongues, right? Where I spoke in a language that was not of my own, and I believe it to be Hebrew, right? I genuinely do believe this, and as I did so, and I thought, well, this isn't right. As I was saying it, because there's no interpreter, and then boom, some guy stands up on his knees who I didn't see from behind the pew, and he starts to actually translate the words that I was saying out into the room, right? Okay, and so I leave that chapel, like I said, that night I go out and I walk amongst, you know, nature. Right, and as I walk amongst the nature, I do so, and I'm thinking deeply. And I've read this book now. After this chapel, so I read the book. Look out, and I see the imprint. I see the exact silhouette of that. And then I go to the people that work there. I'm like, wait a minute, why is this like this in this book? And they're like, he literally wrote that, staying in your room, staying in someone else's room, staying in someone else's room, and that's why he did that image there, right? And I'm just like, whoa, my mind's blown. So I'm like, okay, I'm going on this, king. You know, this is fully taken over me at this point. This is something that's just like something you can't, this is palpable, right? There's so many different little things that are happening that are just so personal to me. And I go out into creation and I can't tell you why, but my dad for me was Aurora Borealis, right? And effectively I ended up seeing an Aurora Borealis, right? And that was his nickname for me, you know, because he used to call me like the, you know, the dancer normally lights, you know. Because I'm a Scot
Aurora.
from the north, and I'm the
Say it properly. Aurora.
Aurora. Yeah, exactly. So
Borealis.
Aurora Borealis. I don't know how to say exactly that one. I'm sorry, but anyway.
Aurora Borealis.
But anyway, I've just woken up, and again, so I dealing with the death of my father, right? And I had been avoiding ABBA, right? So much so, and it all started off with going there and listening to worship in the octag, and the octag meaning that this is a room where you don't plug in, guitars and stuff like that into amplifiers. That plugs into metal pipes that are made out of copper that run through a cork floor that's like honeycomb almost, like in terms of the hexagonal pieces of it, and it creates a frequency that's so harmonious, right? And effectively what happens is after that, like I said, then I go to the chapel. The thing happens in the chapel where the control, and then I take that stone with me and I walk to the coast that night after I read this book, When the Darkness Simply Will Not Live by John Piper, which was written in that very room that I was staying in. I took that book with me there, not knowing this. I thought it was just a simple church weekend away to a nice location. Thought I could avoid ABBA, but I could not, because he is much smarter than I, because I still had it on my heart that I wanted to be involved with him, but at the same time was still resistant. And then as I go and I walk along, next to the trees, and I get to the coast, I hear the crashing of the waves. And me and my dad, we spent multitude of time on a farm. This is where I grew up, Rose. Basically, it's on a farm, and I could hear the waves on this farm because it was very close to the coast, which is quite rare for a farm to be very, very close to the coast, right? That's cool. And effectively, we had our own private beach. So many of my memories of my father listening to these crashing waves against these rocks, right? And I remember just casting a stone out, like, right, let go of this control, right? Let it go. Feel this weight lifted away from me. And then effectively what happens is what do? I walk away, and then the next day I end up reading a leaflet, right, that was inside of the main library of this place that talks about praying in creation. And that's effectively what I did. Is I went and sat down next to a tree. I sat my arms against these huge oak pieces that were seeped into the ground, and I sat there with my shoes off, right, in the freezing cold, not feeling cold whatsoever. And I see an aurora borealis in the sky, all right? I see it in the sky, and I don't know why I saw it in this position. I don't know if I should have seen it. Apparently, I cut out.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
No, you're good.
Man, I'm hearing you.
You're just messing with me.
Can I just add
All right,
something?
yeah. That's not exactly funny when I'm inside of
a motherfucking thing. Where'd he go?
Crack?
Yeah, I'm
he
here
just
now.
peeked out.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that
He said joke. So
in terms of praying,
he said
creation,
joke. No, he joked. He said joke. So he
Can
was
you hear
joking
me?
with me. Reckon I was
He's
joking.
joking.
I hear you. I do hear you.
Cool.
I do hear everything. I've not missed a single beat. I'm just saying. What did I cut out then? If I did cut out,
I want
You
your rest
didn't.
of the story.
I just wanted to say that in terms of wood is not a conductor.
I know it's
So
not.
touching a tree isn't really the best way to ground.
I wasn't
prefer
trying.
to do it in
My
loose
feet were in the
sand.
dirt, and I was
Something
just.
with really loose sand is probably easier than.
I was telling my
underneath the
testimony
mattress.
flat of solar, though, dude. I was just
No,
telling
I'm
my
not- I'm
testimony about healing, about my father, and all this stuff, and I just wanted to get it out.
I've heard Indians and Native Americans talk about
I
leaning
like
against
to
a tree,
think
though.
trees are
It's all right.
dielectric,
It's
and
obviously
there's a
not right,
reason that there actually is a reason
Crack, I
that
heard every word, bro.
lightning
I heard
is
every word.
attracted to trees.
Me
Well,
too.
I didn't get to finish it, but oh well.
I want to hear it.
Fuck it.
I want to hear the end, guys.
I know, it's pointless now.
Okay, so you were on the farm at the coast.
Yeah, but I feel like now I don't know what was heard because of what Reckoner did. Yeah,
No,
Reckoner,
it was
go
all
on.
there.
Reckoner, go on, mess around with me. Go on, I dare you.
Cut out for about 2 seconds, damn it. Just
He said he was
enough to do anything.
joking.
Not enough to do anything. Your story was
said
full.
4
Keep
minutes.
going.
Here, you
Yeah, I got
want
the
a
story,
piece of
man.
my candy
That's all right, because
bar?
I'm already
Will that
suspicious
make
of
you
you,
happier?
and you know I am.
I get my one sugar treat this week, and that's it.
Do you know what I mean? That's. It was
I
maybe
didn't
10
think it
seconds,
was 10.
4 minutes ago, a minute ago, Reckoner. So which one is it, dude?
No, it was 10 seconds.
You
I
here
heard
to
you.
Dude, I
play
heard the whole
games?
thing.
Are you here to play games or what, Reckoner? I'm gonna stop.
Lord, get off him. It was funny.
Just go on with your story. I want to hear the end.
And that's fine. All right. Yeah, if you
Ain't
find that
nothing
funny,
changed.
then,
That
yeah.
motherfucker's still him.
No, but Battle Mod is the content of what I was talking about and what I was trying to share.
That's deep stuff.
You know, it sort of messes up what I was saying and effectively, you know, because it, you know, I was in the mood in the
Well, if you're
modality
not
of
gonna
sharing.
finish it, yeah.
Yeah, I want to
Right,
hear
so
the rest of the story.
I will try to finish it. So effectively, like I said, the hearing the crashing of the waves, that was something that was very, very, you know, something that I went through all the time with my father, hearing that all the time. So I'm starting to get these similarities, right? And I'm starting to realize that, you know, I couldn't avoid this meeting, right? You know, and I couldn't avoid this meeting with this sort of higher power, right, with this creator. And then I end up with my, you know, feet in the dirt, right, with my shoes off in the freezing cold, not feeling cold whatsoever, like as if I was taking over. So I see this aurora borealis up in the sky, and it's a nickname my dad calls me, and I don't understand why I'm seeing it, right? And I remember saying, like, you know, give me a sign, because you want to know what it is that I was afraid of where my father was. And the last experience I had with my father before he was unfortunately taken away from me was that effectively I prayed for him and I laid hands on him. I left him, and then he told me that he felt a hand against his head and that he had felt peace come over him unlike anything else he'd ever felt before in his life. And that, but I was still, again, in fear of what that meant. And I'd also lost an auntie as well. But I got confirmation in these moments there and then that, like, maybe, you know, not just maybe, in fact, actually factually, that what I needed was all provided in this moment. And like I said, I've been praying in the chapel the night before. I sit there and I pray in creation. I see this aurora borealis. I feel the presence of the Father around me, and I even feel like I feel my own father next to me, right? Then I feel my auntie next to me, and I see the aurora borealis, and I see exactly everything that I need in this, right? Everything that I need in this, and it was almost like I was spoken directly to. This happens, and I'm still. I get up, I leave, I stay awake all night, and the next day when I go back to that chapel, right, that had all the windows closed, and I know the windows were closed because I was the last person in there, and I know all the windows. I was the last person in there, and I was awake all night, and I was sat outside of that chapel, right? Okay, no one went in or out of it. I go in there, and then obviously there's a part in the Bible about ushering out a certain type of bird out of the chapel, right? And I don't know if it's a robin, but I remember I've got the video of this actually of me ushering out of the chapel and how I did it. So I look on the beam above exactly where I sat, where I got that stone that said control. I look above and there is a robin, I think it's a robin, sat on the beam above my head. As if that bird was there the night before when, you know, I spoke in tongues and I spoke in a different language, almost like releasing things that shouldn't have been inside of me, right? Almost as if like I was, and then I was like, wow, wait a minute, like, was that birdie there to like take this on for me? Was it there to release it away in flight and to fly away with it? So I treat it like it's that, and I go in and I instantly I go, right, I need to usher it out. And then I didn't know anything about ushering this out, a bird out of a chapel ever. I've never heard of this before until this moment. Obviously, I really research it afterwards. And then I literally go up to the window pane. I open the window. It doesn't fly out straight away. And I remember bouncing sound waves off the window to allow it so that it would know that there was a new escape. And then it flies towards the window. It lands on the windowsill. And it stays there. And it looks at me. And then it flies away. And then it comes back and sits back there. And I'm like, why is it sitting back there? These are birds that are in the middle of nowhere. They're usually very afraid of people, right? It flies away and it does a couple of loops back, like flying back past the window, as if to say, right, okay, you know, stop holding on. Now let go. It leaves, it's gone. And I close the window and sort of that's that for that part, right? And then obviously this is when I sort of, yeah, that was it, because I was reading the book the night before, about when the darkness will not lift. And this was actually when I found out that he wrote it in the room. It was then, actually. It was then. So I got to the end of the book after I ushered the Robin out of the chapel. I got pretty much to the end, and that's when I actually got to the end of the book. I went back to my room. I read the last 2 pages. I turned the book to the end, and I see this tree, and this tree is so elaborate. The shape of it, I'm like, I recognize that. I open up my curtain in this room I'm staying. I'm like, well, that's the tree. I'm like, wait a minute, that's insane. I brought this with me. What are the odds, right? What are the odds of everything else that's happened with this as well? What are the odds? I'm like, this is that tree. I know it is. So I go to the warden that works there. I said, what is this? So I said, I brought this book with me. And he goes, well, yeah, that's a book by John Piper. He said, extrapolated from John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. He said, it's an adaptation of it. And I go, okay, sweet. And he goes, well, yeah, what room are you in? And I tell him, he goes, well, that's the room that he was in when he wrote that little piece there called When the Darkness Simply Will Not Lift. And like, I was just blown away. I couldn't believe it.
That's pretty amazing. No, that's pretty amazing. I've had.
Do you think he illustrated it also?
I believe he might have illustrated it. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't. It's neither here nor there to me, really. It's just the fact that I was in the very room reading the book.
Yeah.
You know, and the book was worded about melancholy and illness, and you know, and the way in which my dad passed away. You know, when someone tried to kill my dad, and then my dad effectively, avoided becoming a heroin addict his whole life. And in order for him to survive, after he was given 2 grams of heroin and then a dose of narcacnol in order to rob from him, and in which the robbers didn't even get the money because when they took the safe, they slid it down the stairs and it hit the bottom of the staircase. It hit the drywall. It went through the drywall, fell about 4 floors down diagonally. So they didn't even get the money, and that actually pisses me off quite a lot. I would have preferred they got the money, so it's pretty much all pointless. So from that, my dad went into a coma, right? And I was rung up by the paramedics. No, actually, a police officer that was with the paramedics who knew my father from school. He went on my dad's phone and he was like, right, found my name, rung me up, and he's like, permission to literally do any damage I can to his chest, because he said, I can feel something faint there. They're saying he's dead, right? They said, but he said, I can feel something. I said, break his ribs if you need to. He does so. He didn't even break my dad's ribs. I think he hairline fractured some of them, but he got him back living. But the problem was my dad was in a comatose state. But the stress of the withdrawal from the heroin, when my dad was in this comatose state, every time he was slipping and he was going to die. So they were giving him morphine, so he'd have to go through the stress of the withdrawal while he was in this comatose / type state, right? So my dad left the hospital basically a full-blown heroin addict almost, right? Unfortunately. And then he died basically about a year later of a heroin overdose. I still to this day state that my dad was murdered, right? As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, man. Jesus.
And but I'm healed, brother. Listen, that day, whatever happened, I don't know what happened, but like whatever was taken out of me, the stress, the grief, all of it left me. It all left me on that day. Abba took it from me, bro. Y'all took it from me. I'm straight up telling you this right now. It was taken from me.
Yeah.
I believe you, brother. I've had those kind of experiences, so I know what you're talking about.
Praise Yah. So I just felt the need to share that. That's why I got so annoyed at Reckoner, because he knew what he was doing there, which was like messing up what I was trying to say mid-flow, which could have made me not want to share the end of that. So I don't actually appreciate that, Reckoner. And obviously, yeah, whatever. Obviously,
No, you finished out, and that's great, because I had to hear the rest of that. Thank you.
It's cool. It's obvious,
it is a very cool story.
So obviously that threat was a real threat, right, Reckoner?
Yep.
I don't mean to get off the subject, but it kind of what you're talking about. Can I ask you another question about the Aurora Borealis? Hello?
Are we talking to Crack Villain or just everybody?
The one who mentioned that.
Sorry, say again.
About the aurora borealis, I always question you about this because it has to do with something I'm building, but I've never even been close to it. I've only seen pictures, and I don't trust the pictures. So I have a question. You've seen aurora borealis? Is it during the day and the nighttime?
This was for me. It was just at nighttime, but I've heard that you can sort of, as the sun goes down, right? And I
Yeah.
believe that it's hypothesized that it may be like a stream of something that would be like a form of like infusion of light and certain forms of gases adhering to the light. But I don't know exactly what it is, and I don't even know if that's the truth. You know what
Well,
I'm
so
saying?
my main question is this. So what I'm trying to figure out is, are you the type of person that always pays attention to the sky and you know the fake clouds from the real clouds? Like, I'm
Yeah,
big
of
on that,
course,
right?
dude. I can literally
Okay, so
navigate based on the clouds and
yeah,
the
yeah.
sky
So
and
my question
stars.
just is, were they spraying? Were they ever spraying that you noticed over the aurora borealis chemtrails?
Where I was?
Yeah, like, did you ever?
No way.
Was it noticeable, or did they leave that area alone?
That area was completely clean, bro.
Did you see chemtrails anywhere in the distance?
Dude, listen to this, dude. I don't even know that there was a real aurora borealis there right there and then. This may have been something that was completely generated for me because remember, this was my nickname from my father.
No, I totally believe in aurora borealis, and I think it's 100% natural. My
No,
whole
no,
thing is,
no, no. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is
Yeah.
that I know, right? I believe in aurora borealis as well. What I'm saying is that was my dad's nickname for me, right? I'm saying
Yeah.
that I don't know whether or not I saw a natural one or a supernatural one that was superimposed on the sky specifically for me in that moment from the
Okay.
father, so that I
I
could
see what
have
you're
that
saying.
experience to connect to my father.
Okay.
Yeah.
My
So-
question was because something that I'm working on. I'm trying to figure out if they don't spray chemtrails over that, it's because they can't, because it dissipates the chemtrails, which would mean it's like the world's biggest and
Like
most
a
natural and purest
vortex or-
chembuster, like a chembuster that they can't even spray
Yeah.
over it. They dissipate.
Well, look how healthy those people are and how big they are and how strong they are in Iceland and those countries in Norway and stuff like that, right, dude? Yeah. And then again, as well, a lot of the people that came from the Norse people, right? When we talk a lot about the Tartars, right?
Yeah.
In this server, we do a lot and how they were systematically destroyed as an empire, right? And how
Yeah.
effectively and people talk about how they were conquerors and invaders, but why did they do so? Maybe it was because they
Yeah.
weren't allowed to sit there freely. Maybe they were, in fact, attacked for being there, right? We don't know. And it's the same
Yeah.
with the people in the northern areas of Scotland, you know, with less light pollution. I don't know whether or not there would have been aurora borealises all over Scotland all the time. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah.
We have no clue, right? So it's like, I understand what you're saying with a chembuster, because at the same time, it's like, what causes the aurora borealis in the first place, right?
Well,
Like,
I think it's all natural. I'm just thinking maybe people mimicked whatever it was to use to try to make a man-made thing that stops the chemtrail, but that could be the ultimate natural chemtrail. It's either coming from the ground or the sky or both, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember Admiral Byrd in his interview before he talked about Antarctica. They mentioned the North Pole, and he goes, "Oh, that's already been overtaken by the military," and they kind of just shut up about it. I think the North Pole is way more important than Antarctica as far as
Yeah,
the
me
military
too.
thing. You know what I mean?
Me too.
Santa Claus is there. They put the metal rod through the globe. There's nothing to see here. By the time you learn about Santa Claus is fake, you don't think about the North Pole. They even say there's not even an actual North Pole. It's drifted. It's just, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, as well when the magnetic declination on the South Pole as well would suggest that when we look at the toroidal field of the Earth, right, and the magnetic declination with the South Pole and how it doesn't line up like the way it does with the North, it suggests that there may actually be a portion of land missing completely that we don't know about, and that's just me speculating based upon.
Have you seen the lost history of flat Earth 1 through 7?
Probably. A little bit of a veteran, so I like what I've seen in terms of categorizing the names and stuff. Is like,
well, they like match
alluded
up the
to me,
moon
but-
with the map of the Earth. It's really crazy, but I don't know.
Say that again. Sorry, say that again.
They match up the full moon, the shapes on it, with the flat Earth, right? But
Okay.
then they show that there's parts further on the moon, would be parts like either past Antarctica or just parts of land that aren't even on the UN map that matches up like pretty perfectly with the moon. They're showing me. I don't know. It was a really interesting. They were talking about all the old buildings and cathedrals. They can't remake them. They're
Is
all.
this one of these old videos?
And it's not really that old, and his accent's kind of like yours too. It's flat
No,
Earth
it's
one.
actually pretty new. It's
Yeah.
by EWAR.
I wouldn't have seen
EWAR
this
on
then because
YouTube.
I've been unplugged for like the last 4 months, really.
Oh, you'd probably really like it, brother. It'd probably fit right with
If
you.
someone could send that to me, that would be really, really great. I'd really appreciate that. I really would appreciate that if someone could send that to me.
It's like 5.5 hours long, so you watch it in like minutes or maybe the whole thing. But like I've watched it a bunch of times, and I learned a lot about the free magnetism and how they had the waterways over in other countries and how they can't recreate those kind of structures now. Those are all for like free electricity and how like
Oh, he cut out for me then, or is that me?
really fit in, but those were like the engine rooms for their free electricity. Sometimes they turn the octagons into like a baptism pool, but it doesn't really like mesh up with the rest of the structure in the building, you know? So they're saying like that place in France, the Arc de Lyon, is a giant magnet. It's even the shape of a magnet.
Mm-hmm.
You mean the Arc de Triomphe?
Yeah, I didn't even say it. Yeah. Dude, yeah.
But I know what you're talking about. I watched the whole series too.
Dude. Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah, that should, that was really eye-opening, you know? Yeah, it's crazy. My dad will try to fight tooth and nail about everything. Because he's a photographer, so he's trying to tell me, oh, those old pictures with nobody in them, because the exposure was like 10 or 15 minutes. So I was like, Dad, it doesn't matter. There'd still be people blurred in the picture. Oh, no, but my dad will argue tooth and nail with me, and I break him apart debating on anything. He's a NASA fanboy, but I break him apart, and it doesn't matter what. He just won't believe it. I'm like, that's crazy. You just won't believe it, no matter what. They went and got their, their J&J. I told him, dude, but
That's very interesting. I would love it that you would send that to me because, like I said, I've been very disconnected from a lot of that, and I lost a lot of my data and stuff like that as well. And it's sort of become like a little bit of a thing in my mind where I'm like, I'm resistant to even wanting to recollect it due to the sort of sheer undertaking of it. I've lost so many gigabytes of data even of photography work that I've done and so much digital artwork that I've done as well that really just can't be replaced, and it's like it's such a shame, because and this is the nature, unfortunately, of the digital age, really, and but again, still more recuperable than, let's say, something like a house fire. But that sounds very interesting, Flatter Saints. Please do send that to me. That would be absolutely brilliant.
I will. Are you a photographer also?
Pardon?
You were a photographer?
Yeah, like semi-professional, not anything too special.
That's
I've
cool.
done I've done a couple of weddings and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, I think
I'm a photographer too.
Oh, sweet, dude! I started.
I've mostly taken pictures of cars for magazines.
Oh, really? Oh, I do like that type of photography as well because it's the angled photography is really cool. Like how to make a car extend its natural sort of or unnatural shape, but like to accentuate those lines and how best to do it because you can either box it right off or you can really make it look so much better.
Dude, some of those new Tamron lenses are excellent, dude. The new Tamron lenses, they used to be cheap. The new ones are really good.
They're expensive now, then.
But they're not as much as Nikkor. Like I got a Tamron 35mm and a 45mm on Craigslist. One of them was like 300, the other was like 450. Brand new, they would have been like 800 or 900. But the Nikkor ones are like 1200, 1500, and they go perfectly. I got a D850, a D500. The D850 is just, I mean, that camera is just so sick. The images that it captures and everything. But the D500 is really cool too. I like them both for different reasons.
At the minute, because of, like I said, what happened with me, I don't really have much other than I have my Fujifilm, which is a very old one. It's a 28 times zoom camera, but I mix it with my Spartan scope, which is a 78 times zoom wide angle. This is a 28 times zoom wide angle, and I'm sorry, but the pictures I get at the moon with that, I actually think they're better than the P900 because the optical zoom on it, like I said, is 28 times.
Yeah.
Like 28 times 75 times, not 78. Sorry, I got
Well, have
confused.
you ever used the P1000, dude?
And they're both wide angle. I have used it, and I still think the images I get from that are both better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Peace out, Dame Soul Medic. Very, very nice. Lots of love to you as well. We appreciate you, and everything that you have to say is always great, and it's brilliant input as always. Thank you greatly for your input to the live stream. It's really appreciated. Bless you, and yeah, see you later. Sorry to drop my testimony on you guys like that. It's not the actual time or place, but I'd just woken up and something came over me where I felt like I needed to share it with you and her, and you know that just happened. I've never done that in this live stream before, so
it's actually really good for you, bro. My fiance committed suicide. We were together 10 years, and like I couldn't talk about it for a while, and eventually I got to the point where talking about it really helped me. So,
yeah, of course.
Whatever God puts in your heart, you know what I mean?
Well, I have no problem talking about it. That's what I mean as well. It's like, you
Yeah.
know, I've just not spoken about it in here because I don't feel like it's the time or the place, but because it's like quite early morning English hours, late American. There's not many people other than the flat earthers on here at the moment. I sort of give a little cursory glance at the YouTube, and it appears to be, you know, just the flat earthers that are sort of watching. And you know, I thought maybe now is the right time. But yeah, I have that Fujifilm, which is I think a 3400, I believe it is, a very old one. It's a 40 megapixel. But then my other, like I said, many of my other cameras just got ruined. But I've got an NX1000, a Samsung NX1000, which is
You got any Nikon cameras? Because I have extra lenses. I'd be willing to send you one if you have one that'll fit. But they're all for DSLRs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, they're for DSLRs. I did have a body somewhere actually, for one of those. What lenses are they? Like, are they EF or are they what are they?
One of them's 70 to 300, and it's a kit lens, but it's really good. So I have two 70 to 300s. One's the Tamron and one's the Nikkor. I don't ever use the Nikkor one. I actually have another lens that, if you know how to fix them, you know the right where you screw it into the camera, those little metal like circles, the rings kind of.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, dude, it was a 200 to 5. No, it was a.
You can get a conversion anyway.
It was a 150 to 600, and I had the D800, and I sat down after taking pictures, and I didn't realize it, but when I sat down, I tilted the camera and the lens the wrong way. It's so heavy, you always have to make sure that you carry by the lens, and I messed it up, and I couldn't get it. Oh, dude! So they were able to retrieve the camera, but the lens isn't able to screw in anything. It was a Tamron 150 to 600. I got it used, but still, yeah, it was like $600 used. But I'm saving up to get the Nikon 200 to 500. They say that's the best, and my favorite photography is bird photography. So
yeah,
they say it's the best with the D500. So
I do love me some bird photography as well.
Yeah,
only because of like I used to do a bit of gamekeeping, and I would be like sort of trying to take pictures of little rape on the rapeseed in the rapeseed fields. When I say rape, people are like, "What rape?" I'm like, "Yeah, rapeseed oil, rape birds."
Yeah, no, it's actually really good for you.
But yeah, rapeseed oil is good for you. Definitely, it's better than normal oil. I think, at least I think. Anyway, I don't have too much information on that though. But yeah, dude, I've appreciate meeting you anyway. In the last,
you too, bro.
Yeah.
Are you going to bed?
I'm not going to bed. I'm gonna. I've got to have a phone call with somebody very quickly. I don't know
if you were the one that I told you about borax last time, and I told you how good borax is. One you guys laughed at me, but I'm still telling you. Huh?
I don't know. I don't know that it was. I might. I'll DM you in a moment, dude. Because
okay, bro, take it easy. Have a good one.
I'll DM you in a moment because I'm about to have a two-way conversation with.
Okay, do you want me to log out of this?
No, you don't need to log out. I just need to go there and really check that it's okay that I invite you.
Okay,
over
bro.
there first. All right, dude.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, brother.
But you seem like the sort of person that would be absolutely fine to be over there. So
okay.
And I'm an admin over there, so it's really no problem with you coming over. I don't believe.
All right.
But not to leave.
I'm learning etiquette as I go.
not to leave this live stream dead, but if I leave, then I don't really know who it is that you're going to be talking to. Do you know what I mean?
No, it's cool. I'm gonna hang up. Just message me if you want. I'll be up for another hour. All right, bye.
Right. So, all right. I'll see you later, guys. Battlemod, I'll see you later, dude. If you're still around, if you can still hear me. Sorry if I got a little bit peeved there. I just, yeah. Sorry, dude.
Hello? Mm.
Oh.
Sorry.
I grabbed them out of the fucking car.
Hello? Hey.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Houston, the Eagle has landed on the green screen.
Well, I guess everyone's tuckered out.